as household articles considered as a group. Sometimes this stuff is no longer needed. Wait, no longer needed? That can't be right. Because remember those jobs you were looking for? Those are really needed, and they're the stuff inside your stuff, even inside that winter coat that moved with you to Phoenix. Our job is to unlock those jobs, and it starts when you donate your stuff to your local Goodwill. Here's how we do it. When you donate to Goodwill, we sell your stuff to provide job training for people right here in your community. So just by teaming up with Goodwill, you help create jobs. And isn't that worth parting with the leftover guitar from your 80s cover band? Goodwill. Donate stuff, create jobs. Find your nearest donation center at goodwill.org. A message from Goodwill and the Ad Council.
Dear John, I was hoping it wouldn't come to this, but you've left me no choice. I'm leaving. Uncontrolled high blood pressure is really serious, and lately you seem to really not care. I've been there for you since day one, and I know you think I'm going to keep ticking. But no, my friend, I can quit whenever I want. Why can't we get back to the good times, when we were more active and ate more healthy foods, and you checked on me every once in a while? Is that too much to ask? I don't want to leave, but unless you stop ignoring me, what else am I supposed to do? Remember, when I quit, you quit. Sincerely, your heart.
Listen to your heart. Don't let it quit on you. Doing the minimum to control your high blood pressure isn't doing enough. High blood pressure can lead to a stroke, heart attack, or death. Get your blood pressure to a healthy range before it's too late. Find out how at heart.org/blood pressure. Check, change, control. A message from the American Heart Association, the American Stroke Association, and the Ad Council.
Hey, what's up, everybody? I'm Jason Derulo. I love that music connects to people all over the country. But unfortunately, so does something else. Childhood hunger. 15 million kids struggle with hunger right here in America. And yet, every year, billions of pounds of surplus food in the U.S. go to waste instead of going to the children in need. Feeding America is working to change this. The Feeding America nationwide network of food banks rescues this surplus of food to help provide meals to families in virtually every community in the United States, including yours. But they just can't do this alone. Join me in the fight against hunger in America. For more information on what you can do to get involved, visit feedingamerica.org. That's feedingamerica.org. Together we can solve hunger. Together, we're feeding America. A message from Feeding America and the Ad Council.
It's the Worldwide Sports Radio Network.
It was a wild championship Sunday in the NFL as the New England Patriots and first-year head coach Mike Vrabel defeated the Denver Broncos 10-7 to reach Super Bowl 60. In what can only politely be called a defensive battle, a key fourth down decision by Sean Payton and a late missed field goal doomed Denver, even with their mile-high advantage. In the NFC Championship, it was an absolute slugfest until the very end, with two of the best offenses in the business duking it out until the last play. But it was first-year head coach Mike Macdonald's Seattle Seahawks who prevailed 31-27 behind a monster game from Sam Darnold, who overcame his struggles against Sean McVay's schemes when it mattered most. And before we enter into some caged-in MMA and dial it up to 11, we will whip around the NFL to cover new coaching hires and some interesting hiring practices in Cleveland on another fully loaded, jam-packed, brand spanking new, live Monday night edition of Jabba and the Man.
Give him a significant. They're going to have a ton of money to spend. Why not put it in one of the top three offensive players in the league? We're going to be looking at Aaron Judge and saying that he can't win the big game. Michael Jordan said, I played 82 games. You don't see LeBron doing that.
This is a game where you got to go perform.
I told you, Giant fans, and Saquon Barkley, at this point, I'm gonna fight them all. A seven-nation army couldn't hold me back. They're gonna rip it off. Taking time. Say whatever you want about Patrick Mahomes. He's the best quarterback in the NFL. Really? And I'm talking to myself at night because I can't forget. And back and forth through my mind behind a cigarette. And the name is gone.
Jabba and the Mouth.
Welcome to a new show of Jabba and the Mouth. My name is Errol Mark. You know who I am. They call me the Mouth. And my co-host, Mr. Jabba Chamberlain and Speedy Petey. You can go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Check out all our shows throughout the week, including Jabba and the Mouth every single Mondays and Thursdays at 7:30 p.m. All you have to do to tune in and check out our local listings for all our shows is go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. And you could call us, ladies and gentlemen. It's open. The phone lines are open. 631-672-3108 is the number to call if you want to attack or conversate with us here on Jabba in the Mouth. It's been a crazy, crazy weekend. A lot of snow here in Long Island, New York, and New York, the tri-state, over there in New England as they're heading off to the Super Bowl. If you're a New England fan, I feel for all the New York fans after seeing the New England Patriots colors on the Empire State Building yesterday after moving forward to another Super Bowl. And it hasn't been since 2018. We'll get into that a little bit in a little while, actually. So it's crazy. I am not a person that's very, very happy today because I have to see two teams, one that had my quarterback, a guy that was drafted by the New York Jets as the third pick in the first round, Sam Darnold, move on finally to a Super Bowl, a guy that I expected to be a star in this league. The Jets didn't want to develop him. They sent him off to Carolina, and I'll get into that. I'm not happy about that. And the New England Patriots, the hand-free Patriots, as we all say, Robert Kraft knows how to shake them, and he knows how to bake them. Speedy, actually, I'll ask Jabba first, and then I'll go to Speedy. Jabba, what's up, man? You're muted.
I am a disturbing person.
Mm-hmm.
I think Jabba is frozen.
Jabba is frozen. Speedy, how are you?
I'm doing all right. I'm surviving.
What's going on with all these freezes?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe the snowstorm has a bigger impact on the outside sources than we realize right now. But who knows what these?
How's the speed, Speedy?
The speed?
Yeah, the speed of the show here on the internet here.
The internet is just fine.
All right, I'm just asking here. I'm a little lost.
19.8 today. So
there we go. 19.8. So that speed is ultra fast. So it's not on our side.
It's not on our side, but we might have a returning caller to be looking forward to that informed us, and he's pretty fast in his own right when it comes to chasing geese. But hopefully he's not doing that in the snow.
Oh, please. I do not want to talk to Kenny. Is that Kenny?
Oh, he's going to be calling.
Oh, how wonderful. Old Kenwood, the gel tap, smelly, and wonderful drinking type smoker himself, the one we call Kenny. I kill Kenny, as we all remember that from South Park. Anyways, it's been a crazy weekend. I like I said, we got 14 inches of snow here in Long Island, New York, around the country. It's been bad. You saw in Denver in the Broncos game. It obviously cost, I believe, the Broncos a chance to move on to the Super Bowl. It was a horrible played game. Again, another game that I wouldn't really want to destruct or attack because obviously there's something about that I'm going to get into in just a few moments. But I will say this. I've never been in a situation where I felt like I was trapped. And yesterday with the snow, and that was the crazy thing. My landlord told me yesterday, listen, Errol, park into the driveway because the plows are going to, trap you in. So what I did was I moved into his driveway. My girlfriend moved into his driveway. And when the weathermen, they tell you, weather women, they say, oh, we're going to get a lot of snow. And usually they're absolutely wrong. Actually, most of the time, they're absolutely wrong. Well, they weren't wrong today or yesterday. And we're getting more snow, by the way, tonight. I heard we might get an extra inch or two here in Long Island a little bit late night. I saw a little snow before I pulled in. But nevertheless, I was trapped yesterday. And when I get trapped, I'm a walker. So I don't like to sit around. It's crazy that I sit on this show for about 3.5, 4 hours. And usually when we do the Sportsman, I'm getting up, I'm running to the bathroom, I'm doing something because I do not like to sit in one freaking place. So what I usually do is I pace myself, and I have a treadmill in my apartment. So but the one thing about the treadmill is I just don't feel right. If I'm going to be on a treadmill, I might as well walk around my living room and my dining room table. So yesterday I have this watch on, and it's a Samsung watch, and I usually clock how many miles I go every single day, how many steps I have every single day. So if I don't break 17,000 steps, I am walking probably 2-3 hours until I hit that number. So yesterday, because I never got a chance to walk, I was going around my dining room table about, I don't know, I can't even count, probably like 300-400 times, maybe even more than that. It was very weird. And Brittany was telling me, why don't you sit down? You're fidgety. And that's the thing. If I don't hit my 17,000 steps, I am not going to relax. I'm not going to sit down. And I'm watching the game while I'm walking around the table. So it's a very weird situation. And anybody that watches me do something like that would probably think I'm a psychopath. But nevertheless, I got my steps in. I had 18,493 steps. Today, I am at, I'm at 12,562. So you know what that means, ladies and gentlemen? After the show, Mr. Marks is going outside and doing his little pace walk around the couple of blocks and then getting myself, my 17,000 steps. So, Speedy, do you ever count your steps, your miles?
I do not, but my parents did for a while, and they were like all in a quest one time when we were in Boston to get to 20,000. And then my mom was so puzzled with how my father got there when he has like such bigger strides than her.
Yeah, well, I don't know if it's the strides or if it matters. These watches, I don't know how they, I guess, calculate how many steps you make. Maybe it's your heartbeat. It's weird. Because I know when I'm walking on a treadmill, I'm walking outside, I'm counting how many steps I'm making. And sometimes this is like 5-6 steps off. So it's not precise. And I have one of the best watches when it comes to calculating walks and steps and miles. I guess it's not 100% foolproof, but that's what I do. So tonight, even if it's snowing a little bit, I'm going to put on a nice jacket and I'll be outside. There's not a lot of snow on the ground anymore. At least we plowed it. So I will be walking around at least a couple of blocks to get to that 17,000, as we always say. At 8:45, we'll be talking to Las Vegas Raiders running back. He's from Hempstead, right, Speedy?
Uh-huh.
Hempstead, New York, ladies and gentlemen. Chris Collier will be joining us a little bit later in the show. He's from here. He's from Long Island, New York. We're going to have a little bit of fun with him. Very interesting story behind, obviously, Chris Collier's career and how he got here and how he made it to the NFL. So very interesting. It's going to be a lot of fun getting him on the show for the first time on Job in the Mouth. But guess what, ladies and gentlemen? We got to get into the games. And we're getting into the AFC title game first. It was a snowy defensive battle in the AFC Championship game as the New England Patriots outlasted the Denver Broncos 10-7 to return to the Super Bowl for the first time since 2019. It was the second lowest scoring AFC Championship game in NFL history. The Patriots had just 206 total yards in the game to the Broncos having just 181 yards. And both teams averaged just over 3 yards per play. The Broncos defense had 5 sacks to the Patriots' 3 sacks. But the Patriots defense forced 2 turnovers, including the game-sealing interception by superstar cornerback Christian Gonzalez. The snow and the wind picked up after the second half, and both kickers also missed 2 field goals. Each, as a result, the Patriots running game was the main difference as Mr. Ramondre Stevenson rushed for 71 yards, with quarterback Drake May doing most of his best work with his legs, rushing for 65 yards. Meanwhile, the Broncos' R.J. Harvey had just 37 yards. J.K. Dobbins did not play and obviously was not activated from IR. The Patriots became the first team to ever finish 9-0 on the road in a single season and became the first team to advance to a Super Bowl a year after losing 13 games. All right. So if you're a Patriot fan, you should be very excited. You should be very happy. If you're a Jet fan, a Giant fan, or an any fan, you shouldn't and you wouldn't be happy that the Patriots are moving on to the Super Bowl. There's a lot to look at this game and wonder what happened. And I blame Sean Payton for this. Sean Payton made a lot of mistakes. A lot of mistakes. Some mistakes that probably in the offseason it's going to come back to him. He's going to watch film and he's going to wonder why he didn't do that. He knew that there was snow coming. He didn't know it was going to be as bad of a blizzard that was coming over there in Denver. I'm sure of it. But here's the facts. You are a big-time sports team, and you have guys upstairs. You're going to tell me you don't have a weather guy looking at the weather and seeing how it's going to hit them and the satellites? Because in the second quarter, they had a chance to put this score up 10-0. They had a chance to kick a field goal. I think it was in the second quarter, right? Was it in the second quarter?
Yeah, they missed a field goal in the second. They missed one field goal in the third.
Yeah, so in the second quarter, no, I'm not talking about missing in the second quarter. They had a chance to kick a field goal, and he decided to go for it.
Yes, that was in the second quarter.
And I remember because
that was right before halftime.
Yeah, a lot of people were questioning it. And the reason why is because I know he believed in Stidham. And I heard before the game that Stidham looked good in the first, I think the second time optional when he got a chance to get the ball down the field. He got the ball to who scored the touchdown? Sutton. But I think it was Mims Jr. that caught the ball 40-something yards. And he got him to the 10-yard line or 12-yard line, if I'm not mistaken. And then he got the ball to Sutton. But there was a lot of questions with the play calling throughout the game. And I'm not saying Vrabel was the genius, because Vrabel called a good game. There's no question that he did, but it really bowled well for him going into the second half of the game, especially with the wind turned on their backs. Because in the fourth quarter, it worked on the Broncos side. But again, I thought it was so bad out, no matter if they kick the ball on the 15 or 20-yard line, if they're kicking the ball any more than 30 or more yards, it's going to be hard to put it through the hashes. And I thought that a lot of thought was they were going to use their running game. And they did, but obviously when they fell behind, they started trusting in Stidham throwing the ball in the second half, and Stidham made a lot of mistakes. Stidham is not Bo Nix, but Bo Nix is still a young kid. He had a great season. I'm not attacking Bo Nix and his accomplishments. He's been a sensational quarterback since he's come into the league. He's been in the league for what now? 2 years, 3 years? And he's had the opportunity to really develop as a young quarterback under Sean Payton. Stidham hasn't played a game in years. He hasn't played a snap in years. He's played four.
And not a game of this magnitude, though, either.
Yeah, well, I didn't get to that yet. But he hasn't played a game in a significant amount of time. And to get the call, to me, is humbling. And you know that understanding the position, the quarterback position, AFC title game, you want to get your team to the Super Bowl. You want to be the savior. You saw his wife when he scored his first touchdown of the game. She was jumping, and everybody was cheering because it was the first quarter, and it looked like they were going to put a lot of points on the board. But after that, as the snow started to accumulate, there was a lot of thoughts on how they were going to run and play position football and use their wide receivers, use them in slants. And the one thing I could say about the New England Patriots is their defense is as good as any defense in the NFL, especially their rushing defense. Their running game defense. They're the best stopping team in the NFL. And their pass rush, I think, is ranked in the top 10, top 12 in all of the NFL. And that goes, you have to give a lot of cheer to Vrabel. Mike Vrabel is a great defensive mind, great defensive coordinator. He comes from the Bill Belichick era. Bill Belichick coached him. He was a linebacker. He played some offense over there. And that's why it was very interesting how they were using a lot of defensive linemen in the offensive style of game. And it was interesting. It was cat and mouse. Mike Vrabel he's been an accomplished coach. He's been a coach of the year before. And Sean Payton, who's one of the best offensive minds the NFL has ever seen. And you would have thought, hey, Drake May is the better quarterback. Drake May is going to have a sensational game. Drake May has not looked good in 3 weeks. I'm sorry. All you Drake May fans, and I'm not saying Drake May is not an accomplished quarterback and he's not going to be a star quarterback in this league. He's proven to be a good quarterback. But to even put him in the same conversation as a Matthew Stafford or a Josh Allen or a Lamar Jackson or a Patrick Mahomes, that's ridiculous. Because in the last 3 weeks against good, talented teams that are elite teams in the AFC, he hasn't looked good. And that, to me, tells a lot about a player. I understand they won 9 games consecutively away. Great. Who did they beat? Who did the Patriots beat?
But you said the same thing in our group chat. And do you think his numbers were inflated too because of what his schedule was?
I think, obviously, I mean, they had the 5th easiest schedule in NFL history. Think about that. In all the years of the NFL, this is one of the easiest schedules any quarterback had to go through in a season. And that, to me, says a lot about the New England Patriots season.
Does that show you how good Drake May is or not?
No, it shows you that, to me, he's a good quarterback. But to say that he's an elite quarterback already and that he's an MVP candidate, no. Because obviously you play who's ever on your schedule. And I know a lot of people are going to attack this take. Well, it was on his schedule. He had to play the Jets twice. He had to play the Miami Dolphins twice. He had to play this team once and Jaguars and all these crappy. At the time when he played the Jaguars are not playing good football. The Jaguars didn't transition their season until the second half of the season. The Jaguars were a bad team. It was when the Gremlin went down was when everything transformed for them in week 10, week 11.
Just the spark they needed.
Yeah, probably. I mean, honestly, when you look at the tale of two tapes, it really was a third-string quarterback that hasn't played a big game in his career against a quarterback that also hasn't played a big game in his career. But guess what? When you're looking and trying to compare that quarterback to this quarterback, there's no comparison. Drake May is the elite quarterback, as they claimed he was. And here's the thing. I hate analysts. And I wasn't Tom Brady. Thank God it wasn't Tom Brady. I don't know. And I heard there was some of these analysts that were calling the game saying that Tom Brady says that Drake May is so much like him. Well, how do you know that? Drake May's been in the league for 2 years. What do you know about Drake May? Tom, unless you're hanging out with him, you're eating some tea and crumpets with him. I don't know what you do over there if you hang out in New England and Boston still. I know he's traveling every single week. He's doing calls every single week. He works with the Raiders. So I doubt he's on the phone with Robert Kraft. Maybe he's hanging out with Bill Belichick, and they're talking about how Drake May is equal to him or something like him. Because to me, Drake May's strength is totally different from Tom Brady's. Tom Brady was not a mobile quarterback. Drake May is. Drake May has speed. Tom Brady couldn't run. And that's the difference. Drake May's dangerous when he gets room to move and use the pocket to use his legs. And that's what you saw on Sunday. Drake May could not throw the ball. He's not been as accurate. And you saw it even early in the game when the snow wasn't coming down. He wasn't accurate. He hasn't been accurate really throughout the playoffs. And I told everybody that once he plays against elite defensive teams, it's going to be a problem. He really didn't really have that all season long. Yes, it's a great accomplishment what the Patriots have done in breaking records. Mike Vrabel, I wouldn't say he was shocked, but he kind of looked like that after they won and they knocked off the Broncos. After they stopped him in the interception by Gonzalez and he knew it was over. He was dancing on the sidelines. He really thought that Stidham was going to get the ball down the field. And how about that? How about was it a punt block? What was it?
A muff punt.
A muff punt, which I believe, no, actually, it wasn't the muff punt that cost them the touchdown. It was Stidham throwing a back, cross lateral. What was it?
Oh, you're right. Yeah, it was that weird fumble, like read option play or whatever.
It was whatever it was, but he tried to throw the ball away, and he tried to get it over with the overhand, and he threw it backwards. It was a backwards lateral, and obviously it was called intentional grounding. And then the referees were talking, and of course, who got the call? The Patriots. They always get the call, and I don't know if anybody understands this, but that changed the game. That one play changed the whole perception of the game. That one stupid play. Now, I'm not saying Stidham. I thought he threw his hands were over. It didn't look like it was a backwards lateral. It didn't look like it. But you could call it either way. But I knew as soon as the referees got a chance to stand with each other, they were going to call it on the Patriots side. As soon as that happened on the 10-yard line or 12-yard line, I knew the Patriots were going to drive the ball in. And as soon as they did, I knew that the game was over. Because I was reading as the game was going through from one quarter to another that the snow was going to get worse and worse and worse. And they showed it. The analysts showed from the first quarter, 3 minutes in, to the second quarter with 5 minutes in, to the third quarter with 8 minutes in. They showed you from one quarter to another how bad the ground was getting. And the groundskeeper had the blowers. They were trying to, you couldn't even spot where the ball was when they were kicking the ball. The punt kickers were kicking it. You couldn't even spot it. That's how bad the field was. And Brittany was telling me, he said, they should call the game. And they're not, I said, they're professional football players. And the only time they call the game or they hold up a game is if there's lightning. There's no way they're calling this game. There's no way. And I know the Patriots knew that as soon as the second quarter came around and they could have that lead, they were going to hold on to it because the second half was just absolutely horrible to watch. It was horrible. Kickers were missing. Punters couldn't get the ball down the field. It was so bad to watch. I understand the snow was bad. I understand that the groundskeeping wasn't really as good as I bet you the Broncos thought it was going to be with the blowers on the ground. I don't think that the Broncos really believed that the ground was going to be as bad as it was. But here's the facts. Ramondre Stevenson was probably the best running back, was probably the best player on the field the whole day. And a lot of Patriot fans told me, why did I draft Ramondre Stevenson in my drafts? In two of my drafts, which, by the way, I won at 2 out of the 3. And both teams I had Ramondre Stevenson. Was he great this year? He wasn't great. But I needed Ramondre Stevenson in certain weeks. He gave me a significant portion of points. This guy could either go by the bulk or he could be really, really bad, and he's a fumble guy. But I believe that in the second half of the season, especially the last 8 games of the season, he didn't fumble the ball once. And he was so impressive that in the late in the third quarter, going into the fourth quarter, they just kept giving the rock to Ramondre Stevenson. He was getting yard after yard. I know 71 yards doesn't really stand out, but in a game like that, it stood up a lot because there was not a lot of yards. There was not a lot of offense. So the offense had to come somewhere, and it came from Ramondre Stevenson. That's what really stood out to me. Christian Gonzalez is a beast. He also got beat by Sutton. He was the guy that was defending Sutton when he caught that ball. So he didn't look good in the first half, but in the second half, obviously the snow definitely boded well for both teams, defensively. Gonzalez, when he needed to make a play and when he needs to make a play, this guy is as good as any corner in the NFL. And that goes back to what I said last week. A lot of teams passed up on this kid for some reason. He fell to what, number 17?
Yeah.
Number 17. It was Bill Belichick's last pick. And it's a say hurrah or say sarah to the Patriots because he gave them a gift that is going to be there for the next 10 years. This guy is going to be, he's as good as Patrick Surtain. He's as good as any cornerback that we can compare him to. Stingley, this guy might win Defensive Player of the Year one way or another in the next few years. That's how good he is. But it was horrible quarterback play calling. Horrible. And honestly, Drake May did not look good. Stidham did not look good, which was expected, by the way. And to me, if Drake May plays like this in a Super Bowl, oh my God, the Seahawks are going to eat them up alive. They got to put up points. Seattle is a team that's going to put up a lot of points. They're a great defensive team. They're going to be able to put pressure on him through the gaps. I think this might be one of those Super Bowl games, as we remember the Rams and the Patriots. What a coinkydink in 2018, where the Rams were the best offensive team. The Patriots were the best defensive team. And the Patriots winded up beating them 13-3. I don't even think it's going to be that close. And I'll get into the Seattle game and how fun the Seattle game was. It went back and forth. A couple of mistakes cost, I think, the Rams a chance to move on to the Super Bowl. I will get into that, but I thought the game-changing play that changed the outcome of this game, everybody's saying the field goal, and Sean Payton should have went for that field goal. It definitely affected the game. If he kicked that, it goes to overtime. The thing that changed the game was the back. What do they call that? A back lateral?
Yeah, backwards pass.
Whatever they call that play, which they called it, and into the Patriots' favor, that changed the game. As soon as the Patriots scored there, the game was over.
Yeah, two things I think define it for me. You mentioned Ramondre Stevenson. That was one. Even though his numbers are not eye-popping, he averaged 2.8 yards a carry. His second efforts on a lot of those runs were very important to wear out that Broncos interior defensive line and even the linebackers at that second level. Alex Singleton was not playing 100% as it was. And then even their safety play with Hufanga, too. They had to move him around just to make sure that they could stop the outside run, but they couldn't stop the inside run. And again, I'll give the Patriots offensive line some credit, too. They were, I thought, outmatched on talent on paper. That's why I thought the Broncos, this game was as ugly as I thought. So I thought that kind of thing benefited the Broncos to win the game. But the Patriots offensive line still held their own in run blocking at times. But I thought it was really Ramondre Stevenson in the second effort. And then, like you said, their pass rush against a Broncos offensive line that was top 5 in the NFL this year. And they were number 1 in a lot of metrics. Actually got a lot of good pressure. Granted, again, Jarrett Stidham's not as experienced of a quarterback. It's his first start since 2023 with the Broncos. He was playing when Russell Wilson was benched controversially with that whole injury clause contract. And I think he beat some good teams in that stretch, but he hadn't played in 2 years, and he's playing in an AFC Championship game in the snow, in swirling snow conditions. Like, the wind was really bad even in the first half before the snow really picked up. So that kind of thing is really hard for a quarterback to be able to throw in those kinds of conditions. And like you said, early in the game, he had that great throw to Mims. He had the touchdown to Sutton, which looked very sharp, but didn't have any other sharp throws after that. But the offensive line, I think, for the Broncos kind of didn't hold their own the way they should. The defense, I think, did well, obviously, on the pressure centric. But I think the Patriots, considering their disadvantage in the trenches I thought they had, still held their own enough.
It's all about rhythm. It's all about rhythm when it comes to the quarterback play. And in the first quarter, I thought Stidham had great rhythm. But for some reason, Sean Payton is one of the God screens when it comes to the guy that calls the plays and gets his quarterback in the good position. I don't know what happened. I really don't, because Stidham is not a star quarterback. He's not a number 1. He's not really a number 2 on any other roster. I know the Patriots loved him and they wanted to bring him. I heard during the game that the Patriots made an offer to him last season, and the Broncos offered him more, so he stayed with the Broncos. He's been with the Broncos for 3 years. My thought is that Sean Payton in the second half was going to get Stidham in a position where he was going to make valuable, important plays, short passes, get him back, that rhythm, so he can start putting the ball down the field. I just never saw it. I didn't see it. I know the snow. I know that's an excuse. And like I said, my word, God scream. The God scream here is that Payton is a God. And he's screaming on the sidelines, trying to make sure that his guys are protecting him. And they weren't. He was sacked a couple of times where I thought this is one of the, if not the best offensive line in PFF all season long. You would have thought that they were going to use an extra offensive lineman or use an extra tight end to protect him, so we gave him a little bit more time. They just couldn't. And that front seven of the Patriots put a lot of pressure on him in the second half, because they knew that the snow was going to affect his game. They knew that the wind was going to affect his game, and it did.
Yeah, and you look at a coach, too, that I know he's been with the Broncos now 3 years, but a coach that's coached all of his other previous playoff games besides the one last year, with the Saints, a dome team, a Southern team, and even a lot of the opponents they faced, a lot of them, besides the Eagles, I think, were all warm weather teams, too. The Rams who they played, the Cowboys, all these teams, the Vikings that they played, these are all dome teams. So he wasn't even used to that kind of thing. You mentioned him not kind of preparing the weather as much as you would think for a guy that's an experienced coach. And I think that affected them definitely. And the other thing, too, is I think getting away from what he does best. A lot of those second running backs, the tight ends were not involved. Evan Engram had that one nice catch in the first or second quarter, and then they never used him after that.
I'm blaming Sean Payton for this loss.
I don't like a lot of the usage of those other guys. And when Harvey was struggling, like, go to Jaleel McLaughlin, go to some of these other running backs, or you use Mims as a running
had
back.
too much trust in Harvey all game long, and Harvey was not getting enough yardage. He was forcing it up the middle, and even in the second half when he couldn't run, if you know Harvey hasn't been efficient, you have two other running backs that can run the ball, and that's why I thought going into the game, if J.K. Dobbins plays, maybe the game and the score is a little bit different. J.K. Dobbins, it could do so many other things that I believe Harvey cannot do. And Harvey's a rookie. He's a young player. And you put a lot of pressure on him. And Sean Payton should have to or should know, understanding the position as a quarterback and even some of the rookies that he has in the game, that they're going to make mistakes and made valuable, important mistakes in the game, which cost them the game. I blame this loss for the Broncos because they should have won this game. Even with Jarrett Stidham, they should have won this game if it wasn't for Sean Payton. Sean Payton is the reason why the Broncos are not moving on to Super Bowl 60.
And you mentioned the corners too. Like, they have two other good corners too, with Marcus Jones in the slot and Carlton Davis, who played very well towards the end of the season too. And so you want to attack linebackers and safeties if you want to beat the Patriots, and they just didn't do that. Get Fish.
Should have at least been in overtime if they kicked the field goal when they're on the 6-yard line. It's you can't get a lot of points in the snow, and the game started out perfect for Sean Payton and the Broncos. We talked about it last week. What do they have to do? They have to get up early, and then they have to wear them down with the run. What they can't have is a quarterback pretending he's playing Madden, running backwards 30 yards, trying to do something that's too much, and then can't get a grip on the ball and does this fumble backwards lateral, and then the whole strategy is gone. And once it was tied, now they have to take chances with a quarterback that, look, Drake May is going to finish second probably in the MVP this year. He didn't even get 100 yards passing in this game because of the elements that they had to play in. So what was Jarrett Stidham going to do? You know what I mean? So they really had no margin for error, like, at all. It kind of reminded me, Speedy, of those Giants teams a couple of years ago when they just, you had to somehow get a lead and then hang on for dear life and hope the other team would make more mistakes. That's the only way the Giants won games for a couple of years. It felt like that's what the Broncos had to do, and they had who's better than Sean Payton at orchestrating an opening drive to get a touchdown? What a great drive that was, with a big shot to Mims, and then the play that you've seen them do a million times, having Sutton get inside of, get like a little rub and getting to the back corner of the end zone. Just a beautiful play. I think they did it to the Jets a couple of years ago.
He beat Gonzalez. Yeah.
It's not even about beating him. Like, the first drive, they're going to do something where, like, it's confusing how to cover it, until you see it the first time. So every time you call a play the first time in the game, they haven't seen it that game. So it's more likely you're going to get it done. That's why you see teams that maybe don't have a good offense score on that first drive. Brian Daboll had a lot of first drives that scored, and a lot of games where they never scored again after that.
Except for the one year where the Giants didn't score a first quarter touchdown until like week 10. I think his second year in the league or something.
Yeah, well, he had kind of a come down to earth moment.
Why do you always bring the Giants? Why are we talking about?
Well, it's because I'm a Giants fan and I'm plagued by having these memories.
Shows, ladies and gentlemen. Every time he wants to compare a team, he compares them to the Giants.
Well, it's what I know best, but and they have the same colors for the most part. But look, the Patriots, you got to give it to them. That was just willing themselves to win. What a great defensive game plan by just keeping everything in front of them, making this guy who they knew was going to make mistakes eventually make those mistakes. And they won. Great for them. Now they get to go to the Super Bowl. Probably the least impressive, though, Errol, like AFC representative we've had in a long time.
Oh, it's horrible. That just shows you how weak the AFC is. And if you're a Jet fan, you should be excited. If you're a team that has been so bad over the years, the Browns, right now the Browns can't find a coach, but that's a whole nother thing. But I mean, all the bad teams in the AFC, it could be wide open in the future because all these teams are nowhere close to the talent and the upside of the NFC. If you think about it, the Eagles didn't play well offensively this year, but they were really, really good. I mean, the Buccaneers were up and down all season long, but they're really, really good. I mean, Atlanta's going to be really, really good next year. Look at that division with San Francisco and Seattle and the Rams. I mean, the North, the Lions didn't make the playoffs. You don't think the Lions are going to be better next year? They're going to be really good next year. That Green Bay Packers, when they get Micah back, they're going to be really good. So the NFC is loaded and the AFC is weak. That's why the Patriots are where they are. Say whatever you want. If you're a Patriot fan, I'm not knocking down the Patriots. Here's the facts. The Patriots had an easy schedule, just like the Jets did. Now the Jets obviously have a lot more positions they need to fill in than the Patriots do. And again, Aaron Glenn is a new coach. Mike Vrabel was a successful coach in Tennessee, won Coach of the Year, built a team to make the playoffs almost every other year. So it's not like Tennessee, Mike Vrabel's never been here before. And he won multiple Super Bowls with the New England Patriots as a linebacker. So I'm not going back and forth and saying that the AFC is as bad as I'm making it out to be. I'm just saying that if you're a fan of any team in the AFC over the next couple of years, I'm going to tell you guys this right now. In football, there could be a quick transition, a quick one. And the New York Jets, the Browns, the Pittsburgh Steelers with their Mike McCarthy, we'll get into that a little bit later. A lot of these different teams that are trying to crawl, even the Kansas City Chiefs, if they get Patrick Mahomes back and they add some pieces in the offseason. Why couldn't they go to the Super Bowl next year? I am guaranteeing you the Patriots will not be in the Super Bowl next year. Not the way they've played in the playoffs all since they've gotten here. So they have been as bad of a team in the playoffs since the defense has played well. Offensively, they've been putrid. They've been really, really bad. And that's all I'm going to say about that. I don't want to hear about the snow. I don't want to hear about both teams had to play that way. There's no excuse. You're Drake May, and you're an MVP candidate. You're going out there, you're stepping into your passes, and you're making your passes. He did not. 3 weeks in a row. He did not. I'm sorry. He did not. That's all I'm going to say.
All right, before we move on to the next game, we have the legend of the geese on the phone, Mr. Kenny.
Kenny, what's up, buddy?
I remember you were on my how you guys doing? I remember you were the producer on my show and said I was crazy for picking the Pats and the Seahawks to win both games.
Would you stick a
Errol got it right. Josh and I got it wrong. We both had the other
I
way
called
around.
And you're the experts?
All right. So, hold on.
Errol won the pick'em this year.
I did the pick'em. And by the way,
hold
hold on, Mr. Big Mouth over there. Don't attack me on my show and say that I didn't pick the right. Well, you just
no. He went for me.
All right. So just so you know,
wrong. You were right. He was wrong. I didn't know about your picks.
So I picked the Patriots and I picked Seattle to go to the Super Bowl this year. That's what I picked.
When the playoffs began, in my head, I predicted the same thing because I'm like, Rams and Broncos, best ones on paper in the first season, not going to be the best in this season. The other two, those two are going to be the best.
I'm going to tell you this right now. If Buffalo played in that game, Buffalo wins. They go to the Super Bowl. If Josh Allen, hold on, Kenny.
Team, so they were a little lacking.
Kenny, if Buffalo played in that game and it wasn't the Broncos, Josh Allen would have put up at least 20-something points in that game. And if he did, they win that game. Because I've seen Josh Allen play in the snow, and I've seen him play bad in the snow, but he wouldn't have played that bad. I've never seen Josh Allen play that bad in a snow game. And I remember when Diggs was on that team and they lost in that game in a snowstorm against the Bengals. He didn't look that bad in the Bengals game.
It was the first of like 6 hissy fits he had.
Yeah, but I remember it.
This does prove that the experts aren't always right. All of them. Some of them.
Nobody.
Yes.
Here's the thing.
Nobody's always right.
I'm going to tell you this, like I've told everybody, and now everybody's starting to believe it. I think sports is rigged. I've been saying that for a very, very long time. Look what changed that game. What changed the outcome of that game? Speedy, what have I been saying?
Yeah, you were talking about the backwards pass turn.
Hold on, Kenny. Let me speak. Stop cutting me off. How much do you smoke tonight? How much do you smoke?
Okay, I'll shut up.
All right, let me finish. The first thing that I said on my monologue, was what do I believe changed that game? And that was the call that the referees took back. They called it intentional grounding, and then all of a sudden the referees came together because Vrabel was complaining and crying on the sidelines, and then all of a sudden, within 3 minutes, it was a backwards lateral. It goes to the Patriots on the 12-yard line. That changed the game, and that one play helped the Patriots move on to the Super Bowl. That one play.
That comes down to calls.
It's the referees. It comes down to the referees and the calls. Why do you think the Buffalo Bills are not in the AFC title game? Because of that horrible call. Horrible call. Cooks caught that ball, and he got it ripped out of his hands by McMillan.
Yep.
And that's what happened. That was the change of the game.
I watched that. It was freaking terrible. And I'm like, I was rooting for the Bills too. And I'm like, damn it, they can't even win.
The fact here is, Kenny, in the NFL, the referees have every bit of the power to change the outcome of a game. And I don't think it's a coincidence that what changed that outcome of the game was that backwards lateral. And it was. That was the outcome of the game. That one play. Because if they don't score, that touchdown, they never score a touchdown, and the game ends 7-3. That's it.
I thought even if they don't play the best, guarantee by the time we get to them, they're going to make the Super Bowl. Calls are going to go their way. Something's going to go their way.
We all know.
So that's why I figured when I picked them right at the beginning of the playoffs, I'm like, when they are in the right game, it always goes their way.
All right, how are you doing, Kenny? Before we let you go, where have you been? You disappear off the face of the earth.
How's everybody doing?
We're good, man. Jabba? We're good. Jabba's good. I don't know what happened to him.
His internet's been glitchy all night.
Oh, that doesn't sound good.
How's Fish?
Fish is good. He was in and out. He's been in and out of the camera. Yeah. He's good. We're all good.
What's up, Kenny?
How's the break time sports guy doing? He's one of my favorite segments.
Which one is that?
That's also Fish.
Oh yeah, Fish is in and out. Obviously you can't hear him, but he said, "What's up to you?" He said, "What's up to you?"
That's cool, man.
Yes, he loves you, and hopefully, have you been chasing anything? Dogs, cats? What have you been chasing?
Right,
moose,
for
geese?
The first time in many seasons, Blush is joining me for the Super Bowl game.
Who? What?
One of his co-hosts.
What the hell's Blush?
My friend Blush.
It's his friend.
So he works for the Jets.
He works for the Jets? I've never heard of him.
He does part of their Twitter page.
Okay. So Blush is going with you to the Super Bowl? Is that what you're saying?
No. He's going to join my show.
Oh, okay. So Blush and you are going to hang out and shoot the you-know-what with each other.
And talk about the Super Bowl game coming up.
Just make sure he's not wearing any robes on the show or any of that stuff.
Okay, definitely not. And he's real professional, and we're going to talk a little bit about his new book.
Okay.
Briefly. And we're going to talk about
smoking weed?
No, we're going to talk about that conference finals. The bag.
I mean, you're all about that. I mean, how's everything going? Are you? The last time we had you on the show, you weren't drinking. You stopped drinking. Are you back to drinking?
No, just vacations, special occasions, and holidays.
Oh yeah, what a holiday? What
Monday holidays?
All right, so where was it? Where was the last weekend? Where was the last vacation you were at?
Visited my sister last year.
So you haven't drank since last year?
What?
So you haven't drank since last year?
No, I do special occasions and holidays.
Oh yeah. What do you drink? A bottle, 2 bottles, 3 bottles? What do you drink?
No, I'm drinking a full bottle of liquor or anything.
What are you doing tonight? Are you hanging out? You smoking a little weed? What are you doing? I know you get high. You get high. You get high a lot.
I get to my dinner, so.
There you go. You eat you smoke a little bit, get a joint, smoke a blunt, whatever you do, and then you go out there and you eat yourself a nice steak, right? What are you eating for dinner tonight, Ken?
No, I mean chicken parm.
Chicken parmesan. Oh,
with sweet potato fries.
Ooh, I like sweet potato fries. You got to have that honey mustard, baby. You got to have that honey mustard.
I kind of like them plain with ketchup.
Ew. Sweet potato fries with ketchup?
And it tastes great.
Oh, stop. You do not put ketchup on sweet potato fries, Kenny.
Why not?
Because it's got a bad aftertaste to it. Kenny,
not for me. I mean, maybe you're buying them and stuff.
Well, you're right, Kenny. How many times do you brush your teeth every single week, Kenny?
Twice.
A week?
Twice a week, Kenny?
That's cool.
No, a day. Per day.
I love you, Kenny. Yeah, I love messing with you. Kenny, when are you going to come up here? When are we going to see you again?
I don't know.
You don't know. Well, that speaks very highly of who you are. I don't know. I just smoked enough today. How many bags have you smoked?
My question to you guys is, when you're not doing a show, you ever go out to Redondo Beach?
I've been to Redondo Beach, yes. Why? Is there something there, Geese?
No, I don't mean Redondo Beach. I mean Rockaway Park. You ever go to Rockaway Park?
Yeah, of course I've been to Rockaway Park. Why?
Maybe I can meet you at the beach this summer. Because
all right, let's go.
Cool,
all right, so listen.
There's some cool bars I've been to. I've been to at least one. And I got friends that live around there. So
that's a pretty good picture, Fish.
It's too cold to go to the beach. It was in the summer.
Well, first of all, you want to go to a beach? We have to chase. We got to chase geese. We have to do that. We have to accomplish.
There's no cool bands near there. Like really, my favorite band in the hardcore scene, Butterbrain, was right.
Butterbrain?
Rockaway
There is
Drive.
a band called Butterbrain.
Yeah. It's
Oh,
a
yeah?
hardcore band. The
Yeah.
one and only.
Yeah. What do they scream
Only
like?
one band.
Ah!
It's only
And they're
one
like
band
ready to
that
rip your
sings
head
the
off or
horn
something.
section. They've got like 4 horns. It's quite a lot.
Wow. 4 horns. That's 4
2
horns I don't want to
saxophones.
hear. You know?
2 saxophones, 1 trumpet.
I like the
and 1
saxophone.
trombone.
Speedy plays the
Yeah,
saxophone.
you did. All through high school, I played this. Both alto and tenor.
Yep. Alto,
One of the
tenor,
saxophone
asser, all that
players-
stuff. Yeah.
That's not a saxophone, but okay, keep telling
One of the
yourself that.
sax players also sings. She's a singer, and they have a
Oh, so she
sax
sings
player
while
that-
she blows on the saxophone. I've never seen that
that
before.
plays
That's pretty good.
longer. He plays throughout the whole song.
Oh, wow. So she sings and plays the saxophone all throughout the. How is that
No,
possible?
no. They have 2 sax players.
Okay. So she sings
They've
and
even
plays the
jammed
saxophone.
with. They've toured and recorded with Angelo Moore from Fishbone.
Oh, all right. I like that.
They even played a free show at the Bowery with him as a special guest.
All right,
Live
Kenny.
there.
All right, listen. Enjoy your Parmesan. All right. Enjoy your sweet potato fries with ketchup, which is about to make me hurl. Okay. Enjoy it. Enjoy it, my friend. And smoke a lot of trees for all of us tonight. And make sure you just blindside yourself and you can doze off wherever you want to doze off. By the way, do you have that girl? I mean, I know you were talking to a girl at that time. Are you hook up with her or something? Or what's going on with that?
No, I think she might have scammed me on that.
Where did you meet her? On Plenty of Fish?
Nobody's tried.
Tinder?
Nobody's me yet, man.
Bumble? Did she sting you in the
No,
ass?
somewhere else, man.
Oh,
Where that
where
girl?
did the
Kenny Fish is roasting you in our private chat. Her name was Batateo.
Maybe you were talking about Tateo. I mean, I know he's out there on the social media market looking for a nice, beautiful woman.
I gotta go, guys. Have a great show.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kenny.
Kenny, we love you.
I'll be out there listening somewhere.
Keep 2. Keep 2. I don't need keep 2 or keep it up and use it too. That's a good slogan for him. Keep it up and use it too.
All right.
You like that?
All right.
Kenny from where is he from?
White Plains.
White Plains. Keep it up and smoke it too. How's that? Is that good?
All right.
Keep it up and smoke it too. Keep it up and smoke it too. What's that band called? Blonde what? Blonde heads?
I
or
can
something?
barely hear him with what the name.
Blonde
band name was.
butts?
I'll have to get that from him over.
Blonde
text.
finger in his ass. Anyways, unlike the first game, there was plenty of offense in the NFC Championship game. The Seattle Seahawks defeated the LA Rams 31-27 to reach the Super Bowl for the first time since 2014. Both teams' superstar receivers showed why they were first team all pros as Jaxson Smith-Njigba. I call him Jaxson Jig, but I'm not going to call him. I'm going to give him his full name as we're putting his full name. Actually, I'm going to call him GSN. Had 10 catches for 153 yards and a key touchdown before the half. Puka Nacua had 9 catches for 165 yards and a touchdown, burning cornerback Tyreek Woolen. And I'll get into that, which was an absolute debacle by him. One play after he got a taunting penalty, which extended the Rams drive, keeping them in the game. Both quarterbacks played great. The MVP favorite, Matthew Stafford, throwing for 374 yards and 3 touchdowns, while Sam Darnold, yes, you heard it, Sammy baby, which I'm about to hurl, finally solved his Sean McVay situation and the defense and had 346 yards and 3 touchdowns. The biggest play in the game was a special teams blunder by the Rams punt returner, Xavier Smith, muffing a punt deep in their own territory, putting the Rams behind and playing catch up the rest of the game. Rams coach Sean McVay received criticism on 2 things in the fourth quarter, going for the 4th and 4 from the 6-yard line, down by 4, rather than kicking a field goal, and using a timeout rather than challenging a controversial catch by Cooper Kupp on the following drive. The Seahawks opened as a minus 4.5 favorite for the Super Bowl against the Patriots, who they famously lost against Malcolm Butler's interception, as we remember, in the Super Bowl back in 2014. All right. This was a great game. It was offense versus offense, and when the Seattle Seahawks needed to make a defensive play, they did. The part of this game that really stood out to me was that blunder by Woolen. Woolen was taunting the Rams. After it was 4th and 12, they were getting off the field. After he was the guy that stopped Puka Nacua, he went over there to the Rams sidelines and started talking a lot of crap. And what did the referees do? They called him for a taunting penalty, which is 15 yards, put him in position on the 30. And what did Matthew Stafford do after that? He forced the ball to Puka Nacua, and he made an unbelievable grab. I'm going to say this. Mistakes could cost a team a championship. And then we saw a lot of players on the sidelines attacking Woolen, and they were pulling some of the players away from Woolen because Woolen was, yapping his mouth. And Tyreek Woolen is one of the best corners in the league. He's one of the best secondary players. You could put him at safety. We've seen them do that. He plays corner. He plays multiple positions on this team and on this roster. He is a big part of why the Seattle Seahawks are as good as they are. They're not the Legion of Boom as far as the secondary is concerned, but they're very talented, very fast. But here's the thing. Sean McVay has had Sam Darnold's number for the last couple of years. When he was with Minnesota, and now that he's been with the Seattle Seahawks. They played him twice this year. And, Sam has made a lot of mistakes in those games. But in this game, in the biggest time, in the biggest position of his career, he needed to show up. And boy, oh boy, did this man show up. I don't know if anybody knows this. Sam Darnold, in the last 3 seasons of football, has over 30 wins and only 7 losses. 30 wins and 7 losses. Think about that. Sam Darnold has been as elite in the NFL in the last 3 years as any quarterback in the league. I'm talking about his San Francisco time. I'm talking about his time with Minnesota. And now I'm talking about his time now with the Seattle Seahawks. He has been as good as any quarterback in the NFL in the last 3 years, or 2.5 years, because he was only playing for San Francisco for half a season. The fact here is he found himself. It took him a while. I have a story that's up on the Worldwide Sports Radio Network. You can check it out. As a Jet fan, you can't be happy. You do not want to see Sam Darnold. As much as I'm going to be rooting for Sam to knock off the Patriots, you do not want to see Sam Darnold go and ride off into the sunset and win a Super Bowl when the Jets. That could have been the Jets. Could have. If the Jets decided not to trade him for a 2nd and a 4th round pick. But here's the facts. Davante Adams had a couple of good grabs. But here is why they lost the game. This is why the Rams lost the game. Sean McVay's play calling. You want to go after guys like Sean Payton? Maybe it was just the weekend for the Seans that just screwed up. Sean Payton didn't make the right calls in positions that he should have made the right calls in a game that was very, very close. And the same thing goes for Sean McVay. Sean McVay had a lot of blunders in this game, and not even the ones that were in the 4th quarter. Before the half was over, there was a lot of questions on some of his play calling, and obviously you saw Matthew Stafford once again calling and putting his hands up and saying, I got this, I got this, I got this. Sean Payton and Matthew Stafford has had problems all season long figuring out who's calling the plays in the huddle. And you saw it again in the NFC title game. Now, that doesn't mean that this can't work. That doesn't mean that the Rams can't run it back next year with Davante Adams and win a Super Bowl. They absolutely could. And I think Matthew Stafford had one of his best seasons of his career. So why couldn't he do it again next year if he wants to? He is going to be 38 next year. The fact here is the secondary players, besides Njigba, besides Puka, the secondary players on the Seattle Seahawks were better than the secondary players on the Rams. Walker was unbelievable. Unbelievable. Running through the defensive line of the Rams. The Rams defense has not looked good in about 4 weeks. They have been bad since the last 2 or 3 games of the season. I don't know what happened to their defense. This defense was elite. Elite all season long. This was one of the better defenses in the league. And I don't know what happened to Sean McVay and the way they were calling plays all throughout the playoffs. But they were not good because Walker was just doing whatever he wanted on the ground. Whatever he wanted. He wanted to run through. He found holes. This offensive line, by the way, Seattle's offensive line, they've never had an offensive line with the Legion of Boom in the 2014 season. This offensive line is the best offensive line the Seattle Seahawks have ever have since I remember their existence. Since I was a kid with Sean Alexander on the team. This is the best offensive line that I have seen the Seattle Seahawks have. And it showed. It showed on Sunday. And they love Sam Darnold. His teammates love Sam Darnold. Sam Darnold loves where he is. And you look back right now of Matthew Stafford's year. I'm not going to blame Matthew Stafford for this loss. This isn't Matthew Stafford's fault. This isn't Puka Nacua's fault. This isn't Devontae Adams' fault. This is the coaching staff. They had a chance to win the game. They made mistakes. Teams make mistakes. Champions don't. Sean McVay is a champion. Matthew Stafford is a champion. Like I said, I'm not blaming Matthew Stafford. But Sean McVay's been there before. He understands how to win these close games. You have McDonald, who's never been in a game like this before in his career as a head coach. Ever. And he outcoached and outdueled one of the best offensive minds in the NFL right now. And I'll say this about Sean McVay. Sean McVay has won a Super Bowl, so I'm not going to take shots at him. He's not Kyle Shanahan. He's not. Kyle Shanahan has been to 3 Super Bowls, and 2 as a head coach and 1 as an offensive coordinator, and he's failed. This man has been to 2 Super Bowls, lost 1, and won 1. And he had a chance to go to his 3rd Super Bowl in about, I would say, 10 years. That's a lot for 10 years. And he's failed to do it except once, to win 1. And again, I'm going back to the Seahawks. The Seahawks did everything right, except some of the the penalties that were handed to their defense. There was a lot of chatter. There was a lot of back and forth pushing after the play. Seattle was behind it, and Seattle's always been known to do that. And McDonald preaches that. Anybody that's watched Seattle all season long after the game, you listen to McDonald's conference or his press conferences, media conferences, or even when he's talking to his team. He wants them to play hard. He wants them to play rough. That's the way he coaches these guys. And I believe the Baltimore Ravens lost that when McDonald decided to take the coaching job over there in Seattle. This team believes in themselves. This team understands the talent that they have. And Njigba showed you why. He is an elite wide receiver. Njigba showed you why they decided to part ways with DK Metcalf. Now, I don't know if Schneider believed that Njigba was going to be this good. I didn't think that Njigba was going to be this good. I know he came from Ohio State, and a lot of successful wide receivers came from Ohio State. But I did not think at one point in his career he was going to have almost close to 2,000 yards and was going to be one of the top 3 wide receivers in the league. And he was going to be one of the top 3 or 5 wide receivers in the league for the next 10 years if he keeps this up. He's still very young, 24, 25 years old. He could play another 10 years at the way he plays this game. He's one of the best route runners I've ever seen. And he has one on his team that arguably was the best route runner in the league for 3 years. And he's done it, and he did it in Wisconsin. Well, not Wisconsin, I'm sorry. Washington, in his hometown, knocking off his team in the Rams, who drafted him in the 4th round. Yes, Cooper Kupp, who, by the way, had an important touchdown in this game. Cooper Kupp gave the Rams the one thing the Rams thought that Cooper Kupp couldn't do anymore. Gave him points. And boy, those points meant everything. Because after the Woolen penalty and Puka Nacua putting in the end zone, it looked like everything was favoring back to the Rams side. But it didn't. You know why? Sam Darnold. Sam Darnold was the factor of this game. It was not Njigba. It wasn't Walker and how he ran the ball. It was his presence, his understanding how to run this offense, his understanding on the essence of playing this position at a high level. And nobody in New York thought that this kid could do that. Nobody. He saw ghosts in New England, and he's known for that. He'll always be known for that. And he's got a chance to end those ghosts and those calls and those stories if he knocks off the same team that he said that against after the game. And that's the New England Patriots. And boy, oh boy, that would be great to see Sam Darnold ending the Patriots season and telling him to say Sarah, Sarah, and sing that song, because he'll be hoisting that Lombardi trophy. And he says, there's no more ghosts. There's just angels. He has been everything to the Seattle Seahawks all season long. I love the kid. I always did love the kid. I didn't want the Jets to trade him. It bothered me when the Jets traded him. I liked Zach Wilson. I did. But I didn't think he was going to be Sam Darnold. There was something about Sam Darnold. All those times that everybody was talking about the Jets season, suck for Sam. They did. And teams passed up on him. The Browns passed up on him. They drafted Baker Mayfield. And the Giants didn't need a quarterback at the time. So I knew the Jets were getting Sam Darnold. I knew it. And every Jet fan was happy. And to this day, I wonder if the Jets are thinking maybe that was the wrong decision. Joe Douglas, after Sam Darnold winning that game last today, was that the right move for the New York Jets organization? They never gave him anything. Who was his best wide receiver?
Robbie Anderson.
Robbie Anderson. Look who he's throwing to right now. Jaxson Smith-Njigba. Robbie Anderson couldn't shine his friggin' underwear.
If even. Robbie Anderson couldn't even shine his jockstrap.
No, except all the times he's been arrested after the season, and how many times the Jets have gotten him out of trouble.
And how many times he's changed his name now.
The chosen one, Mr. Anderson.
He's chosen, all right. Chosen for something absolutely false. The fact here is, the reason why the Seattle Seahawks won this game is no other or no argument to Sam Darnold and his play throughout the playoffs, throughout the season, and what this guy stands for. I don't think we'll ever see a player be thrown away by not one, not two, not three, but 4 teams before he found his way to the Seahawks and gave him a chance, gave him a 3-year, $100 million contract. And by the way, Schneider, who I think is the best GM in football, him and the Eagles, Roseman. Those are the 2 best GMs in football. Roseman's been there a long, long time for the Eagles, and Schneider's been there since, I think it's 2010, 2009, over there with the Seattle Seahawks. He's been there over 15, 16 years. Schneider has been the mastermind of this organization and this team and this rebuilding stage when he decided to part ways with Pete Carroll, thought of parting his ways with Russell Wilson. Nobody has changed an organization around as quick and as efficient as Schneider has with the Seattle Seahawks.
Yeah, and you mentioned those kinds of quick changes. You see teams not be bad for a while, and the Eagles and the Seahawks both fall into that mold very well, because they had, when Pete Carroll got hired, they had 1 non-playoff year. Then his second year, Russell Wilson, they went to the playoffs. 3 years, they win a Super Bowl, and then again they trade Russell Wilson. Seattle still makes the playoffs the first year with Geno Smith. They're the last playoff team in, and for a while they were one of the best teams in the NFC until they fell off in the second half. And then even when they fired Pete Carroll, Mike McDonald, he had 1 good year as a Ravens defensive coordinator. I was bashing him a lot for the first year when the Ravens were blowing all these leads, including one against the Giants when they were up by 12 or something. And that's one of those things where it didn't seem like it was head coaching material. Then 10-7 that first year, they looked pretty good. And you mentioned Woolen too. Woolen was having a lot of disciplinary issues too at the time, and that was a big reason they almost traded him. And then obviously the disciplinary issues came back in that game, but the rest of that secondary still played very well. And John Schneider, for a while, remember when Russell Wilson was there, they were drafting really unconventionally at times too. Then they actually drafted with really good value, and look how good of a team that they've built. But the biggest thing you mentioned, I think, is the secondary targets. Sam Darnold trusting those secondary targets. Jake Bobo, who had 4 catches all year, catches a touchdown. Kupp was not as good as he has been in years past, but was valuable in this game. The tight end play was very good for Seattle. And Kenneth Walker, too, like you were saying, those second efforts he got on those runs were incredible, too, because the right side of the Seahawks offensive line was letting defenders in unblocked, yet Walker was making those guys miss. Now on to McVay. McVay, I don't think the biggest issue was the 2 that we listed in the read-off. Was the end of the first half with that
second quarter
questionable clock management that they had there, with the ball back in their own territory. And I usually don't agree with Tom Brady because I don't like Tom Brady as a broadcaster, but he was right in that instance. Why are they
He's been good this year. I liked his call and his play calling in this game.
Yeah,
I did.
He was right, though, in the sense of there was no reason to force to have to throw the ball when you didn't have a great run on the first down. They had a 3-yard run on first down, and then they tried to throw the ball after that. Then Seattle has a lot of time on the clock, all 3 timeouts, and they ended up getting a touchdown at the end of the half. I'm okay with him going for it on 4th down. down by 4. That was okay. It was under 5 minutes. It was 7 or 8 minutes to go. I'm okay with kicking a field goal. 4 minutes, you're probably not getting the ball back because Seattle was moving the ball very methodically. And then the catch I thought was a catch. I mean, yeah, okay, challenge, I guess, fine. But I thought it was a catch. So I don't think it was really that big of a deal. But yeah, that I think was the biggest thing that cost McVay. And you're right. McVay normally has been good in the fourth quarter this year. And he wasn't. He kind of got back to those early career yips that he had in terms of game management when he should have lost to the Saints. They got gifted that Super Bowl too, remember? And he had some other bad playoff losses.
If it wasn't for Puka Nacua, I don't think the game would have been close, to be honest with you. The fact that he dusted Woolen like he did the play after Woolen gets the taunting penalty, gets them off the hook. So it was a 2-score game before that. And then they get right back into it. It was a ridiculous move. Left a really good corner in his dust. And, I mean, 2 of the worst plays you could have back-to-back as a player. But he rallied. He kept playing. You got to give the guy a lot of credit. That Seattle defense shaking it off. Again, I'm sure the guys I think it was Nick Emanuari had plenty to say on the sidelines to him, But look, you made a really great point, Errol, earlier about Njigba, and he was fantastic. Made this great one-handed catch in the game that was a big play.
Unbelievable.
Unbelievable. Just crazy talented. Had the big touchdown at the end, going into the half. Which I think was probably the most important play in the game. When it came down to it, besides the muff punt, which I think they just couldn't afford to have the way that Seattle offense was playing. But it doesn't matter if Sam Darnold isn't playing the way he's playing. Let's just take a look at how Justin Jefferson played this year without Sam Darnold. This is a great comparison because it's the same quarterback. Everybody knows Justin Jefferson is one of the 3 best receivers in all of football.
No question.
There's no question, most talented. But he was like the 20. What was he finished in fantasy?
In the 20s.
The 25th or something best receiver. Well, it's because he had nobody throwing to him. I mean, now you redo this. If the idea that someone would take J.J. McCarthy over Sam Darnold is just a freaking joke. Unbelievable mistake by the Minnesota general manager. I don't know how that guy still has a job right now. That is just embarrassing because, I mean, Wan'Dale Robinson had better stats than Justin Jefferson this year. And he didn't really have a quarterback either this season. And that's kind of crazy that they're able to turn... Look, Njigba is a very good player, but you need to have the quarterback to unlock a guy like that. And it's just an unbelievable job by Darnold, who finally solved McVay's defense. Whatever it was that was holding him back, he was ready this time. And you got to credit that to their coaching staff. We got to mention the name Clint Kubiak. Because Clint Kubiak...
Who will have a job next year. He will not have a job this year. I think they'll wait. Clint Kubiak, do not take that Browns job. Do not.
If they wait, it could be the Bills waiting for him. That's the only job that makes sense for me for him.
But I've heard that Dable is the favorite, and I think that's who's getting the job. That's what I heard. Dable is the favorite, and it might be announced by the end of this week. I know you're laughing, but
I'm not laughing. I'm just like, I have a sports minute related to this. We'll talk about it in a little bit, but it's just wild that the Bills decided to move on from McDermott for Dable. That doesn't make sense to me.
Brady is still interviewing for the Raiders. I think he has a second interview. So Brady could take that Raiders job and then get his chance to get Mendoza and have a rookie quarterback that can help build. So that might be something that Brady is interested and intrigued to take. And we're going to be getting on in just a few moments with a Raiders running back who's a Long Island native. So in just a few moments. But I think it's crazy. And again, it was a battle of 2 different teams and 2 different personalities as coaches. I think McDonald out-coached Sean McVay, and a rookie coach. And he's not a rookie. He's only been the coach for 3 years. But I still think he's still a rookie in the position that he's in. And you can see that John Harbaugh has not been the same coach since McDonald decided to part ways and go over there to the Seattle Seahawks. And I'm telling you right now, he was the mastermind of that defense all those years. And Fish, I remember when you started here, you loved McDonald and you loved You loved the hire from the Seahawks when McDonald decided to go to the Seahawks and take that job. And I didn't think it was going to be this quick. I thought it was going to be another maybe 2 more years, Sam, but it's gone so fast. And the reason why is they found a franchise quarterback, a guy that should have been with one more organization still at this point, but that organization's decided to part ways. And yes, Jet fans, I'm going to attack you guys and attack the management and ownership because you guys pushed him out. You guys and stupid analysts out there. Oh, we're done with Sam. We're done with Sam. Well, now you're seeing why Sam was so special and why he was a top 5 pick. That's it. That's it. That's all I'm going to say about that. All right, ladies and gentlemen, my golf clap of the day.
This deserves a golf clap.
No doubt. Golf clap. Golf clap.
News came out on the flag football game, ladies and gentlemen. Something very unique, something very interesting, something very stupid by the NFL as they announced a quarterback to be named today to fill in for another quarterback that decided he didn't want to play in a flag football game. And you know who they picked out of all the quarterbacks they could pick out of for all against some of the elite players in the NFL in this flag football game? They picked Shedeur friggin' Sanders. What the hell is the NFL? What the hell is, I say the NFL, what the hell is the round table of execs sitting here? I don't know who is choosing who is playing in this game. I don't give a crap. The fact that Shedeur Sanders, who was just absolutely horrible all season long for the Browns, to get picked out of all the quarterbacks, dude, I would have picked Russell Wilson as a backup quarterback to play in this game. I don't want to see Shedeur Sanders. He was a third-string quarterback. I don't care if he was the 5th highest jersey sales in the NFL this year. I could care less. I don't want to see Shedeur Sanders there. And I know why the NFL did it. I know. Because his jersey sales and because fans want to see Shedeur Sanders and Deion Sanders go to the game. I don't care. I'm going to be in San Francisco and I'm going to friggin' hurl. So my golf clap of the day is not a golf clap. It's a dump crap because the NFL is stupid. The Browns are even dumber. And the organization of the Browns will never find a coach. And if they do, well, I don't know how many essays you need to write to get that job. Ladies and gentlemen, my golf clap goes to Shedeur Sanders as an absolute debacle for the NFL Pro Bowl game. That's it. I'm done with it. I'm done with Shedeur Sanders. Thank God the season is over. And now, ladies and gentlemen, when we come back, we will be talking to Las Vegas Raiders running back, Long Island native, Hempstead. Here we come, Chris Collier. But first, our Sports Minute with the Fish.
3, 2, 1. This is the Jabba and the Mouth Sports Minute.
All right, guys, Aaron Fishman here with your Sports Minute. Got a couple of stories for you before we get into the scores this evening. After what was considered a surprising firing by many inside the Bills organization, it appears former Bills head coach Sean McDermott may be taking a year off from coaching in 2026. Yahoo Sports' Chris Quick reported Sunday that despite McDermott's high profile, he has not been linked to any coaching jobs, and that is likely related to a report by NFL Network's Ian Rappaport that McDermott is likely taking this year off from coaching. McDermott's firing came at a bad time in the hiring cycle after the top jobs were already off the market, and the only jobs remaining besides the Bills, of course, are total rebuilds in Cleveland, Arizona, and Las Vegas, although the Raiders do own the number 1 pick in the draft. McDermott was 98-50 in 9 seasons in Buffalo, making the playoffs 8 out of 9 times, in the AFC Championship Game twice, losing to the Chiefs and Patrick Mahomes each time. But when owner Terry Pegula came into the locker room and saw Josh Allen crying, he decided change was needed. At least that's how the story goes. Although he then promoted general manager Brandon Beane after the firing of McDermott. I guess not change everywhere. Many in Buffalo are concerned that potential replacements, especially at this point in the hiring cycle, are going to be inferior choices to bringing McDermott back. As a Giants fan, if Brian Daboll is their top choice to replace McDermott, it looks like Buffalo ownership may have been winging it a little too much on this one, with spicy reaction from fans who have been left flats and drummed up with lots of support from McDermott since his departure. In a wild story over the weekend, ex-Olympic snowboarder turned drug kingpin, top 10 most wanted FBI fugitive Ryan Wedding was arrested Friday by authorities in Mexico City. Wedding is suspected of moving over 60 tons of cocaine from Latin America into the United States every year and is behind multiple drug-related killings also over many years. Wedding turned himself into authorities in Mexico City, an embassy on Friday. Wedding is believed to have had the protection of the Sinaloa cartel and had gone under the aliases of El Jefe, Public Enemy, and James Conrad Kin. He was referred to as a modern-day El Chapo by FBI Director Kash Patel after his apprehension. In total, 36 members of Wedding's drug ring were arrested related to the international drug charges. When you go after a guy like Ryan Wedding, it takes a united front, and that's what you're seeing here, Patel said, who declined to give any details about the arrest, but praised Mexico's government and global partnerships in aiding in stopping the fugitive. El Jefe had a $15 million bounty attached to his capture. In basketball tonight, the Cavaliers have an 84-77 lead on the Magic with 3:31 left in the third. It's 7:30 left in the half. The Celtics are up 35-20 on the Trailblazers. 6:30 left in the half. 51-40 Lakers over the Bulls in Chicago. Same amount of time left in the first half. It's 38-33 Grizzlies over the Rockets. Still to come tonight, Warriors and Timberwolves. Earlier action all concluded. The Pacers fell to the Hawks 132-116. And the Hornets all over the 76ers 130-93. In hockey right now, the Rangers are losing at home because, of course, they are 3-2 to the Bruins. It's the end of it's with 3 minutes left in the second period. At the end of the second, it's 1-0 Lightning over the Mammoth. It's 3-0 Islanders over the Flyers at the end of the second. Just underway, the Ducks already have a 1-0 lead on the Oilers in Edmonton. And the Blue Jackets and Kings game has been postponed tonight. Guys, we are streaming live on TikTok, Instagram, and YouTube on our Job on the Mouth handle, on Facebook under Worldwide Sports Radio Network handle, and on Twitter under our host handle at ErrolMarks34. Keep downloading on Apple Podcasts and watch us both there and on Spotify. Now in video. Make sure you like and subscribe all our shorts, reels, TikToks, and longer videos you see from us throughout the week. Now back to Errol, Jabba, and Speedy for our guest on Jabba and the Mouth.
Any questions?
We're back. This is the Jabba and the Mouth Show.
Yes! We are Jabba the Mouth. There's no Jabba tonight. His internet is horrible over there in Nebraska. It's a shame. Snowy, disgusting. Minus 37 or whatever it is in Nebraska. So no Jabba tonight. It's just me and the speedster and the fish, as you just heard him. Remember, my name is Errol Marks. I am the Mouth, and my co-host tonight, as he always is my third co-host, Mr. Speedster. He's producing tonight, as always, as he's just a very analytical type of person, right, Speedy?
Yeah, you indeed.
Yes. No, I'm talking about you. I'm not talking about me. Are you giving me compliments?
No, I said, yes, you were right. Indeed, I stumbled.
Yes, you stumbled. Yeah, you always stumble. 631-672-3108 as we talk to a guy that was getting high in Kenny a little bit earlier in the show. But this guy, before we get him in, is a guy that's from Long Island. And the reason why I said this guy is because this guy is brought to you by our show. And our show is brought to you by Omaha Steaks. And they're giving us an extra 10% off if you order any orders of beef if you're a Job in the Mouth fan. And how do you do that, ladies and gentlemen? There's the links. omahasteaks.com/Job in the Mouth, or go to our website at worldwidesportsradio.com and click the Omaha Steaks logo. If you like your beef thick, juicy, long, as Speedy likes them, very long and very thick. Ladies and gentlemen, for 10% off, you can get all the sticks, all the beef, all the juice for Omaha Steaks. All you got to do is click the links. There you go. I like that. That was even better than usual, Speedy. I got a little bit of enthusiasm on that one. Oh, yeah. It always is enthusiasm, but I always kind of blow it out of proportion. But if you like your Omaha Steaks, and Speedy likes it thick and big in many different ways, I don't want to scare our guest off, but that's the way Speedy performs his beef. Ladies and gentlemen, for the first time on Job in the Mouth, we are talking to Las Vegas Raiders running back, Long Island native, ladies and gentlemen,
Chris Collier. Chris, what's up, buddy?
What's good, my man? How you doing?
Well, my personality is a little outlandishly
I
crazy.
love it. I love
And,
it.
if you watch this show, you would know that I dig deep, and I could dig really, really deep. And I don't want to go, if I dig deep, I don't want to, hopefully my girlfriend isn't listening because I do dig deep. Anyways, there is a lot to get into. First of all, with your career and where you come from. Obviously, you played for Nassau, right? That's right. And you started your college career playing for Nassau Community College. So what made you play football? Where did you play football first, in high school? And then what made you decide to jump into Nassau before you decided to move forward in your college career?
So I started football at a young age. I was introduced to it by my father. I was very unsure at first, but I did have some interest after watching the Super Bowl in 2000. I believe it was 7. It was the Giants versus the Patriots. It was the helmet catch. I remember watching that. That was my first time at really seeing something of that nature, and it just brought me to the game. And I was just really, really intrigued by it, and I just took off from it. My dad was my trainer early on. He got me into it. Fast forward to college and choosing Nassau. A lot of it came down to in high school, my junior year, I was gaining a lot of traction. I had a lot of FBS, FCS schools contacting me, some throwing scholarships, and I ended up blowing out my knee midway through that year, and I lost everything. I ended up only getting some PWOs back. The next year, I actually did have a breakout season, but it just wasn't enough. The ACL always had that stigma behind it, and especially as a running back with the knees, they don't really want to play that game. So, I just had to bet on myself. I had to go to Nassau, and that's how I ended up there, truthfully.
Go ahead, Speedy. Before I let you go, I've been reading a little bit about you. I didn't know much about you, and I've understood. I've talked to a lot of athletes. I've interviewed over 5,000 people in the last 13 years. Yeah, I've been all over the place, and I've interviewed Hall of Famers, great running backs, and you could be one of the future greats. And I do believe. Brother. I absolutely. Why not? Anything's possible. Football, all you got to do is make it, and then you go out there and you got to prove it. And
exactly.
It's a crazy story because I was an athlete too. I hurt my knee, and that probably made me walk away from the sport of hockey. I was a great hockey player, and I sprained my 7 ligaments in my knee, and that really torched my opportunity. So what happened with me, Chris, is I had a chance to sign my letter of intent. Mm-hmm. And I was either choosing from Maine, New Hampshire, and Niagara University. And I chose Niagara because I was only going to play 1 year of college hockey, and I was going to go play pro hockey. I was estimated to be a late first round, maybe an early second round pick at the time. So, yeah, I was a good hockey player. And I wanted to play 1 year. I didn't want to be redshirted. In hockey, they usually play the juniors and all the way through the seniors. So it was going to be hard. New Hampshire and Maine were the best in the country at the time. So I did. They were in the Frozen Four for 3 years in a row at the time that I was a kid. So I chose to go to Niagara. I didn't sign my letter of intent. I hurt my knee at a Canadian tournament, and they didn't want to give me my full scholarship. They decided they were going to hold on to and tell me I'd be a walk-on. They'll give me half a scholarship, and that pissed me off. I walked away from hockey, and I never played again. Never played again.
Damn.
Never played again.
So real similar.
Yeah, very similar. That's why I wanted to bring it up to you. Go ahead, Speed.
Yeah, I was going to talk about the kind of football exposure because Errol and I cover a youth football team, Long Island Elite, here on Long Island. We've done a lot of events for them. And again, we don't think of football the same way as you would Errol playing hockey and lacrosse and baseball. Like that with football. So at all different levels, both with youth, with high school football, you play at Lawrence, and now even going into Nassau. What was the process like with football for you and you growing into a love of the sport, like you were saying before?
Truthfully, it really just came from just all those games that I think I grew up in a really golden era of football, especially the late 2000s, 2009, 2010, 2011. When you're a kid, you're most influenced by whatever it is that intrigues you. And I watched tons of amazing games, and I was a huge Giants fan growing up. So I had a real love for Eli Manning, Brandon Jacobs and all that. And obviously, you're a kid and most of my friends all played football. So a lot of it came from that, but then I started to develop my own love by just, watching highlight tapes of greats like Reggie Bush, Barry Sanders, and trying to emulate their game. I wasn't really the type of dude to really sit there and get on the footwork ladder and all that, but I love to just watch film and just look at these guys and just try to practice the moves in practice. And then if they worked out good in practice, then I'd do it in the game. And that's just how I came to love the game of football for real.
Now, obviously, and if anybody doesn't know, we're talking to Las Vegas Raiders running back Chris Collier, Long Island native. Very happy to have him on the show. You were an undrafted player, and you got a 3-year deal, $2.8 million contract from the Baltimore Ravens. And like I said, I did my research on you, so I got a chance. I usually don't, but you're a Long Island. I like to have some fun, and you'll see. But I want you to know that I, as a player and as a hockey player and as a Long Island native, I love when I hear these stories from Long Island and even New York guys that make it and do something with their careers in sports. It's not easy to get to that next level. It's one of the hardest things to do. So to get to that level, you got to be the best of the best. I don't care what anybody says. There's not many players that get a chance to do what you're doing today. When you got that contract, what was it like? What was it? Relief? How did you feel?
Oh man, it was definitely relief. It was
most money
gratitude
in your life, obviously.
Oh yeah, 100%. But it's funny because you see those numbers, but in reality, that's not what you actually get. What happens is that's the contract if you make the roster. What happened with me was since I went undrafted, you're kind of in this bidding system and you're able to basically choose what team you want to go to, whichever teams were interested. I had about like 25 teams interested and I had my pick, but the Ravens were, funny enough, the first team to actually call me and say, hey, this is how much we're going to give you. And I didn't want to play around with it. All the calls came after the Ravens, but I already signed and I already did all that. So I just went to them. But what they actually offered me was like $5,000 guaranteed. That's it. So you see that 3-year, $2.8 million contract, but only $5,000 was guaranteed. So, you go through OTAs, you go through training camp, and you just get like a per diem. So you're not really seeing any type of crazy money. This is for people that don't know how it goes. You may be getting as a rookie, I think I was getting maybe like $1,200 a week, but I was getting Maryland taxes, so it was really like $800 a week. But they covered housing and all that, so you didn't really have to worry about that. But I go through the preseason. I have an all right preseason. It wasn't as good as I wanted it to be, but they thought it was good enough where they kept me on the team. So then I got on the practice squad. Now that 3-year, $2.8 million contract is out the window. Now you're on a yearly contract, like a year contract, and it's only about like maybe 250,000, and you basically go with that. But I ended up getting elevated 3 games, so I saw that game check, and that's when you see that money for real. And when I saw that money, I think my first game was the Cowboys, and that's no state income tax, no state income tax. Yeah, so you see the full check. But I saw that full check. Oh my gosh. That's what I had that feeling that you're talking about when you see that money is like the most you ever seen. But yeah, I was moved. Had tears of joy. And I just kind of wanted to keep fighting. And I ended up getting 2 more games after that elevated. And then they ended up signing me to the active roster. I played a couple games, and yeah, the rest of it is history, honestly.
So the guy that's coaching the New York Giants now is the guy that was your coach with the Ravens, and John Harbaugh. What was he like as a on the off the field personality as a coach for you in his rookie year? And how do you think he will work over there with the Giants now that he's over there?
He'll work a great deal. I'll tell you what, them boys are going to be working. I feel like John Harbaugh, and I just feel like the AFC North in general with their training camps is just so gritty. That's why the AFC North was like that for as long as it's been, just gritty teams. And they will expect a guy who's a very personal player. He's got a lot of faith, which I loved. He was very spiritually sound. He gave a lot of spiritual knowledge. And as long as you in this business, it's a business at the end of the day. But as long as you are on your P's and Q's and you're doing what you got to do, he's a real personal guy. He loves to get to know his players. And that's exactly what he did to me. And I was an undrafted guy from a D2. So, went from him to Lamar. He treated me just as nice.
We are talking to Las Vegas Raiders running back Chris Collier, a Long Island native from Hempstead, and worked his way up from college. I'm talking about Nassau Community College to regular college to obviously an undrafted player, then got a chance to be coached by John Harbaugh. And I want to go to your Raider. The last 2 years, the Raiders, you've had two different coaches. You've had Antonio Pierce, who a guy that you looked up to. You probably followed. You were a Giant fan, so you got a chance to be coached by a guy that you rooted for. And then Pete Carroll, who is one of the more interesting personalities in the NFL. He really is. And funny story with Pete Carroll is I met Pete Carroll when he was an assistant coach for the New York Jets. I was a kid. I was young. And Pete Carroll came from the Patriots. So I remember that. And he wasn't successful as a coordinator. He was actually the Jets coach for a couple of games, but he wasn't very successful, as we all know. Most guys aren't. I'm a Jet fan, so I know all about it. So I know a little bit about Pete. Pete is a very unique individual. He knows his X's and P, whatever, Y's and X's or X's and Q's, and he understands how to manipulate the defensive side of the ball. He's very good at that, and he has been a person that I've always thought a very successful coach. He won 2 national championships. I know a lot of people want to blame him for cheating or whatever the hell it is. Who cares? I don't care. To me, they were all doing it. USC.
Everybody was doing it.
Yeah, everybody was doing it. In Seattle, he won a Super Bowl, should have won 2 Super Bowls if he didn't make that terrible call not giving the ball to Marshawn Lynch, which he's probably going to be tacked for the rest of his life. And now you got a chance with a third coach in 2.5 years, actually. It's not even 3 years yet. And you don't know who it's going to be. So what was it like being coach from a guy that you looked up to, Antonio Pierce, and then Pete Carroll?
Antonio Pierce was both of them are players coach, but Antonio Pierce was one of those more chill, laid back. He was just up and coming into it. I only got there towards the end of the season with him, but he was a great dude. I was only there for about maybe I think 6 weeks until unfortunately he got fired. But he did give me my first opportunities. He got me on the roster again after being cut from the Ravens. And he gave me a shot. He gave me full faith. He was one of those guys that actually talk to you. Sometimes there's those coaches that just be about their business, don't really talk to the players. He actually talked to his guys. He talked to me a good amount. And Pete, I love Pete. He's a character, but he's real to the T. He's to the books. He's intense, but he's a player's coach, and he has a lot of love for his players. And he showed that every single day. We had a very competitive nature. I mean, OTAs, the way the season went, unfortunately, and just seeing how hard we worked, I was just very surprised, and it was very disappointing to see how the season went. But Pete was real about his philosophy, and I know his philosophy did work because it did work with the Seattle Seahawks when he was with them. And, sometimes just clicks and chemistry just don't align. And that's just a sad part of the game. That just has to do with business and transactions that happens with the roster, unfortunately. But he was a great dude. I love Pete.
So you had 2 players that was told to sit at 3 games at the end of the season because a lot of people believe they wanted that number 1 pick. And I believe it cost Pete Carroll his job. I really do. Max Crosby was not happy. He doesn't care about the first pick. He doesn't care about any of that. And you have, to me, one of the best tight ends in all of football. He's a beast of a man. And he was told, both guys were told to sit out. Now, I don't know what's going to happen with Max Crosby. Some people believe that he's going to ask for a trade. Who knows? At that point of the season, and you're a player, you're a player that's not obviously as important to the roster as the way they look at you. When you look at that specific situation, what were you thinking? If you were a coach and you were told, Pete Carroll was told, sit those guys, as a player, when you have a chance to win those last 3 games or 2 out of the 3 games, what were you thinking as a player?
As a player, I was definitely I could say a majority, if not all, the players were very upset and disappointed because we were all still fighting regardless. We're at the highest level of football. Nobody wants to get clowned on TV. Nobody wants to be seen losing. And when you take, some guys that are real detrimental, like Max Crosby, who literally does not come off the field at all, plays every play 100%, it hurts. And to see his pain in it, he was upset from it. And I could see walking in the building, he was always one of the earliest guys. Even when he was sat out, he was still, early doing his rehab. He knew his knee was messed up. I'm not going to sit here and lie. His knee was messed up. Definitely was. But he was still attacking it 100%. Same thing with Brock. Brock had that knee thing earlier in the season. I can't really speak too much on it after the fact because he was playing like a beast. But yeah, that's just stuff that happens in the training room that, I'm not part of those conversations, but unfortunately that's just the way it went down, and all the players just didn't, obviously like it. None of us liked it, truthfully. And I truly believe Pete didn't want that either. But, sometimes it's just
got to do what somebody tells you, right? You got to do what the GM and executives and ownerships, or maybe even Tom Brady. Who knows?
Yeah.
Moving on to the your running back room precisely. Raheem Mostert was a veteran leader that was in that group. Who's like 33 years old now. He's bumped around the league and done a lot. Obviously, Ashton Ginty, the should have been Heisman Trophy winner in college.
Absolutely, Ahmed Ashton at the
overall
Heisman
pick. And then even another
Nice
guy
kid.
is actually coming on our show next month. He's actually traveling to Japan. Dylan Lobby.
My guy.
He's actually coming on the show next month. He's traveling to Japan right now, but he'll be on with us. That running back room, those three guys, what have they been like for you with Mostert as a mentor for you as a veteran guy? Ginty is the flashy veteran. The Lobby is another younger guy.
No, I love that room. That is probably, in all my years of playing football, that is the most tight-knit group I've ever been a part of and that I've ever seen. We just all get along. We all joke around. Meetings were just amazing. Even through the turmoil and like the tribulations and trials we were going through, we just always found a way to make one another smile and laugh. Raheem especially was a great mentor for all of us. He's been there for 11 years. He's been in the league for 11 years. And especially when he first got there and I heard his story and I actually got to, obviously research about him and look up his story. I mean, he had a lot of trials to go through when he first got into the league, but I feel like that's what made him the player that he is. And he gives so much knowledge about it. And it really helped me out during, as I got to talk to him to see see that light at the end of the tunnel. Ashton's a great dude, real humble, just amazing player. Just seeing what he does. I love studying his tape and seeing how he reacts, what he sees. We talk all the time. He tells me how it is, what could be done in certain situations. He's a great film junkie. And Dylan's just Dylan's a great dude. I love Dylan. He's a hard worker. And, when it's time to goof around, he could be a class clown. And he was definitely the funniest guy in our room. And he kept all of our spirits high. And Zamir White was definitely one of the quieter ones, but he was always that one solid rock that always had each of our backs, and was just a great dude to be around. Very loving, very caring, and very genuine and down to earth.
We are talking to Las Vegas Raiders running back Chris Collier. All right, now let's get into it, Chris. Number 1, first draft pick of this year in 2026. The Raiders pick who?
You know this answer. I think everybody in this country knows this answer. Now, I'm not in that front office, and I can't really say what I want to say or could say. But I think
I know what you're going to say.
Yeah,
I'll do it for
exactly.
you. All right. I'll pretend I'm Roger, the pain in the ass Goodell. At number 1, the Las Vegas Raiders select Indiana Hoosiers quarterback Fernando Mendoza. Yeah, that's what's going to happen.
You said it, not me, man.
I said it. And
you said it.
I mean, you got a chance to watch the national championships. You've seen what this kid has done and all the trials and tribulations. And it's fitting when you think of his story. It's crazy. Mm-hmm. He grew up in Miami, always wanted to play for the Hurricanes. And who does he play in a national championship? The Hurricanes. Where does he play it? In Miami. And then wins and has that unbelievable run for that touchdown, which is epic. what type of player do you think Fernando Mendoza would be if the Raiders drafted him?
If the Raiders drafted him,
help you here. I'm trying to.
if the Raiders draft him, he would be a great asset. He would be a great leader. He's one thing I love about him, and that I've really seen a lot, and he makes it known, is that he's a man of God. And that story that you just said just seems to be God's timing, God's plan, and everything that he's got and going on is just part of the journey. And the way he keeps his head on straight, he's destined for success. He seems like a hard worker. He's obviously proven to be a hard worker with what he's done with that team and getting to that point and winning that big game. And it's just, I'm very excited to see how his pre-draft process goes, what he does. He probably won't have to test, but I would love to see him still throw and all that other good stuff. And just, I can't wait to see what it's like when he's in the league. But I definitely see a lot of success in his future with the way he's set up his life.
I will say this. I'm a Jet fan, so they were sitting at 2, and I'm very upset. I really would have liked to see Mendoza in a Jets green and white. It's not happening. I know you're smirking, you're laughing, you're giggling, and I know you're a Giant fan, so you don't want to go to the Jets either. But as a Jet fan, that's what I wanted to see. But what's amazing about him, I was at his Heisman Trophy dinner, and I got a chance to meet him. I asked him a couple of questions. I was one of very few guys that got a chance to ask him questions. And I asked him, what would it be like to play in New York? And he says, New York is beautiful. And he says, the people here are beautiful. And he says, I know the fan base, it doesn't matter if it was the Giants or the Jets, are sacred to, to the players and sacred to their organizations. And he's a very refined person. I can tell you that about him.
Yes.
Personality wise, I think he can play anywhere, and I think he'll be successful. He's not a flashy guy, but he does everything right, and he's a great, accurate thrower. So I think you guys are going to like him. I also met Ashton Genty in the year before at the other Heisman Trophy dinner, which I thought he got robbed, because no way in hell I thought Travis the Gremlin Hunter should have won the damn friggin' trophy. Okay. And that's the truth. I thought he was one of the most overrated Heisman Trophy winners of all time. I don't care if he played he played a cornerback position, wide receiver. And I told everybody he was going to fail in the NFL. And I know I'm not going to do it in front of you. I'll let you say anything, but Ashton Genty was the best player in the country. He was the best player in the country. 100%. He should have won the Heisman Trophy. He got robbed. And I'll tell you this. I'll say this. Dylan Gabriel was there after the thing, and I remember he was sitting there when he made his final speech, Hunter. He was telling the media during that, he says, Genty got robbed. And I absolutely agree with that. I met Genty. I had a conversation with him for like 5 minutes, and Travis is there. He is there. That's where, look, I don't think you see it right over here. There's the picture of him right there. You like that? You like that, Chris?
I can't. You're gonna have nightmares now.
Listen, when you're done with the show tonight, go look up Travis the Gremlin Hunter. I'm the one who gave him that nickname. It's all over social media. I gave him that nickname. I even got a jersey in the back that says the Gremlin on the back of it. His jersey, Jacksonville Jaguars, the Gremlin. And we're going to have somebody on our show in a very few weeks. And who we have on?
Foye Oluokun, who's their defensive captain, linebacker.
Foye Oluokun, who's been on our show before. He's a great friend of the show, and he's one of the best linebackers in the NFL right now. I mean, he's been that for the last 5 years. One of the best tacklers. I'm interested to hear what he thinks about his buddy Travis Hunter, because I didn't like him. I met him. I had a conversation with him, and I just didn't like his personality. I didn't like anything about him. I didn't. And then he was telling. I think it was Ward. He was telling Ward. And by the way, if you watch the Ward documentary on what is it? What's that? Timu? Yeah, it's Timu. Timu. The third episode when he was at the Heisman dinner, I was there. I actually have a video of me in there. So I was the last guy. Yeah, it's pretty funny. And I was one of the last. I was the one standing at Ward. I was asking him all the questions during the interview. So it was funny. And I asked Ward, I said, what do you think about your boy over there who's going to be I didn't know he was going to be a Brown, but Shador. And he says, I'm better than Shador. Shador is one of the most overrated players. And it's so funny because Shador is now going to be playing in
The Pro Bowl.
It makes no sense. It makes absolutely no sense that a third string quarterback, honestly, a fourth string quarterback before the season even started, because Kenny Pickett was there, is playing in a Pro Bowl who only played 3 games this year, 4 games. I mean, it's ridiculous. The NFL is just absolutely bogus. I don't understand it, but I'm not talking about them. I got to get more into what I think about you. And so you have a chance now, depending on the coach, you have a chance to win a bigger and more prestige position here with the Raiders. What are you going to do this offseason to get you to that point where you're going to make that next step?
Obviously, I got back to it early. I mean, as soon as I got back, I didn't really have any rest period that I need to have because, I didn't really play as much this season. So I got back to it, back on my morning routine. I live in the gym. I love the gym.
So do I.
I love being on the field. Yeah, you already know how it is, man. That's just like therapy. It's therapy, honestly.
Maybe we have a push-up contest. I mean, I do 3,000 push-ups every single week. I do 12,000. So Herschel Walker has been known to do the calisthenic workout. So
yes.
I follow a lot of his training, methods. And I lift. I do that, but I don't lift like I used to. I used to bench like 375. That was the most I've ever benched. I did that.
Damn.
By the way, just so everybody knows, I did 375 in my strong points 7-8 times. So I'm a pretty strong guy. So I'm doing
definitely.
I am. I'm a pretty strong guy. I still to this day. I do. Now I made a bet. Who did I make a bet with? What was NFL?
Xavier Woods.
Xavier Woods. Now I said that I told Xavier Woods that he was on our show. I said to him, I said I could do 225 25 times off my chest, maybe even hit 30. And he says, I'd love to see that. I said, how many could you do? I could do 10. I said, dude, I'll burn 10 easily off my chest, 225.
Yeah, that's a different type of endurance, man.
Yeah. I told him, I got to see this. I got to see it. If you could do that, it's like, what'd you give me? 15,000?
25 to 30 reps is crazy. Jeez.
But Xavier Woods is a good dude, man. He was a really good interview, and he had a great personality. And you're a Long Island guy, and I love that about you. I love that your work ethic and really the understanding of what it takes to get to that next level is special.
Yep.
And to be chosen to play in the NFL and make the roster where there's maybe, I think, 250 players. What is it?
In the league, yeah.
In a league that get a chance to play every single season. You're one of those 250 people. That's amazing. That is something that even if you never play another snap in the rest of your career, that's something you can tell your kids. That's something
I'm talking about grandkids. Yeah.
That's something you can tell everybody. What is it like knowing that you're one of the best in the world at your position?
Just blessed, man. I'm a real humble guy. I don't really think of it in that way, to be honest. Like, I always think like I have more work to do. I obviously see the guys in front of me, and I obviously want to get on that field. So, but when you put it in that perspective, it makes you look back and be like, damn, like this is really a blessing. It's one of God's grace, God's mercy, because of what I've been through in terms of like my knee injury, how I had to go through the JUCO route, how when I went D1, it didn't really work out. So I had to step down a level and humble myself, put the pride aside and go down a level and just try to ball out. And he made a way when it just seemed like there was no way, honestly. And that's just how I have to look at it. And I thank you for those words, man. Truthfully.
No, listen, man, I think what's so understanding about players and athletes is you only get to do this in a short time.
Yeah.
And to work so hard to get to the highest level is special. And it was the one thing that I always wanted to do. And to this day, it bothers the hell out of me. I screwed that up, but that wasn't my plan from God. My plan from God was to do this. And I believe that one way or another, and I'll say it again, that I'm as good as anybody in this industry for what I do. And I believe that I'm going to get to that next level and at the highest level. And I'm going to be considered from all those other guys, from the Stephen A. Smiths to the Pat McAfees to all those jockasses, or I don't want to say the other word, but jockasses, because I'll tell you this, man, I'm not fake. Everything about this show is real. All my guys that are on it, from Fish to Speedy to Jabba, everybody, all the guys, the interns that we have, all the guys that work with us, We all are real. We're not here for the sake of just doing a podcast. Oh, how's your podcast, Errol? I mean, this isn't a podcast. This is a top 200 show in the country. It's been that way for the last 6 months. We can compete against any one of those guys, and we don't even have the backing the ESPN, CBS, and the NFL networks have. As a matter of fact, we beat out the biggest NFL podcast in December at 170. We were ranked 117th in the country, and we were beating out podcasts that the NFL are putting out there and promoting, and with all the money behind it. So that says a lot about who we are and what we do and how hard we work. So I know what it is to take and what it is. 13 years of doing this, and to this day, I want to be put in the position. And I'm dealing with agents and stuff like that. And I think agents are fake. I think they're all fake. And I'm telling you, they're real fake, man. They're real fake. I could talk to, dude. I've talked to in the past 3 months. I've talked to about 10 agents.
Damn.
And they all give me their and I know what they're going to say to me before they say it. As a matter of fact, I can mimic exactly what they're going to ask me. And you know what it is you guys don't want to work. Agents don't want to work. Agents just want to take whatever is there that is already in position, and they want to build it up so they can make more money. When they don't realize what there's a diamond in the rough. And that's what I look at when I talk to all these different athletes over the years that have eventually become successful, is they're a diamond in a rough. They're looked at as the small little fish in a sea with big fish. And you got to drive as a fish. You got to be Nemo, and you got to find your father. But you got to get to that. You got to get to the top and make sure that you don't bump into a shark. And that's what I think agents are. They're sharks. They're sharks. And I want people to understand that. It's not easy to get to the top. You got to work your ass off, and you got to go through these trials and tribulations as an athlete, as a radio broadcast. And people ask me, I've been on shows, Chris, and they ask me, well, how do I get to that point with you? Like, and I'm like, I'm a nobody. He's like, no, you're my favorite broadcaster. And I said, well, that means a lot to me. And they interview me and they ask me questions. And I say, listen, if you ever need help, if you ever have a question, you need anything for me to help you, I'm going to do that. I will do whatever it takes to help you get where you want to go, just as well as anybody in this industry should do to anybody. But in this industry, it's cutthroat. Nobody wants to help you. Nobody wants to do anything because they're afraid of you. Yeah. And that's the same thing with you. You're a kid. No matter what, you got 5 guys in that running back room, and you're friends with all of them. But you're competing. You're competing for playtime, and that's what we do. We compete for obviously analytics. We compete for really notoriety. And I don't think we get enough of it like we should, because I think I'll put us against anybody in the country. If Stephen A. Smith ever wants to come on this show and go one-on-one with me, I will burn a hole in his ass. And I'll give him 2 holes. He can go fishing in the other one. We'll stick a string in one of them so we can tie him to a hook when we're done.
Hey, the 2 holes, Jabba's favorites.
That's right. That's right. Yes.
I got the bubble guts. I had to take a shit.
As he always says, but I'll tell you, man, I appreciate you, dude. I do. And let's stay in touch. I'll have Speedy get your information. Let's stay in touch, man. I think it's a great story. And we work with a lot of 495 elite guys. And whenever you come, if you ever want to talk and you want to speak to these kids, I can work. I can work on something like that. Some of the best young Long Island guys that have come. The Jets have a tight end that came from Long Island.
Rucker.
Jeremy Rucker, who's from what is it, Lindenhurst, Long Island, and he's playing for the team that he rooted for since he was a kid. And he was drafted by that team, and he played for the Ohio State Buckeyes. So, and he's getting a chance, and he's still on the team, he's still on the roster. So, why not root for a Long Islander? I always do.
Exactly.
And I want you guys to be successful, because if you're successful, people are going to look this way and say, listen, this is a place to go. This is a place
to get kids.
That's right. And work and train and get an opportunity to succeed. And like I said, there's a lot of people in this world that'll never get into the point or at that point where you're at today. And your story behind it is unique, special, and you should be really proud of yourself. And tell your father and your mother that, I don't even know you. I could tell you're a good kid. And I know your father pushed you, man. My father's gone. He's been gone for 10 years, man. And one thing my father told me before he passed away, he said, you're great at what you do. And he said, he came here and he watched me do it. He's a great. You're great. My father passed away. May he rest in peace.
I'm sorry about
Thank
your loss, man.
thank
My
you.
condolences.
Thank you. I do this for him every single day. I do this for him every single day because he told me, don't ever quit. Go out there, do what you do, and all great things are going to happen. So, and that's why I still do it, man. That's why I still do it.
Exactly.
So, compete.
Oh, that
Be
man.
the best, you know? That's it.
Mhm.
I'm a competitor, baby.
I
Smack
can
that,
see
Speedy.
it.
Smack that.
I'm not smacking anything.
Well, you like to smack beef, right?
No, I don't.
You like to eat beef.
That's different.
Oh, well, you like sausages?
Yes.
You like it dry, white, black? What do you like it?
Spicy.
Spicy and what?
Dark.
There you go. Dark and spicy. There you go.
Chris, can you tell him? Chris, can you tell him there's a physical difference between smacking something and eating something?
I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of ways of doing it. If you
Oh
know what
my gosh, that's a lot of Gee.
Oh, must have covered up that heist very well. There's no grease on the back.
Well, you know, there's many ways you could put grease on it, if you know what I mean.
I would hope it's not that way, but okay.
Anyways, man, we love you, man. Let's stay in touch.
Of
And,
course, brother.
congratulations, man. Have a good season. Have a good off season, and we'll talk. I'll reach out to you. We'll talk.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And yeah, let me know about that. I'd love to do that for those kids.
Absolutely.
I'd love to get back.
I'll work it. I'll talk to Ben Carey. He runs
Mhm.
495 Elite, and Gerald Filardi, who played for the Pittsburgh Steelers and won 2 national championships for Penn State.
Perfect.
So I'll talk to them. If you're out here, let's get that going. I'll work on that.
Let's do it, my man.
All right, man.
All right,
Chris
brother.
Collier, ladies and gentlemen. Come on, give him a golf clap, Speedy. Don't pull any sausages out tonight. No sausages. All right. Chris Collier. Chris, we love you, man. Chris Collier, ladies and gentlemen. Wonderful, wonderful interview. Oh, yeah. He is a great kid. Special. And you could tell that the kid is, to me, he has that it factor that you want an athlete to have, the work ethic and the understanding what it takes to get to that next level. It's an amazing story. I was reading his story before the show. Everybody asked me, well, do you actually read, before you get the guest? Mostly never do that, ladies and gentlemen. I don't do it. But when I want to get to know somebody that's from my town, my city, where I'm from, I want to know everything about this kid. And to me, I don't care if he never plays another snap in the NFL. To be a part of a roster where there are only 250 players getting picked every single year to play in the NFL, that is an amazing story for a guy that had to work so hard and blew out his knee and to get to that next level. It is amazing. And I think he would be an inspirational speech taker to or speech maker to these kids. And I think I'm going to work on that. I'll talk to Ben, get his number, and I'm gonna bring Chris Collier over there to talk to the kids. All right, ladies and gentlemen, Save Your Tears recap.
Mom, what's one thing that you can't talk to me about?
My sexual fantasies.
No! No! Say you're sorry! It is not ideal, but if it's what means, it is not ideal, but if it is not ideal, but if it is what means. You can't triple stamp a double stamp. You can't triple stamp a double stamp, Lloyd. You can't triple stamp a double stamp. Lloyd, you guys, enough!
And now, it's time for Save Your Tears.
Because they don't have tongues. Oh, God.
All right, guys, welcome to Save Your Tears.
Oh, you almost lost your voice.
Anyone?
I have lost my voice. Let's take this down. I came up with a better way to do this. We're going to put it up in a second. Just want everybody to know that this was the last Save Your Tears of the NFL season. Can't really do it with only one game. You need multiple games to get enough guys. We will bring this back for football. If you just joined us, this is the compliment chorus section of the game. Tommy, if you're coming in with your camera, come on in. We're going to go reveal the winner of the last Save Your Tears. And the first one, just like the last one, the winner is the great Speedy Petey with just a sweep of the season and postseason.
Wow, I actually got second place.
83.06 with the win.
Our guy Ferguson let you down, though.
Oh.
Ferguson had one target. He did not catch it. There were the biggest letdown was the booty. Mr. Booty had 6, Errol, you were talking about earlier, inaccuracies
from Drake May. One catch on 6 targets for Booty for like 6 yards. That's all it gave him there. Devontae Adams and Puka Nacua was the way to go, Speedy. Both guys dominated. Again, just a great offensive display. Wasn't enough. Errol, you were right to take Kenneth Walker III. No Zach Charbonnet. He got all the carries. What a great performance he had in that win, taking them to the Super Bowl. Sam Darnold just a little bit behind Stafford in the stats, so it was kind of a good use of your money not to take Stafford in that one. But Speedy prevailed nonetheless. Let's go through the compliment chorus. I did absolutely terrible. I will go.
That was years ago.
All right, here we go. Speedy, I don't know what lessons one is to glean from the performance of the ages that you just put on. I would say start to finish. This was like if that Patriots team never ran into Michael Strahan and Tom Coughlin's Giants and had a perfect season, just unstoppable. It was like, what Giselle said Tom Brady couldn't do, which was throw the ball to himself and score. You were able to do that all season long and save your tears. Just a remarkable performance. Congratulations.
Not everyone could be as good as Marcus Mariota throwing the ball themselves and catching it.
That's not.
All right. I think, Tommy, you're next.
Speedy, man. I would say it's tiring to come on here every week and have to say my kudos to you for having to get the work done over and save your tears. But, man, I couldn't be happier that it's anybody else as dominant as you were this year. And save your tears, man. You really deserve it. You really know your thing when it comes to football. You really know your thing when it comes to picking the guys that know how to perform week in and week out. And Speedy, I'm glad that you are the one that is reigning supreme on the last of Save Your Tears. Congrats, man.
All right, I guess Nathan wants to be added in because he owes me a compliment from the previous week.
I can tell you that.
Even though I missed last week, I'm still going to give compliments to our guy Speedy over here. Speedy, first of all, congrats again. Obviously, I don't know how you do it. I got to learn more from you. You're a numbers guy. You're a stats guy. That's what
Breaking
you do.
news. Smell my ass.
So, but congrats, Speedy.
Breaking news. A lot of hot ladies.
Yeah.
Breaking news. You want to jerk me off?
All right.
Breaking news. I got to go back off now.
Okay. Well, all right, Speedy. All right, congrats. Well deserved. There you go.
That's all you got?
Yeah. I said it before Errol.
Combination of that plus the soundboard did it. It works.
Suck my Indo. I love Lisa Ann.
Oh, yeah. That'll be perfect. This graphic will be perfect for 2 segments from now.
I need a blow pop.
It's true.
Blow my back out.
All right, Speedy.
All right, Errol, you're up. Last to go. Silver
All right,
medalist.
Speedy. Here's what I'm going to say. Obviously you're my protege, a guy that I've worked with over the years. You've been around for 10 years. Almost this year will be 11 years you've been working with me. And you've been one of the guys that I've always depended on. Now, there are things sometimes that I wonder if you forget things and you're lost in translation. It's amazing your analytic power of understanding and you can go back 20 years and tell me a score of a game and who had what and what have what. But 2 weeks later, you won't remember what I told you. So you're analytically, you have one of the best gifts. If you're a sports fan and you want to go to somebody to ask him a question off the head, this is the guy to go to. Anything else, run for your life. There he is. There's Jabba.
Yeah, that's actually a homage to one of our comments.
Droba.
I am definitely not going to be the best kisser on the show. Spencer Guppy 9457. Whoever you are.
I ram you.
I would give that edge possibly to Nathan, who loves his hot ladies.
Double fisting.
As he always says. But Speedy, everything that you've done, all the work that you put into, I respect that. And that's one of the reasons why I continue. I tell you this all the time. There are times that for years, I wanted to walk away because this is a lot of work. I don't think people understand. Everybody does a podcast. This is not just a podcast. It's a lot of work. And when you go out there and you want to entertain people and do the work that you do, everybody can put a podcast out there, but to put a great product out there, it takes time. It takes work. It takes an understanding on working with a bunch of personalities. It's not easy. And at one point, I'm not going to lie to you guys, 2 years ago, I wanted to walk away. And one of the reasons why is I hate the way this industry works when it comes to treating people. And one of the main reasons why I didn't leave and I haven't walked away from this industry is because of him. Is because I know that all the trials and tribulations I've been through, he's been there, and all the work without the time and effort that I put into this and where we're going to go in this industry. If I walk away, he loses his opportunity to get there. And that's what pushes me to move forward with this. So that's why, and that's the truth. And we talk about this all the time, Speed. So, I love you. You're a pain in the ass, but I love you. And you deserve a lot of credit for all the work that you do.
All right. Jabba, welcome back.
We're cooking now. We're cooking.
That's awesome. You may as well get it out of the way. You beat only me this week in Save Your Tears. Speedy, I guess, ran the gauntlet, regular season, postseason.
I gave up the booty there.
We're not going to do any more Save Your Tears for football for the Super Bowl, so it's going to have to be basketball. We'll probably pick up around the All-Star break.
I'll let you lick my butt.
With NBA Save Your Tears.
That'll level the playing the field. The only time I ever won the basketball was with the hockey basketball hybrid.
Pulled it out of my ass.
Yeah, we're going to try to avoid that, but let's not avoid this any longer. Jabba, give Speedy some compliments.
Speedy coming in, and I will piggyback off of kind of what Errol said. You guys have taught me so much. You are somebody that I never realized how smart somebody can be and the things that you've done and how it's made this show great. And Errol and I have talked about this, and we didn't know if we were going to work. We didn't know how that was going to happen. And we've not only built a relationship as what we are, but we've built it bigger. And that's where it's going to go. And Speedy, you are a huge backbone of everything that we do. And I know you'll never give yourself credit, but understand it's Saul, and we see it, and we know it. And we want you to understand that you are a huge conglomerate and a huge component of what we do. And it just goes to show when you kick our ass every time and all these things, because you are smarter than us and you do so much that we'll not get credit for, but we want you to know that we love you and we care for you. And as much as we give you crap, like, we love you dearly, and I'm learning to love you more and more every day. And I can't beat you at anything, so I might as well, I might as well give you the praise you deserve, because you're gonna kick our butt in all of it. So
big boobs.
Awesome.
I'll tell you that. Oh God.
I mean, one day we'll have to have like a carnival day where we literally all get together and like do like dizzy bat stuff.
Jabba likes my
like wiffle ball, like knucklers and stuff like that. But I really want to see Speedy like try to hit a wiffle ball off of you or something like that. I think it would be one of the greatest sporting events that nobody ever thought of. And even in that event, if it's in the motive of this, well,
thumb up my ass.
Luck has nothing to do with it when we talk about our champion, Speedy Petey, and you're not allowed to cry about it. And save your tears.
All right, ladies and gentlemen,
First of all, great segment with Chris Collier. I just want to say that great segment.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. You know what it is when you do this such a long time, everybody asks me, it's funny. Everybody has asked me over the years, you've interviewed so many people. How do you do it? And how do you do it? It's crazy. It becomes second nature to you when you do it, but you have to do it in a way you have to be unique and different. And I always try to do that. And that's my personality and the way I work. And Speedy always tells me, is like, I can't do what you could do, but he said, but it's not about what you guys can do, what I can do. It's you guys got to be that other factor in the interview. And that's what Speedy does, and that's what Jabba does. You don't have to be as good as me. You just have to work with me and be able to work with me. That's it. That's the hardest part of interviewing people, is understanding how you can make them laugh and make them feel comfortable so they can open up to you. So, and that's the most important thing. So, and that's Chris. Chris was, he could tell he was uncomfortable in the beginning, but he was laughing. And then he kind of just felt like he was part of the boys. And that's when you can get so much out of him. And you saw that in his personality. So Chris was great.
Yes.
And I appreciate him joining us. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we call this the Whip Around.
The whip around.
Ooh, smack it, Speedy. Smack it.
Again, there's a difference between smacking and eating.
Yes, there is. There certainly is a difference in that. But welcome to the Whip Around. Yes, we got a few stories to talk about in the NFL besides the championship games. We're going to do those pretty quickly here, kind of round the table. Steelers that made their decision. Errol, you were super high on Mike McCarthy this offseason hiring cycle. He is now the new head coach of the Steelers. It looked like it was going this way pretty early on. A lot of people pulled their names out of contention for the Steelers. McCarthy joins them. Now, the interesting thing about McCarthy joining them is they just let go Tomlin, who has almost the exact profile of McCarthy, who gets to the playoffs every year, but loses in the first round, had the one win earlier on, had the great quarterback that helped them do it at the time. What do you think about this new hire for the Steelers?
Here's a fact. Aaron Rodgers is still there, and that could be a factor right there because he understands how to coach Aaron Rodgers. I believe McCarthy, one of the main reasons why he got the job is because I believe the Pittsburgh Steelers reached out to Aaron Rodgers and said to him and asked him if this would be a good fit over there before they made this move. I believe Aaron Rodgers is going to be back next year, and that was one of the main reasons. This guy is one of the best offensive minds in the NFL. He's been one of the best offensive minds. He's developed Aaron Rodgers. He developed Dak Prescott. This is a guy that can really transform the Pittsburgh Steelers offense. This has always been an organization for great defenses. They've been up and down with their offensive side of the ball. Now you have a guy that's the mastermind of a lot of offense and offenses. He comes from a very unique tree of great coaches. And this is a guy that's going to accomplish a lot over there with the Pittsburgh Steelers. It's a slam dunk. I love it. The Giants should have hired him because I think he would have helped Jackson Tart better than John Harbaugh. I said this. And this guy, whoever they bring in as their backup quarterback, a rookie quarterback, I could see the Pittsburgh Steelers drafting Ty in this draft, letting him sit out for a year or two, let him learn under him, and he would be a perfect fit over there with the Pittsburgh Steelers. I think it's a slam dunk. Great move.
Yeah, and you also look at the potential, even if it's not a first-round quarterback, but a second or third-round quarterback that might be a little more raw. You got
Carson Beck.
Carson Beck is possible. Like you got that kind of thing. Now, granted, Dak Prescott was already somewhat developed, but Dak Prescott went to another level with Mike McCarthy. He was probably an average quarterback before that, and now he was top 5, top 10. And Aaron Rodgers obviously sitting him the same way too under Brett Favre. If Aaron Rodgers does stay there or not, it's a really good move. The other reason I like it too is for DK Metcalf to get another level too. Mike McCarthy is always great with bigger bodied receivers in Green Bay. And Metcalf, while he's good, I think there's something missing in his game, and I think McCarthy can get to another level.
For me, you brought it up, Speedy, too. I think it's a little of the aspect of what Aaron Rodgers had to do from Cal is sit behind Rodgers and become what he is. Do you think that was kind of the thinking of bringing him in if Rodgers is still going to be around and still productive? Not saying he's the Aaron Rodgers of what he was, but bringing in
somewhere in between that, though. He was decent this year, but still left a lot on the table. And I think obviously his peak is one of the best ever. And I think you'll get somewhere in between that now with not Arthur Smith coaching you.
Right, but now you're going to get a guy that, like, okay, you're going to get him, but he's going to be able to teach and see the way that kind of he did things and sit behind one of the greatest. And now him transpiring into be one of the greatest, now have that kind of dynamic. Do you think that bringing in McCarthy is the right move? I don't know if it's the sexiest move. I don't know.
It was the sexiest move of all the coaches that are available right now. It absolutely is. And I'm going to tell you this right now. As much as every Giant fan likes John Harbaugh, This is the guy that can develop quarterbacks. It's proven. It's proven. It's on a piece of paper. John Harbaugh, he didn't. The development of quarterbacks. Lamar Jackson had those gifts. They built their They built their offense around Lamar Jackson. It's not like he made Lamar Jackson change his game. They built their offense around him. So I'm not saying John Harbaugh might not succeed, but I think McCarthy was the guy. So I love this move. This is a great move for the Pittsburgh Steelers, and they look outside of the box. They always hire defensive-minded coaches. Go look at the past. Every one of those guys, defensive-minded coaches. They finally brought an offensive-minded guy that is Tomlin's successor and a guy that has experience. That's a slam dunk.
I don't know. As a Giants fan, I'm excited about the culture building. I think the Giants need it. I don't think McCarthy is a culture builder. But
You're
we'll
wrong.
see.
You're wrong.
Well, I saw what happened in Dallas, you know.
What are you talking about? Dallas, they had 3 seasons with 12 wins. I don't know.
But you saw what happened
When was the
in
last
Dallas
time the Giants did that?
at the end.
When was the
You
last
saw what
time?
happened.
What do you mean, what I see what happened? It happens to teams.
They quit
get
on the
fined.
team for a year and a half.
That had nothing to do with Mike McCarthy. If you know anything about the Dallas Cowboys, it was the defensive side of the ball. There was stuff going on in the locker room with the defensive side of the ball.
True.
You're wrong,
No,
Fish.
true.
You're wrong.
Look, no one's ever going to question Mike McCarthy's offensive skills. I'm just saying, as a head coach, just like Tomlin, what has he done in the past decade besides get eliminated every year?
What has
early.
Harbaugh done in the last decade?
I'm just saying. It's just, as a Steelers fan, I don't know how excited I'd be about the hire. But I get it. I agree. I think he's probably the best guy left for the best job there is. It makes a lot of sense.
Dude, he's the
it's
best
logical.
He's the best coach right now in the AFC North. Hands down. Hands down.
Well,
Hands
we'll see
down.
how good Jesse Minter is.
I don't care
but-
about Jesse Minter. He's an unproven guy. He's an unproven commodity. This
True.
guy is a proven commodity who won a Super Bowl. And because John Harbaugh won a Super Bowl with not even his own roster, you love it. Oh, I love it.
I absolutely do. I can't wait.
Move
like
on.
Bart Scott once said. Let's go to somebody who is an established commodity, Errol. He might end up being the defensive coordinator for the New York Jets.
I love it.
Mr. Wink Martindale, former Giants defensive coordinator that was so excited to draft Deontay Banks a few years ago, if I remember correctly. Well, and got into a fight, I think, for a season and a half, with stabbing in the back of Brian Daboll and his guys, Wink's guys. Then he went to Michigan. They didn't really win there, but the defense was good. Nobody thought it wasn't. Everyone knows Wink is a unique defensive play caller, man coverage, press up on guys. I don't care if it's like late in the game. I'm not going prevent. I'm still bringing it. Try to beat me. My guys are going to play this defense no matter what. I mean, it seems to fit with the attitude of a guy like Aaron Glenn. And it might make a lot of sense back in New York for a second time, just this time in the other locker room.
I love Wink Martindale. I love him. I loved him with the Giants. It just so happens him and Dable couldn't get along. And it wasn't Wink Martindale. If anybody knows the back end of the story, it was all Dable. He couldn't get along with any of his coaches. As a matter of fact, they fired 3 coaches after the second season because he couldn't get along with them, or third season after that. So, unfortunately, it wasn't Wink Martindale's fault that they parted ways, them and the Giants. But if you look at the Giants and the success of the Giants defenses when he was there, they were very successful. He's a blitz-savvy coordinator, likes to call blitz packages. He's probably one of the best in the league when it comes to that package, those kind of packages. And he comes from the Baltimore Ravens type of style. If you think about it, you talk about McDonald, you talk about all the great coaches. Wink Martindale's a little bit older than McDonald. He'll never be a coach in the NFL. I don't know if anybody will hire Wink because of his personality. But if Aaron Glenn wants to bring in a guy that gives the Jets that personality he's looking for, that's the guy. That's the guy. And that's why I know a lot of people think that the Jets don't have options. They got options. Wink Martindale has been there 2 or 3 times, and they love his interviews. They're going to hire him. Wink is definitely a slam dunk move for the Jets.
Yeah, it's a 3-4 man blitz type defense. And you were talking about Deontay Banks earlier. I told you this on the phone, or was it on the phone or with Leaf when we were out on Friday? Deontay Banks had a pretty good rookie year because of Wink Martindale's scheme. He wants to get those corners more physical. The Jets, obviously, they traded Sauce Gardner, but do have some bigger corners left on the team.
They're going to draft a corner.
They could, yeah.
The kid from Clemson.
They definitely, that's AJ Terrell's younger brother too, which he's a good corner.
I think
so,
a lot of people think that that's where the Jets are looking.
Yep.
So.
There's definitely a lot of options that they could go in that way. But yeah, I think it's another good thing for Will McDonald too. He was better as a 3-4 guy in college. He's good, obviously, in the NFL so far in 4-3 too. But I think he has a better chance in that. And then Jermaine Johnson, if they do keep him, then he was more of a 3-4 guy too.
I think you guys know this better than I do. But do you think culture-wise and kind of what he's done and being in the market before is going to help in his dynamic of what he's trying to create with
Here's what I'm going to say. Wink Martindale, they need a personality in that locker room. Aaron Glenn's more of a calm, collective guy, and he has this persona about him that he just likes to be who he is. This guy doesn't give a crap. He goes out there and tells you how it is. And he's going to tell these guys, if you don't play for me, you're not going to play on this roster. You're not going to play on this team. That's what the Jets need. They need a drill sergeant because they didn't have that this past year. He's that kind of drill sergeant. That's why I think in the next take, why me and Fish are probably going to go back and forth on where the Jets go at this other position. But I think it's a slam dunk move. And Jabba, yes, I think he's a culture changer. Absolutely.
The other players need it too because they had quite the opposite before that with now Tennessee Titans head coach Bambi Sala.
Oh, please. And I heard that if Dable doesn't get that Buffalo Bills job, he is going to be the offensive coordinator for the Tennessee Titans.
Oh, God, would that be hilarious?
That's what I heard. Just so you guys know, that's what I heard.
Oh,
Schefter said that.
Well, before we move away from the Jets, I didn't make a separate graphic for it, but
that's fine.
I thought, Errol, that the most important thing that the Jets were missing this year was that captain of the defense, that C.J. Mosley position. It doesn't have to be, like a 35-year-old veteran playing in the middle that calls the defense. It should be a guy that can do it. Now, I know Anzalone is a free agent from Detroit.
One of the best linebackers.
It seems like he's already a fit to go there.
Yeah, he's a fit.
We're hearing that that's like almost like a done deal, like the first day of free agency, as soon as they're allowed to sign. If they could do that and bring in a guy like Wink, that would start to do that attitude changing, in my opinion. And the other thing that we keep hearing is that the Jets are toying, and this is where you kind of get worried as a Jets fan, toying with changing the role of their offensive coordinator to maybe one of those assistant head coach positions, kind of promoting up and out and finding a different play caller for Speedy. I forget the name. Is it Tanner Eggstrom? So that's something that's going on. Just wanted to run that stuff by you, Errol.
I don't think, first of all, Anzalone, if they get Anzalone, it's a slam dunk for the Jets. He's one of the best defensive players available this offseason. And if he goes to the Jets, that automatically makes the offseason perfect. You need that guy. You need that general. You need that guy that understands the defense, understands how to make reads at the point of attack. That's the guy. That's the guy the Jets need to go after. Go all in on Anzalone and get him. As far as the offensive coordinator position and moving down this kid, he's never had experience at a high level. And Aaron Glenn is on the hot seat right now because of the Jet fans. As the Jets fans
do you think it's more X's and O's or culture?
No, I don't think it's X's and O's. I think Aaron Glenn understands that because of the Jets fans and the Jets organization and the way the Jets work, he's on the hot seat. So he needs to bring in a guy that's been in this position before and has been successful making the right play calling. And if they're probably going to bring in a veteran because there's no rookie quarterbacks that are going to go where the Jets are sitting at number 2 unless the Jets trade down, which could happen. So I honestly believe that the fact here is they're going to bring in a veteran. They need the right guy in position that's going to get them to that next level. So I think this is the right move for the Jets. If they decide to do this, I'm all in on it. I understand what Aaron Glenn's trying to do.
Yeah, I would say, Jabba, there's different levels of X's and O's. There's like being great at it, like on paper. Like they've been naming Davis Webb, former Giants draft pick, as another guy that's been floated around as like a 30-year-old guy who might be head coach like McVay, just like this great just knows all the X's and O's. But if you remember Davis Webb, the player, couldn't do anything. He didn't have the arm strength. Even if he knew what he was supposed to do, it didn't matter. And I think sometimes it's very similar with coaches you get one of these young coaches who may be great in the classroom, could tell you everything about the game of football, about cover 2 versus cover 3, how we're going to run the play against this defense versus that defense. Look at the right side of the field for cover 4. Look at the left side of the field if it's man. You know what I mean? Like, he could tell you everything. But when he has to call the plays on the field and has to make the adjustments and has to do it, it's not the same thing. So I feel like there's X's and O's, and then there's, the guys who can call the plays under pressure and be innovative. When as a kid, I always loved Bill Parcells because I knew he was going to give you something innovative under pressure at a key moment and would give you it would just wow you every time. Oh my God, what a play call. And you don't have a lot of coaches that do that anymore. For me, as a kid, Parcells always did.
A lot of like the X's and O's and being that, but can you as a coach sometimes get out of your own way knowing what X's and O's are, but then have a feel for what the game is going on?
I want to say something.
Just
and everybody, and Fish, I never really got a chance to tell you who I think might get this job. And the Jets have been going after him for years, and he doesn't look like he's getting a head coaching job. That's Cliff Kingsbury. That's the guy that I think the Jets are gunning for. And I've heard through the grapevine, when you told me today, I was investigating it. That's the guy I think the Jets are going to ask to sit down and have a conversation with Aaron Glenn and this coaching staff. So that is a slam dunk if they get Cliff Kingsbury in that locker room to work with Wink Martindale and Aaron Glenn. I think that's the coaching staff that you want. So I think it's a slam dunk.
I think Jabba, it's just with experience. Sometimes you're too cute, and I think a guy like Kingsbury in his first run, with Arizona, may have been a little too cute with some of the stuff he did. When they had chances, I think they kind of choked a few games away. And I think sometimes you make, I remember as a kid, the first big dumb mistake I made as a football coach was I called a double reverse on the goal line. Because I was like, oh, it's going to work. It worked every time in practice. When I should just ran the stupid freaking ball in, running power. And of course they fumble it and they take it the other way, literally for a touchdown right before the half. And I feel like the dumbest idiot of all time. But it's an easy way to learn a lesson.
By the way,
what I mean? Forever.
By the way, I want to tell everybody, the Islanders got another shutout. Sorokin got another shutout. This guy is hot. And by the way, Tony DeAngelo is hot, as he's been one of the best defensemen in the NHL in the past month and a half. What does that smell, Ranger fans? Smells like crap.
Everything smells terrible for Ranger fans right now. Everything. I'm wearing my Adam Fox jersey just because I don't know if I can wear it anymore in a week or two. He might be gone. I hope he's not, but he has value if we're retooling. Anyway, I digress.
Errol, FYI, Tyler Harrison was the Tony DeAngelo lover of the Rangers.
Oh, I know.
Josh and I hated him.
I don't know why. He's been sensational. I've heard so many great things he's doing right now in that locker room and helping Schaefer really grow as a young player. I love it. I love the story behind the whole DeAngelo. Everybody in the NHL doesn't like him, just like the kid from Washington. They don't like DeAngelo because he starts a lot of problems, but he has been a great leader for this really young Islander team that's really transforming right in front of our eyes. So, great story.
All right, let's get to the Giants, who did hire Denard Wilson as their new defensive coordinator. Denard Wilson responsible for that, not this past season. The Titans were absolutely terrible. They were absolutely terrible the year before, but they had the second-ranked defense in all of football, you might remember. Still pretty decent this year, just gave up a lot of points because that offense put them in a lot of bad spots, I would argue. Still very strong defense. Again, this is now the second straight Tennessee Titans defensive coordinator we're bringing over here after Shane Bowen to do this. But I think Denard Wilson, he had some experience with Harbaugh back with the Ravens. He's thought of as one of the better secondary guys. And if there's anything the Giants suck at and need someone who's good at, it's the secondary. So I'm very hopeful. And they also were able to grab Harbaugh's longtime special teams coordinator, Horton, from the Ravens, although the Ravens originally said they weren't going to let him interview with Harbaugh. I think as soon as they hired Minter said, I have my own guy, and they let Horton go.
Well, I'll say this. I don't know much about Wilson. I do know him as a player. I remember when he was defensive coordinator over there with the Tennessee Titans. They better hope this works, because John Harbaugh Ever since McDonald left that organization with the Ravens, his defenses were not good. And you usually bring in the guys that have been successful working under you over the years, guys that understand how you like to run your defense. I don't know if this is a slam dunk for the Giants, but hey, the Giants are going to go and do what Harbaugh wants, and this is who he wants to bring in his coaching staff. So you got to ride or die with it. I don't know if I would have went this route. There are other guys he could have brought in. That's just my opinion.
Yeah, I'm more encouraged with the special teams hire because the Ravens have always had good kickers outside of that 1 year of Billy Cundiff where he was just awful. They had Stover, they had obviously Justin Tucker, and they always had good kick returners too. But the defense, yeah, it's tough to tell if that works. I remember Wilson as a player, I think with the Rams.
He was all right.
Jeff Fisher defense. Yeah, he was one of those like platoon linebackers. So again, maybe they get some influence from Fisher, some influence from Harbaugh, where he's been around good coaches.
Don't you think this is a little reach?
I think it's a for this early in the process. I would have been more patient.
Yeah, I think this is a reach for the Giants.
Well, do you think Harbaugh had any say in that too?
Of course, it's his guy. That's why I'm saying
it's his guy. Of course, it is.
With the pass rush talent that the Giants should have on paper, like you would think there would be better coordinators that you could have waited on for this job, even if it meant paying a little more. I think this is it's a first-time DC. He's been with the team with Vrabel with Bowen that already just failed. So,
I wouldn't have went this route. I would have waited a little bit longer. There were other guys that are definitely a better fit. Again, the Giants went that route. I hope it works out for them. I don't hate the Giants as much as everybody thinks. I just hate Giant fans. That's all I'm going to say. But
you know how it works, though, Errol. Like these coaches, they hire guys that they used to work with.
I got it.
He worked with them. He was his DB's coach in 2023. He'd been with him a couple other times. He probably remembers him as a player because Harbaugh had been around forever. Anyway, the Giants, it can't be worse, right? I mean, it can't be worse than it's been.
I don't know.
At least.
Well, you would know better than all of us, Fish. So can it be worse or is it better?
I mean, you can win no games
and then have the worst run defense in NFL history, possibly.
But here's another thing: they don't even know what they're doing with Dexter Lawrence. And if I was Dexter Lawrence, I would be asking for a trade because of the way the Giants have really exposed him over the last couple of weeks. Oh, we don't know if we can afford him. Oh, we might trade him.
They're just, you know what Shane does. He does that so that they can
and they should have fired his ass.
We don't know what Joe Shane does, Fish.
He's an idiot.
I am not disagreeing with that statement. All right, let's get into a real quick one. I wanted to get he dropped out of the race, which obviously he wasn't going to get this job. But the Bills interviewed Philip Rivers.
Love it.
For their head coach opening. I thought that was something we should bring up. I think, there were other names that were put out there. Obviously, Philip Rivers coming out of retirement to play the 3 games with Indianapolis this year. Really impressed everyone with just the ability to still I don't know how you're able to do it physically. Obviously, he wasn't the same guy physically at 44 as he was when he was younger, but understands the game at such a high level, was still able to facilitate the ball. They didn't win any of those games, but he wasn't the reason why they lost in any of those contests.
Guys, Josh Allen, to me, is one of the best, if not the best quarterback in the NFL. And to get a chance to just interview and see if you can persuade the Buffalo Bills to hire you to coach that guy, he's going to make everybody around him look better. I don't care what anybody says. I put a story out over the weekend. Well, not over the weekend, over the week last week. I think it was Friday or Thursday, about Josh Allen, how special he is, and the type of person that he is. He puts everything on his shoulders. And the fact that Philip Rivers was the kind of the same player. He didn't cry and he didn't show emotion, but he showed emotion on the field. He had heart. He would yell at the referees. He would yell at the players. He would give you everything. He would show you that he really wanted to win. That's Josh Allen. And I think that's, to me, what you look for your next head coach. I don't know if Dable's the right answer, but obviously Josh trusts him. But the fact that you hear Philip Rivers is interested in that job and only that job, he could have interviewed on any other job. He wanted to interview for the Buffalo Bills. Only tells you why he believes that this team might be the best fit for him. I love it. Good for Phil. And I think Phil will eventually I believe he will be a head coach in the NFL at one point of his career. He just needs to learn as an offensive coordinator what the position entails. it's not the same as the quarterback position. But I think he'll be an unbelievable coach in this league if he gets an opportunity to do that.
Yeah, I could definitely see a good QB coach to start and then a head coach maybe 5 years from now, something like that, because he already coaches his son's team. And there's a big reason he came back. He's connected with a lot of these younger coaches, too. Just again, I don't know how much familiarity he has with the Bills coaching staff.
Stay in Indianapolis.
Yeah,
Be a
I was going to say,
quarterback
yeah,
coach over there.
maybe just develop Riley Leonard. And if Riley Leonard doesn't work out, if they draft another quarterback in 2 years, then you develop him.
Oh, don't hurt our guy.
I'm not hurting our guy.
Don't hurt our guy.
I said if. Come on. I said if. I'm rooting
He still hasn't been on the show yet.
I know.
True.
I'm going to reach out to him. I'm going to reach out to him in the next week or two.
But
I'll get him on the show.
With the Bills, I think I agree with you. I'd be skeptical if they bring in Dable. If you just want familiarity, just promote Joe Brady and just make him the coach at this point. The guy I mentioned last week is Brian Flores. I think they need some defensive play calling.
Brady's taking the Vegas job.
Yeah, seems that way.
That's what I'm hearing. He's taking the Vegas job.
That means you're either going to have to take a chance.
Beware. I think by Thursday you're going to hear that the Raiders have hired Joe Brady. Why would he go coach a guy in Josh Allen who's already been developed and go over there and have a chance to coach Mendoza? I mean, I go that route. I know the Vegas Raiders are not a smart organization, but you get the quarterback of this year's great season and a guy that you're really going to like. And as you heard Collier say, that it's going to be fun to get a chance to get to know him in person. So
that's why I think the Bills need an experienced guy. Josh Allen, I think, is just scheming quarterback proof at this point. He's going to do his thing and still play great. That's why I think Flores would be a good fit over there. Man. But again, I don't know if he'll get that job. But Brian Dable, who will say?
Brian Dable will look good no matter what because he has Josh Allen. Enough said on that.
Exactly.
He'll make everybody look good. Yeah. He's that good.
Well, and I think too, it's like even the entertaining the fact of like having that is like what Phillip Rivers understands. Like, yeah, you brought up obviously coaching the Sun team, whatever, but that's high school. Like it's a little different now. If you can get in, but I think you guys are 100% like he needs to either be a quarterback coach or whatever. And shoot, he's 43. It's like you can still be a head coach by the time you're 50 with the pedigree that he has. And there's a lot to be said about that. Obviously the Harbaugh family, we look at what they've done and their lineage is in football. That's what they've done. They both played and obviously being coaches as their father and all the other stuff. So I think there's something to be said. And I think more so than anything, it was kind of getting his just feet wet a little bit to see kind of what the process is and what he has to go through to get to that point. I don't necessarily know if it was really the logistics of it more so than him just understanding, okay, this is a part of it. This is kind of what I got to go through and see what works and what fits. I think he's going to be a great coach at some point, but I think you guys are 100% right where he's got to go feel what these certain aspects of the game, because when you're the quarterback, you lead the team, but now you lead from a different level. And he's obviously led from a different level because he's got 10 kids. So he's led from that perspective, so he gets it. But I think this was more so just to get his feet wet and have it something that makes us excited about where
this is not a panty dropper
in a direction. And he has never done it. So he wanted to just see, okay, let me just put my name in the coffers and see what happens. And now when I get to the real point, I understand what it is because I know I can lead. I've done it on the field. I've done it off the field. Now let me run this ship.
Take every interview, guys. That's what I always tell, you just take the interview, get the experience. You never know. You might impress somebody. You might meet somebody. It's important, even if you don't get the job. Now, last one, speaking of getting the job. This story fascinates me to no end. Now, the Cleveland Browns, very often not considered to be one of the destinations anybody really wants to coach at. They just fired Kevin Stefanski. He was two-time coach of the year there. Weren't able to get over the hump. Obviously, the Deshaun Watson contract. I don't know. I don't think you would think they would have high moral standards, but apparently the Browns have a very sophisticated and very rigorous set of hiring practices. I'm going to read this to you. This is from Tom Pelissero on the Rich Eisen Show. The Browns search process and interview process they have run a number of times is unlike any other in the NFL. and it plays to certain types of candidates. They are a data-driven operation in Cleveland, so they spend an extraordinary amount of time gathering data on their coaching candidates. You're talking about taking a personality test. You're talking about writing an essay. You're talking about completing homework assignments going into both the first and second rounds of interviews. It plays towards the types of candidates they have in the mix, which is very, very smart people in a lot of cases that just happen to be tall, thin guys that came from Ivy League schools, though that is certainly not a requirement. That's the type of candidate generally that is going to fit in a data-driven environment.
Fish, are you saying that the Browns are holding out for Kyle Juszczyk when he retires to become their next head coach?
Ryan Fitzpatrick. There you go.
It's just kind of hard to fathom that the Browns just keep shooting themselves right in the foot.
All right. I'm not going to get too long into this Browns thing because the Browns, I mean, their colors are what I expect this organization to be. Doo-doo, as Niffin says.
Doo-doo.
As we all know, that's why Shedeur Sanders is there. That's why Watson is there, Mr. Handjob himself. I mean, this is an organization that doesn't know what they're doing. So I'm a Jet fan, so I know all about organizations that are up and down with obviously thoughts and dreams and admirations. Here's the facts. This is an organization that is going to sit back and they're going to make up these different, unique ways of hiring because they think they're spinning the wheel and making the deal and changing the grid. There's nothing about this that makes any sense. And here's another thing. If I was any coach right now looking for a job, I wouldn't take that job. I have no quarterback. I have a great defensive lineman that has maybe two years left at the top level. And everything about that offensive side of the ball is horrible. They got no running game. They have no wide receivers. They got nothing. So honest to God, whoever takes that job, whoever gets that job is up, as you call, doo-doo creek. So why would I even want to interview, take a test, write an essay, or even get into the conversations on taking this, what you call, Brown's job? Doo-doo.
Yeah.
Doo-doo.
I don't know how long this process has gone, going back further, but if you look at Romeo Crennel, Rob Chudzinski, Mike Patton, look at all these coaches you forget about.
Mike Patton.
Yeah, they had Pat Shurmur
what a wonderful
for a
guy.
Year. Yeah, Stefanski was the one good one they had.
He was the one who ratted on Rex Ryan and why Rex Ryan had the whole parting ways with the New York Jets. His defensive coordinator was the one that ratted on him.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous.
That's your illustrious list of recent head coaching history. I don't even know who it was even before that. But Stefanski was the best one you had, and then you get rid of him, and now you're going to go for all these standards of these coaches. Yeah, when you have no moral standards of bringing in Deshaun Watson with all the crap that he did off the field, and giving him the highest paid contract in NFL history. And Fish, the analytics stuff that you're talking about, guess what they brought in 2019? Guys from the Mets. They clearly don't know what they're doing.
And I want to say something. Stefanski was happy to get the hell out of there. Are you kidding me? He gets to go to Atlanta. He's got a young quarterback in Michael Penix. He's got offensive weapons. He's actually got an offensive line and good defensive. I mean, the guy is set. He can win a Super Bowl next year. He honestly could. So, and they're winning that division next year. Good luck to the Buccaneers. They're winning that division next year. They've got tons of money and they got tons of draft stock. Not this year in the first round, but everything after this year, they're going to have tons and tons of draft stock. I'm absolutely staying. I'm so happy for Stefanski. He's going to be an accomplished coach and maybe a Super Bowl champion one way or another. Not with that Browns crap.
We've always talked about it, and it's like, what are the Browns doing? We never have an answer for what the hell they're trying to do, and this just what rhyme or reason? We're obviously not in the front office. We don't know, but none of it makes sense. None of anything that they do makes sense. And they've obviously been a garbage can for a while. And I think that's a reason.
I mean, sometimes you can just outthink yourself. And it's just, there's no way.
Is that what
that's
you call
how you
outthinking yourself?
Well, look, Errol, I've taken things like that for jobs in my life. But in no point in time were one of those for football coach. That's not a thing you do to hire a football coach.
This is a 1 in a million job. And the first thing you're going to do is you're going to ask these guys that are working for organizations and worked hard to get where they are to write essays. I tell you to go F yourself. I am not doing that. I'm not in college. I'm not trying to, trying to write an essay and trying to explain myself and what I'm trying to do. How about you just interview me? You like me? You don't? Tell me to get the hell out. Tell me to hit the road, Jack, and don't you come back. I don't want to write an essay. I have no interest in writing a paper for you to understand who I am and what I want to do. You're an idiot. And I'll tell you, ownership over there needs to go and sink his head in the water or go to a freaking massage parlor with freaking Watson, because I don't want to hear any more about this essays and what they need to do to get there. It's pathetic. You know what would be funny? Nobody takes this job and they're going into the season with no coach. That's what's going to happen. I'm definitely not taking this job. If I was Myles Garrett today, I tell him, get me the hell out of here. I don't want to be here.
Which means they'll eventually hire Deion Sanders.
Oh, that's.
Can you imagine? Oh my God!
It makes a lot of sense, by the way.
Well, if that happens, we will report it on the next
yeah,
whip around.
Start playing the 0-17 parade.
Oh my God! Please, I'm just lost. Shut the music, Speedy. You told me this story before the show, and I was like, "What?" And I was looking at the story, and if I was any coach at any position or any from college to high school, and I want to interview for that job, I wouldn't even waste my time having a conversation with ownership, statistics, and and understanding what I need to do to get you to think that I'm the perfect fit for your organization. It's ridiculous. It's dumb. It's stupid. And it shows you how dumb. I'm a Jet fan, and I know a lot of dumb things the Jets have done. This might be the dumbest, okay? The dumbest story I've ever heard. So I could see why you put it in the whip around here. Anyways. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we call this Alrighty Then.
Alrighty then. Alrighty then.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I don't know if you know how to play this. This segment is very interesting, and I'll let Fish explain it.
Alrighty then, Errol. We will talk about this segment. Alrighty then. Very simple. Errol is really becoming a pretty proficient writer with amazing sports articles that you can go see on worldwidesportsradio.com, our website, with also a lot of our clips that you can find from our show that are from YouTube. Please go and subscribe and check out all of our stuff, and especially these articles. These are what we're going to do is read a portion of Errol's article, this time on the Mets and their general manager, Mr. Stearns over here.
How many reads, Speedy?
You have the data?
I was in the 7,000 range for this one.
Okay.
All right, so we're in the 7,000 range, and there are quite a number of people on Reddit who comment. Speedy's going to put up a bunch of those comments after I read this excerpt. Here we go for Alrighty Then. Here's the name. Here, I'm going to share the screen for you. This is the one we want up, not that one. There we go. The Mets spent the farm for a one-year ace, a downward trend outfielder, and said bye to Nimmo. Welcome to 2026. And there's our buddy Stearns. Let's break down the latest David Stearns masterclass in Mets roster construction, also known as the Hold My Wallet Tour. The Mets just traded two top prospects, Brandon Sproat and Jet Williams, for Freddie Peralta and Tobias Myers. Peralta is a two-time All-Star coming off a huge 2025, but here's the real buzzkill. He's a rental pitcher. He hits free agency after this season. Yep, 1 year. The cost? Highly rated prospects who could have been long-term difference makers. Myers is a fine arm, but basically the side of ranch dressing with this trade. So what does that mean for Tarek Skubal rumors? Before this blockbuster, some fans were fantasizing about a Skubal for the ages scenario. A young ace you could sign long-term, but after giving up real future value for a one-year rental, all that fantasy money has turned into Peralta's bar tab. Scrolling down a little bit, here's going into the Luis Robert trade for minor leaguers Luis Angel Acuna and Truman Pauly. Don't get it twisted. Robert Jr. is a freak athlete, but here's the hilarious bit. His best season was 2023. Over the last two seasons, his production dipped. He's 28 and owed $20 million with a club option for 2027. Yeah, you heard that right. The Mets traded for someone whose absolute peak was 2 years ago. Wind the clocks back, David. This party showed up after the cake was cut. And then moving on to Nimmo. Wasn't a perfect
But it wasn't perfect, but he was a career Met, a leader in OBP, and consistent offensive producer and adored by fans. Marcus Semien, who they traded for him, a veteran with a big glove and past all-star seasons, but 35, older, and coming off a quieter 2025. So in Mets world, you trade a beloved current contributor for an aging defender, then trade away future pieces for a one-year rental ace and call it championship mode. Let that sink in while you check Peralta's contract. Speedy.
All right.
Let's see the comments.
We'll start with this one from Mysterious Draw 2510. So they said no, he disagrees with that. Sproat, they believe in the other young arms in the farm system and the coming up in the minors. And Williams, because he hasn't transitioned to outfield well and is blocked in the infield. He also, I couldn't extend it all in this to a 200 character comment. He also mentioned the Steve Gelb's interview. The Mets organization was okay giving up with Sproat, and they also took a chance for Robert at a small price.
Mysterious, thank you for giving us your opinion. Here's why I think your opinion is a little up and down. I look at Sproat. He's a guy that a lot of people think could be an ace. And you decided to move it away for a guy like Peralta. Now, I'm not saying Peralta is not going to be good, and I think if the Milwaukee Brewers are asking for Sproat, obviously they know something that we don't. Every time the Milwaukee Brewers make a trade and they trade one of their better players, they get more out of the guys that they traded for. I think this is an absolute slam dunk, getting Williams and Sproat, two guys that were in a top 10 for the New York Mets. Sproat, who was in the top 5, he's better. A lot of people think that he was going to get called up this year, that he was going to be better, maybe a better pitcher than Tong. We haven't even seen this kid in the major league level yet. But what he's done in the minor league it's been absolutely sensational. I think this is a slam dunk move from Milwaukee, and I think the Mets are going to regret it because I don't even know if they're going to be able to re-sign Peralta. And if they don't, before the next season, they're going to go on strike, and the Mets might not get Peralta when the strike is over. I think this might be a bad move for the New York Mets, losing 2 top prospects. You're muted.
You brought up a great point. When the Brewers do something, we've seen what they've done getting rid of Corbin Burns and guys that they've got on the back end that have turned into something. And I think they have a rhyme or reason. Sometimes we look at these teams and we're like, what the heck are they doing? But the Brewers we've seen, and it's been a track record of what they've done and what they've received on the back end. Because like you just said, we haven't seen them at the big league level. We don't know. But now it's like, okay, you had a young guy that you've seen a little bit in McLean and what he's done. But you had that guy, and now you're giving up pieces, and the Brewers are like, okay, well, if we can get that piece of the puzzle, because we know what he's going to be. But the Brewers have shown that, why they've gotten rid of some guys and made acquisitions to where they've seen what could happen and what they've built. Why are they there all the time? Why is their farm system always there? Like, it's because they understand. It's like, yeah, I may have to get rid of this for a minute, but I got something on the back end where now I have control of him for 6 years, and we can see where we go.
Jabba, the Brewers are the Rays of the National League.
Yeah, no, I don't disagree. Everything you said was spot on, and it's you look at it, and it's where are the Mets missing that part? And it's like, hey, yeah, it is a rental, and like you said, are we going to be able to even sign him if we have a 2027 season?
All right, we'll move on to this.
Or are we going to get him big league ready? And now we see what we can get.
All right, we'll move on to this one.
They haven't done it.
Kind of a similar theme. Current Barber 360 kind of mentioned the same kind of things. 2 guys that won't have impact because Jets block positionally, but Sproat considered the 4th best pitching prospect in the organization. We mentioned McLean, Tong, and Christian Scott, who's currently hurt but pitched well in 2024. And then they have 2 important chips, but guys that are not expected to impact the team both in 2026 and also 2027.
Current Barber, thank you for writing to us, and we really appreciate it. First of all, how do you know? How do you know Sproat won't be called up? How do you know Sproat won't be a great pitcher? Just because he's the 4th guy on the list doesn't mean he's not the best guy. How do you know? That's the problem with Met fans. They want to predict what they think that they know. They don't know. This guy was a highly regarded young pitcher in the Mets farm system, one of the best in their farm system. And because, they got Tong, they got McLean, they got this guy, he can't be better than him? How do you know? You haven't seen a pitch in the American League. You haven't seen a pitch in the National League. You haven't seen a pitch in the major leagues. So how would you know? This guy is a great minor league player, and he's not going to be called up this year? How do you know? How do you know? So it makes me so angry when I hear Met fans say, well, you know, he's probably not going to be called up this year, and Williams might not be called up here. How do you know? How do you know? Are you a GM? How do you know? How do you know? Shake hands. I don't want to shake your hands, but thank you. Thank you, Current Barber. We love you. I had to do that. Go ahead.
Next one, Speedy.
All right, so we'll go to this one. Nighttime number 1. You got an ace starting pitcher that led the National League in wins and a fantastic defensive outfielder with offensive upside. Both these trades adjusted issues. Those were the two biggest needs on the team was the extended comment, and we needed an ace starting pitcher and outfielder at all costs.
All right, Nighttime. Thank you for giving us your opinion, but your opinion is not warranted. Here's the reason why. I don't care, again, going back to your pitcher and what you're looking for. If you're not, this guy has one more year left on his contract, and he is a free agent. And if he wants to sit and say, you know what, I'm going to wait till next season, or if there is a season, to get my big money, because I could get more money in the offseason than sit here and take the money that you're going to offer me. Why would this be a good move? You're losing 2 prospects during your top 10, one of your best pitching prospects in your farm system. And as far as your newly improved outfielder, what has he done offensively in the last 2 years? I don't care how great defensively he is. You just lost Nimmo in your outfield, who's a very talented offensive player and can do all the things that you're missing out in the outfield. Now you're adding it with this guy who can only play defense, maybe steal here half the time. But guess what? He can't get on base. And if you can't get offense in the center field position, how does this benefit the Mets? Bad move by the Mets. I like it. I like Peralta. They need an ace to help McClain grow. But this move might cost them, and that move definitely will cost the Mets. It's not a slam dunk. Wrong again, Nighttime. Take a ditch.
Yeah, we kind of touched on this with the football side of it. Like, I don't and I don't know him. I don't know Peralta from a culture side, and if you want to teach the younger generation, I don't know what he brings to a clubhouse. Don't know that. But also, I don't want to lose what I have. And I already had these guys, and you're giving up rentals is what you're doing. And if he was a clubhouse guy and it was somewhere we couldn't even argue that fact, but we've never heard anything other than the fact what we see on the field. And we don't know that. We're obviously not the front office. We're not in the clubhouse, and we don't see that. But I don't know really what he's going to do from the context of is he going to grow these young kids? But if you've got a young dude that's there and you bring young guys up, it's kind of a crutch you lean on. Because when you come up with a younger guy, you kind of gravitate toward, because you're kind of scared of the other guys because they've been there, they've done it. So you don't really lean on them very much. But you got a young guy that's already done it, he's proven it. Now you can be able to lean on him a little bit. And now you bring somebody else in that now it's like, okay, what's he going to create? What is he going to do for this clubhouse that makes us better? Since we lost huge dynamics of the clubhouse, yeah, you have Frankie. You have what it is. And obviously the reports of Seager and Simeon didn't like each other. I don't know if you guys read that.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm just like, well, all right. Well, if that's the way it is, yeah, Simeon's on the field all the time. We get it. But is he necessarily a clubhouse guy? Because Seager's a baseball dude. He knows what a clubhouse means to players. So if you want to keep the clubhouse, it's hard sometimes because it's very intimidating to come into a clubhouse as a young guy. But if you got young dudes to lean on and be like, damn, this is a lot different than I thought it would be. But you got a guy that's doing the same thing and kind of in your same boat. But what is he doing that is going to add value, not only on the mound, because I think it goes different. And you got to create the clubhouse to win. And I don't really know what he brings to that aspect.
Well, alrighty then it is. Another
Is there
great
one more question?
segment.
Is there anybody else? Because I want to give him an opportunity. Any more for
All
me
right,
to answer?
we'll do
Give
one
me
more.
one more.
All right, we'll do one
Give
more.
me one more. I just want to. I'll just answer
All
because
right, so
I feel bad.
This one is Rusty Wheel 17. He says Stearns has been working on both these trades for quite a while. Mentioned Luis Robert since the trade deadline last year, and then Peralta obviously is with the connection since winter meeting. So he feels like he got a bargain based on his negotiation.
By the way, thank you, Rusty. Quickly, I'll give you my answer to this. You might be right. Maybe he has been working. Maybe he has been really reaching in his bag of, candy or, toys. Here's the facts. You don't have Peralta. Peralta's there for one more year, and then you go on strike. He could sit out and say, I'll wait until the strike season is over and get all the money I possibly can. This guy is still 28 years old. He's going to get a lot of money, and I'm especially if he wins 17, 18 games with the Mets. As far as, again, the outfielder, you know what this kid is. He can't hit for crap. The guy's right now in the last 2 years is hitting 200. That's not good. And you're getting that center field. That's an important offensive position that you need to get something out of. And you're not getting any offense. So it's not a good move. And Rusty, thank you for giving us your take, but I disagree with you. And that's it.
Robert's always hurt too. 100
Yeah.
games in the last two
That's
seasons.
another thing
each.
too. That's another thing too, which I didn't mention. He's never healthy. And again, I love you guys. All the Met fans, I know you guys want to see a win and you want to see a championship. 1986 was the last time you seen. I know I'm a Jet fan. I haven't seen a championship ever. I'm a Knicks fan. I haven't seen a championship ever. But I've been a Yankee fan for many, many years of my life, and I've seen a lot of championships. So I know what it is for one of my teams to win. I was a Ranger fan when I was a younger kid, and then I grew into an Islander fan. It's a long story. I never got a chance to see the Rangers win. Well, and then when I did, I wasn't a Ranger fan. It was a year, and as an Islander fan, I was too young to understand what the Islanders were doing. So I honestly, the only team that I ever saw that won a championship of this time is the Yankees. So it says a lot on understanding what it takes to win championships, especially here in one of the hardest cities to really deal with media work and all the other stuff, the backlash that you're going to get. As Jabba would tell you, he knows all about it. It's not easy working. It's not easy dealing with the media out here. So that's all I'm going to say about that. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we call this Tic Tac No.
Morris, right in the butt.
What? Tack.
We get the prizes cheap because they're stolen.
No.
No! 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 No!
No! No! All right, ladies and gentlemen, the game that will make you cross-eyed.
Let's do it, Speedy.
All right, so we'll start it off. We mentioned before that the Patriots and Broncos AFC Championship was the second lowest scoring of all time. The lowest scoring of all time was in 1982 when one team beat the other 14-0. These are two division rivals, being the winning and losing team. Again, you get two guesses each.
1982.
82.
I'm going to guess.
I wasn't alive yet.
Philadelphia and the Giants.
Nope.
Giants were not good in 82.
Is it the Bills?
Nope. Not the Bills.
Give me the Dolphins.
Yep.
And Patriots.
One of those is right. One
Okay.
of those is wrong.
So that means there's only one possible answer. Because we said that they're division rivals and we've named the other two teams in the division.
Yep.
So we're talking about the Jets then.
Yep.
Oh, wonderful. Figure that one out.
Yeah.
All right. Got that one.
So the Dolphins beat the Jets 14-0.
Thank you. Thank you for pissing me off even more.
Well, we knew the Jets didn't win that game.
Yeah, well, that's
All right, I'll take the middle to start off our streak. Errol, get a smile on your face. We got it right.
It had to be the Jets, another AFC title game.
Hey, I don't write the questions.
Yeah.
Speedy's face in that thing makes me laugh every time.
Yeah, he loves it. He loves when the Jets are on the back end. Anyways, go ahead.
All right, so we'll do this one because it's the anniversary of Kobe Bryant's unfortunate death. Kobe Bryant scored 80 points in a game, one of two Lakers that have ever scored 70 in a game. Name the other.
70 in a game.
Yeah.
70 in a game.
Kareem?
Nope.
Hmm.
70.
New or old school?
Older.
I mean, there's an obvious name, but he was older by then.
I'm gonna guess.
But
Will Chamberlain?
Nope.
That's the one I was
He
saying.
never did it with the Lakers.
That's what I was gonna say.
You know who I think? If it's older,
Ooh, there's a
I'm
name I
throwing
know.
it out. Elgin Baylor?
Oh, Java gets it. Wow.
Yeah. There's a famous Elgin Baylor game in there.
Will Chamberlain
Java.
did do it 5 times, but he never did it with the Lakers.
All right, let's bring it back. Java, where do you want to go?
We'll go bottom left.
Bottom left it is.
In what year did Elgin? Because I remember the game.
1971, I believe, was the year.
Yeah. Sounds about right. All right, Speedy, you're going to have to stop us on this one.
All right. So we'll go to Carlos Beltran, who just got inducted into the Hall of Fame. Tied for all-time with 21 runs scored in a single postseason. Tied with somebody that was his teammate at one point in his career. Name this player.
God, I hate you, Speedy, for this.
So there's a random name in my head.
So the question is, Carlos Beltran had 21 runs scored in a single postseason, which is tied for the MLB record. The guy he's tied with was his teammate at one point in his career.
I have such a random name. I don't know why it's on the top of my head. I'm just gonna say it. Lance Berkman.
Nope.
All right.
That's a good one.
I don't know why, but Johnny Damon comes to mind.
No.
I'm gonna take a guess. I don't even know if he played with him, but it's a guess. Albert Pujols.
No. So it was actually an Astro, but it was an Astro, more recent Astro, and it's Altuve.
Ah.
Oh.
Yes. I freaking hate Altuve.
21
man.
did 21 in 2021.
All right. Speedy
Astros
gets.
4.
I'm assuming you want to go for the block, Speedy.
Yes, indeed.
All right. Next question.
Let's go to some hockey for this one. So obviously Alex Ovechkin, the all-time goal leader. There's one other Russian player ever who has 500. Who isn't?
Fedorov?
Nope. I believe he was at 473.
Damn.
Go ahead, Java.
Another Russian that has.
There's two. There's two guys. It's one or the other.
I'm drawing a blank. I got.
All right, could I use your guesses?
Yeah, go ahead.
Alexander McGilly.
No.
All right. Pavo Bore.
Nope.
Really?
Nope. It's someone that's actually still playing in the league right now. It's Malkin.
Oh.
Kenny Malkin.
Oh my god.
Damn.
I think McGillney was right in that cluster too
Yeah.
with Fedorov. I think he was at 453 or something like that.
I'm surprised Fedorov didn't have 500. I could have sworn he did. All right, Speedy, where are you going?
All right, where's my other? I'm trying to see where my list. Let's go top left.
Top left it is. All right, next question.
All right, so we'll go back to some football here. So JSN had 153 receiving yards, which is second in Seahawks playoff history, only behind DK Metcalf, who did it in his rookie year in 2020 against what team?
Oh.
In the playoffs?
In the playoffs.
Over 150 yards, is that what you said?
Yeah, 160 yards. So JSN got 153, so he just missed. The JSN just missed that one.
In the playoffs, 160 yards.
And the worst part is it's 2020. It's the pandemic year, so it's like...
Yeah, it was 2 months before the world changed.
Yeah.
Yeah. Who?
I'll take
I mean,
it.
you might as well guess.
Arizona.
Nope.
I'm going to say Green Bay.
Nope, they actually play Green Bay the next week, though. After they beat this team, they lost to Green Bay.
The Ravens?
NFC.
No, the NFC.
So they played Green Bay afterward.
Yeah, they lost to Green Bay after they beat this team in the first round.
Oh gosh.
Go ahead, Gabba, guess.
I'm gonna go
Just guess.
the Lions.
No, it was Errol's second team, the Eagles.
Ugh,
Beat 'em in
the
the wild
Uglies.
card round.
That means, Speedy, it's been a while, but you are the champion.
What an ugly face. I got to see it 3 times. How wonderful.
There it is. Congratulations, Speedster.
You want my
Golly.
coupon? I
Eagles,
get
who
more
was
those in scoops.
All right, when we come back, ladies and gentlemen, we have Jabba Rules, Caged In MMA, and Dial It Up. We'll talk about UFC 324, which there's only one match I want to get into. That's it. The card was not anything to brag about. That's all I'm going to say. But we'll get into that, and we'll have a special guest, ladies and gentlemen. But first, our Sports Minute.
Sports Minute.
All right, guys. Aaron Fishman here with your Sportsman. I got a couple of stories before we get into the scores this evening. In news into ESPN on Monday, former Steelers offensive coordinator and Falcons head coach Arthur Smith has a new gig for next year, and that is offensive coordinator for the Ohio State Buckeyes. The Buckeyes, who fell to national championship runner-up Miami in the college football playoffs, look to upgrade its offense under Smith, who was more known for his running attack as a coordinator and use of multiple tight ends, but perhaps not in the passing game. The Steelers ranked 15th in the NFL in points per game in 2025 under Smith, en route to winning the AFC North with 41-year-old Aaron Rodgers at quarterback. Smith gets an explosive returning trio to work with on offense with Heisman finalist quarterback Julian Sayin, running back Bo Jackson with 1,000 yards, over 1,000 as a freshman, and 2-time All-American wide receiver and likely next year's top skill player in the draft, Jeremiah Smith, to complement Matt Patricia's lights-out defense in the horseshoe next year as they retry to regain their top spot on the mountaintop once again. In baseball, the Cleveland Guardians sure are lucky, or have done a lot of things right behind the scenes with their longtime star player, perhaps the most underrated star player in baseball, third baseman Jose Ramirez. Reports in ESPN on Saturday say Ramirez and the Guardians have agreed to a 7-year, $175 million extension. $10 million each year will be deferred, and there are bonuses for performance and end-of-season awards like MVP and team awards and making it far in the playoffs. He also gets a full no-trade clause. This ensures, pending a mutually agreed-upon trade down the road, that Ramirez will be a lifelong Guardian, as he will be pushing 40 when the deal expires. Ramirez finished third in the AL MVP voting this past season and is a 7-time All-Star with 6 top 5 MVP finishes with a dependable glove at third. Ramirez is on the verge of becoming just the 9th player to have 300 career home runs and 300 career stolen bases to join the group of Barry and Bobby Bonds, Alex Rodriguez, Willie Mays, Andre Dawson, new Hall of Famer Carlos Beltran, Reggie Sanders, and Steve Finley. Basketball scores going on right now. Only get one game left in action. The Timberwolves have a 53-38 lead on the Warriors at halftime. All other games are over. 132-116 Hawks over the Pacers. The Hornets all over the 76ers, 130-93. The Cavaliers 114, Magic 98. Celtics keep on winning 102-94 over the Trailblazers in Boston. The Lakers knock off the Bulls 129-118, and the Rockets beat the Grizzlies 108-99. In hockey, we have a bunch of scores going on still right now. The Ducks are trailing the Oilers at the beginning of the third period 5-3. Actually, that's the only game still going on because there was a postponed game between the Kings and Blue Jackets tonight. The Rangers found a way to win at home with a 4-3 overtime victory over the Bruins. The Mammoth fall to the Lightning 2-0, and the Islanders shut out the Flyers 4-0. Guys, we are streaming live on TikTok, Instagram, and YouTube on our Job in the Mouth handle, on Facebook under the Worldwide Sports Radio Network handle, and on Twitter under our host handle at ErrolMarks34. Keep downloading on Apple Podcasts and watch us both there and on Spotify, now in video. Make sure to like and subscribe all our shorts, reels, TikToks, and longer videos you see from us throughout the week. Now back to Errol, Jabba, and Speedy for our next segment on Jabba and the Mouth.
Any questions?
What is this? We're back. This is the Jabba and the Mouth Show.
Carl plays with himself. Poops gets no cooch. Fish is not a panty dropper. No ball. No ball. That's what it is.
Oh, come on. Put this up. Huh. Hey. I'm about to answer. Actually, he's got some useful stuff in there. Put him in there. Put him in there. You're listening to Jabba and the Mouth. My name is Errol Marks. Call me the Mouth. Mr. Flamethrower, you know who he is. He's got the headline show name, Jabba Chamberlain and Speedy Beatty. Remember, you can listen to our show every single week. How do you do that? You go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Check out all our shows throughout the week, including Jabba in the Mouth every single Mondays and Thursdays at 7:30 p.m. All you have to do to tune in and check out our local listings for all our shows is go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com.
I love Lisa Ann.
He loves Lisa Ann, and he loves other things, as we all know, Mr. Could you imagine, and just before we get into the next segment, I am going to the Super Bowl probably next week. Probably. We don't know yet, but we're probably pushing to do that. I'm pretty sure Jabba might be coming. It's me, Speedy, and Nithin. Could you imagine hanging out with these two guys? I mean, seriously, I love these guys. Nithin's a personality. Speedy's a personality. I'm crazy. And then Jabba has got to hang out with them too. That is an interesting bunch of characters.
Jabba, we need some leash prevention spray.
We've seen in my history that spray doesn't work, so we'll have to figure out something that works.
That's true. We'll have to get. There has to be a spray that we can, keep Nithin neutralized, because somebody's got to neutralize this kid. Anyways, we call this Jabba Rules.
History in the making. You ready? Jabba Rules.
Yeah, we're gonna go on a little bit of, obviously it's going to be Nebraska based in this Jabba Rules segment. But what I want to know is, I understand that they sign deals with different networks, but we've seen in games before with football wise. And did anybody expect Nebraska to be in this situation? No, they did not. But we've seen 6-day holds for football games to see what network can have them on. So now we have a top 5 matchup in the Big Ten, 3 versus 5 in Michigan and Nebraska tomorrow. And it's on Peacock. What the hell are we doing? Like, I understand you can't have a 6-day hold for this because football is obviously different, but how can't you change that to be, it's a 6:00 p.m. Peacock game? So when you have a top 5 matchup in all of basketball, why can't you switch the times? Why can't you switch the network? I understand contracts and I get that. But you can't be like, hey, well, we'll give you another Peacock game, but why wouldn't ESPN want to pick up? As we're watching Arizona versus BYU right now, it's a 1 versus 13. You got a top 5 matchup, and it's on Peacock. So now you're making everybody else buy another streaming service where it could be posted live on ESPN or whatever network you want to choose. And I don't know all the ins and outs of their contracts, but you have a top 5 matchup in a conference. Why is it not at prime time of what this is? It blows my mind that they can't figure that out from that, even though you didn't expect it. But it's here. It's happening. They're the winningest team in all of college basketball right now. They're 24. They've won their last 24. Never in my wildest dreams would I ever thought I'd be talking Nebraska basketball more than Nebraska football. But they haven't switched. I don't know why they can't make the adjustment for basketball when you have a Cinderella be able to switch the networks like you do for all other sports. And we need to figure out those rules because it don't make no damn sense to me. By the way, you better tune in because it's gonna. We're 10.5 dogs right now, but it's gonna be an interesting game.
Michigan's very good though, so you can't take it lightly.
No, you ain't lying. And one of our best players is out. So, and I can speak on that because it's one of the kids Carter grew up with, and to have a kid that can get downhill and do what he does and spread the floor, yeah, it's gonna suck, but we're going to cover. I don't think we're going to win, but we're definitely going to cover.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that was Jabba Rules. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we do this after every main event, every big UFC bout. We call this Caged in MMA.
Dirk, why'd you take your pants off? My balls was hot.
This is
Caged in MMA.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, and we have a very special guest, one of our interns. And why don't you make an announcement, my friend, because everybody knows who you are. You've been on our show before. How are you, my friend?
What's up, fellas? How you doing? I'm doing great. Good to see you all again. And yeah, it was an awesome card. It was a great main event.
It was a great main event. I don't know about awesome card.
Well, I would say that it definitely helps that the main event was great. It helps.
Oh, the main event was spectacular, and we're going to get
absolute cinema.
Oh, it was the best, and I don't care what everybody is saying after the fact, but I'll get into that. But the reason why I was upset is because Kayla Harrison had to withdraw off this card. It was supposed to be Amanda Nunes and Kayla Harrison as the co-main event. It was Sugar Shane O'Malley, who might have another fight or two left in him this year. He wants to retire after these two fights. He thinks it's Peter Yan, but he has to first wait his turn because Peter Yan has another fight with, you know who I'm talking about, Mr. Long Island native himself, who's been living here on Long Island. So that's the whole thing. Marab is going to get a chance to defend or get a chance to win back his belt. And Yan is going to be training, and that might be at the White House moving forward in June or July when that card comes around. It could be Marab and the one we call Yan, Peter Yan. So, but yeah, like you said, the card was not great. It wasn't something. Sugar was the co-main event because he's a very big fan favorite. He won the fight really in the third round. He was going to lose that fight if he didn't come out really, really strong the way he did. And as a champion he's been before, you got to go out there with guns blazing, and he did. And he threw enough punches, and he threw enough to make his opponent bleed enough where it showed the obvious. I think the UFC, to me, I thought Sugar Shane O'Malley lost the fight. I thought he was down 2-0 going into the third round. But he is a fan favorite. If he loses that fight, just like Conor McGregor did against Nate Diaz, maybe Conor McGregor doesn't have another second half of his career where he fights Poirier or any of that. So they had to give the fight to him. O'Malley did come out strong in the third round, but where was he in the first round? Where was he in the second round? And that's my take on that. How about you?
Yeah, I think you're right about that, Errol. I think he kind of came out a little timid. He was trying to feel out Song Yadong in the first round. They didn't throw either of them a lot of volume. I think what won the round for O'Malley was he just had a couple more strikes in the fight. But again, it was a very close round. Round two, Yadong got the takedown and kind of controlled O'Malley there. And then he came out strong in that third round. I think that's what the judges saw. I believe it was 29-28. Unanimous decision. So that third round really was the telling point for him. So Again, I'm sure the UFC would love to do Piotr Jan O'Malley too for a rematch at the White Houses. I mean, again, if who knows, they're saying potentially 5 or 6 title fights. I'm not sure if that's realistic or what they're shooting for, but I'm sure they'd love to do that rematch. You know, of course, there is still Marab out there, depending on if he wants an immediate fight or if he wants to take some more time to rest. Because again, the man did fight 4 times last year, which is why he was Fighter of the Year. He was amazing. So that'll be interesting to see. But yeah, for me, man, I was really excited. I was really happy that Gaethje won. He's my favorite fighter of all time. I'm a big Justin Gaethje fan, and I thought coming into this fight, a lot of the books and a lot of people were being really disrespectful to Gaethje. I thought Patty should have been the favorite, but I thought that plus 200 for Gaethje, that was a big underdog. I was like, wow, really 2-1? Like he's the underdog. I was really shocked, and I was like, look, I get it. Patty's young. He's hungry. He's got better jiu-jitsu, better grappling. And Gaethje really only had the power advantage in the striking. But he showed, just like in, for the lightweight division especially, there's levels to this son. And as Dustin Poirier and Armin Sarukian were all calling out Patty after the fight, and Justin was saying, he's disrespect the legends, and the legends are going to come and they're going to take you down. But
what makes that fight so amazing is the fact that the way Patty came out, the way the fans got him riled up, and he came out dancing. It was something of a storybook show, and that's what you want. It's a circus. And Patty Piblet, Patty the Batty, went out there. He showed people why he's a fan favorite, why they love him so very much. I love Patty Piblet, and I love
that arena rocking.
Yeah, he absolutely did, and he was dancing. He looked like he had all the energy. He didn't look like he was scared, but obviously he's never been in the ring with the highlight. He's never been in a ring with a guy that has the punching power of his ability, that he's going to throw haymakers. And even Gaethje, after the fight, when he was speaking and he was telling you what he said, that wasn't the game plan. That was not my game plan to come out there and try to knock his head off, but that's what happened. So, and he did poke Patty in the eye in the first round, which definitely caused problems in the fight. And then he did it again in the third round, which the referees did not see, which affected Patty, and eventually got him on the ground, and he was pulverizing him on the ground. Gaethje is a guy, to me, that is so very dangerous because his punching power, every guy that's been in the ring with this guy or in the octagon with this guy has said he is the hardest puncher they've ever been in the octagon with. He throws these haymakers. They don't even look that bad when he throws them, but he has so much punching power behind it. And if you look at Patty and his size when he got into the ring, and I'm not talking about when they did the weigh-ins, within 24 hours, that guy put at least 25 pounds on him. It's amazing how big he looked when he got into the ring with Justin Gaethje. He was twice the size of Gaethje. And I'll tell you what Patty did wrong in this fight. He didn't take Gaethje down. He stood with Gaethje and did what Gaethje wanted him to do. Stand with him and take a beating. And that's what Gaethje loves to do. You want to be Justin Gaethje, you take him to the ground. He's a great wrestler, but Patty has the ability to do those things. He's a great grappler, great wrestler too. And his strength, I'm not saying that Patty can't fight and stand up and knock people out. He's got that ability, but that's what happened. And as the rounds moved in, Patty looked tired because Gaethje's the type of guy that wears people out. He gets you to chase after him, and then he chases after you. And if he's chasing after you and he gets you against that fence, that's when you're in the most trouble. And that's what happened to Patty. As soon as he got caught behind the fence or against the fence, Gaethje went to work and he pulverized him. The one thing that Patty did well in the fight was throw kicks. He mutilated his legs early in the rounds, especially early in the fight. Gaethje thought twice of moving inside with him. Gaethje was not checking him at any point of the fight. And it looked like Patty was going to use that as his advantage. But guess what? Patty stopped doing that in the later rounds. And that gave Gaethje the confidence to move inside, get those punches, throw those haymakers. And then he caught him a couple times. Patty fell 3 times in the fight. And every single time, you saw when Patty was trying to get up and Gaethje was on top of him, every time Gaethje was laying on him, he was throwing absolute bangers at him. He inside, outside, on the side of his face, and it showed. Look at Patty's face after the fight. Gaethje had not really no scratches on his fight in this fight, and Patty Pimblett. I've never seen Patty Pimblett get pulverized like this in his career. This guy,
he's never bled that much in any fight.
No, never. I've never seen this before. And I love Patty, and Patty's going to get another chance. And I agree with him. If he's going to lose to somebody, you lose against the highlight. He looked up to him. He grew up a big fan of Gagey. Everybody looks up to Justin Gagey. I look up to Justin Gagey. Never got a chance to interview him. I interviewed Poirier. I've interviewed all these different guys, but I never got a chance to interview Gagey, and hopefully one day we do. But Gagey's an interesting dude because even after the fight, Gagey didn't know how to answer the question. And I don't know if anybody looked after he walked out and he went to the dressing room, they were giving him food. And he was like, I haven't eaten for 24 hours. Could you imagine going into an octagon with an empty stomach? This guy did not eat that night after the weigh-ins. He went into the fight with an empty stomach. That says a lot about who he is and what he is about his training and what he believes in his style of, being a fighter that he is. He's 38 years old. I don't care what anybody says. Ilya could say whatever he wants. Everybody can say what he wants about Pimblett. Pimblett is a great fighter. There is no reason why anybody should attack this guy. He's a salesman. That's what he's doing. He's selling the UFC. You want those guys in the ring. You want those guys dancing to the fans. Before he even came out to his music, fans were going crazy for him. And that's what you want to see. Two fan favorites go one-on-one with one another and give you one of the best fights I've ever seen. I'm going to tell you, I've watched the mixed martial arts my whole life. I've been a part of mixed martial arts. I've been fighting in mixed martial arts and boxing and combat sports. I have never seen two guys go at it. Patty could have went down. Patty could have been knocked out. He kept getting up and asking for more. That's all you ask from a fighter. It shows you how tough he is and how big of a heart he has. It was a wonderful fight. I believe that was fight of the year. And the Merab Yan fight was a great fight. But I'm sorry. This was the best fight so far of the year. And we're in January still. And we're saying this is the best fight of the year. It's amazing.
It's for me too. Like if you watched Gaethje walk out, and did you read his lips? He goes, "I love this." When he walked out, he goes, "I love this." And for me, as somebody that feeds off energy, he knew what he was doing. This ain't nothing new to him. But he walked out and for that recognition, because this is the strongest thing we have right here. And that's what you just said, Errol. That wasn't his game plan originally. And how he changed, because he knew he was going to be in a battle. He knew what it was. I will tip my hat to Patty because I didn't think he would take it as well as he did. I thought early on the way that he was attacking his legs and lower half, it's like, okay, then now you take him down, you go your jiu-jitsu, you go your route because you're afraid of the punches. But he was like, I think they both switched it up. And it's like, well, now we're in a battle.
I also think that when you watch the fight, Gaethje kind of pushed Patty to fight his fight.
But that's the chess match of fighting. You know better than anybody. Yeah. It's like you push him in ways where you know you're better. And he did it. But the way the fight ended up going was great for us as viewers, because you wanted to see that. You didn't hear any boos. You didn't hear any boos.
No.
And we've seen that in plenty of fights where it's like, all right, this is going as we've seen with all of Khabib's camp. Like, they wrestle and beat you. That's what they do. They wrestle you, and it's kind of boring sometimes. But that fight was from start to finish entertaining.
And I will say this, Jabba, if Pimblett actually fought his style of fight, he might have won the fight. And I
don't disagree at all.
I think he fended on a thought that, hey, I want to give the fans everything that they're paying for here. And that's what Patty does. Patty is a fan favorite.
That's why you want that. And that's why guys even though he lost, but the mutual respect you have in a ring is completely different.
That's the problem, Jabba. That's where I was getting at. After the fight, and when obviously Joe Rogan came up to him and he looked at it, and you saw him, he was down and out, and he said everything that he came out in for the fight. He said, "Listen, did the fans?" He said, "If it wasn't for the fans, I wouldn't be the fighter that I am." And he says, "I wanted obviously leave the ring with the belt, but he says I would have, if I'm going to lose to somebody, I'd rather lose to this guy than anybody else." And everybody was attacking him because he's 38 and he's 31 and that he's an old man. But guess what? as old. I can name a lot of guys that won titles at old ages. Randy Couture. Chuck Liddell won a title later in his career.
DC as well.
Yes. A lot of these guys, even what's his name again? Who's fighting next week in the main event?
Volkanovski, he won at 36.
Yeah, Volkanovski just won the belt again. So
yeah, I think Errol, I think you and Jabba both made great points. Like Justin made Patty fight his fight, and like I was really scared for Gaethje coming into this at first because he hardly threw any leg kicks, and Patty was chopping him down early, and I thought he's softening up Gaethje so he can set up the takedowns and get into his jiu-jitsu. But I think when Gaethje first put hands on him and Patty was like, holy shit, because like he said, I don't think he had ever felt power like that before in his life. But it showed the resilience of Patty Pimblett, even though his face looked like a tomato. Like he said, like Scousers, we don't get knocked out. And Gaethje, he said, like, my God, he was trying to kill him the whole fight. And his coaches were yelling at him, saying, like, that wasn't the game plan. I was trying to kill him, and they were getting mad at me. But it shows you the heart and the resiliency of Patty Pimblett. And like you said, Errol, he's still 31 years old. He's got plenty of time. I think he'll work on his game, and he'll definitely be a champion someday.
I would love to see him.
Like his only mistake, or his biggest real mistake, I thought was I was scared with Gaethje. He was ducking and dipping a lot, and that leaves him open in his defense with knees. But he was able to get away with it. But with Patty, his issue was he never really took his head off the center line, and Gaethje was popping him tons with his jab and then his uppercuts.
His hands were dipping. He was letting Gaethje get every power
right
on him. And every time Gaethje went after him, when he moved Gaethje into the middle of the ring, that's where he was dominating. That's where Patty was dominating. But every time Gaethje backed him up, it looked like it was his fight, and Gaethje made it his fight. And again, I will say this about Patty. I love the guy. I really do. I was never a Conor McGregor fan. Never. But I don't like his antics. But this guy, there's no antics with this guy. This guy, he has a lot of respect for everybody that he gets into the ring with. Obviously, him and Ilya don't like each other. And one of these days, these guys are going to get in the octagon with one another, and I can't wait for that to happen. I think it'll be a great fight, and I don't think these guys will stand against one another. I think both guys are great takedown fighters. I think Patty will be a little bit smarter against Ilya and I'm going to tell you, Ilya doesn't have the power that Gaethje has. Gaethje has this power. It's like a heavyweight power coming from a lightweight fighter. It is an amazing thing watching this guy throw punches and if he lands full thrust, he can knock out a heavyweight. That's how strong Justin Gaethje is. And it's a great story too with Justin. Justin came into mixed martial arts a little bit later in his career and really became a fan favorite the last 6 years of his MMA career. A lot of people didn't really give him enough credit for all the work that he's put in and all the dedication he's put into the mixed martial arts world in the UFC. And the UFC loves him. Dana White loves him and loves the fact that Justin Gaethje is the interim champion, and might have an opportunity at the White House to fight Ilya if it happens. And I would
Errol, why I think they love it, and I want to hear both of your guys' opinions on this, is because both of these dudes right now, they're so relatable as human beings because they're grinders. That's what they do. And that's why they put on such a product that was great. Why? Obviously, in the first Paramount Plus, with event that they're doing, you had two dudes that are related. They're us. They just happen to be really damn good at beating each other up. And they didn't give in. And they knew that was an absolute battle between both of them in the respect, because I think when you try to draw a crowd and you try to draw things to us as viewers and as spectators and people that love the sport, is you got dudes that are relatable. And it's something that you saw with how things transpired throughout this entire fight.
If this fight wasn't like that, Jabba, this would have been one of the worst cards the UFC put together. It was bad.
It became relatable because it's like that's the dude. Like we go to dinner every month, or we go have beers at happy hour. Like that's the dudes that like we think they are. We don't know them personally, obviously, but it's like that's the dude, and then he comes in, and it's literally what I loved about it was, first of all, the energy was crazy. Energy was dope. But it's two dudes, because you get behind people like that.
Yeah,
You
but
get
the
behind
energy,
people that you can relate to.
the energy didn't come from Gagey. The energy came from Patty Pimblett.
Both of them. The energy from Gaethje is like, that's the dude that I sit next to or I go to the gym with that I would never know he's anything.
Yeah, but that's the thing. Gagey, when he goes out there, he's holding the American flag. He's walking out there and he gets into the ring. I know he stands for USA, and it was USA versus England. That's the way people were making out to be, but it really wasn't. It was two guys with two champions that have a lot of respect for one another. You have to like Justin Gagey. Justin Gagey before the fight didn't go after Patty. Patty went after him. And Gagey doesn't talk a lot of crap. He doesn't really go out there and he does all his talking in the ring. He uses his hands and he says, "Oh, you want to talk? I'm going to let you."
That's why the embedded wasn't anything. Like the embedded that usually, like you have some of these ones, and you know this as well as I do, Jake. Those embedded ones where people don't like each other are fascinating for us to watch the episodes. This one, you're like, they both respect each other. What are we going to get? What is it going to be?
Yeah, Jabba, I think you made a great point about that. Like you said, the embedded, there wasn't too much fire behind it. There was a little talk at the press conference because obviously they want to hype up the fight, and they were obviously going to talk a little smack. But I was watching Justin Gaethje's personal YouTube channel, and he was documenting his fight, which he calls The Art of Violence, his journey to the fight and his training camp. And like you said, you see him with his coaches, with his fellow training partners. Kamaru Usman is one of them, and Coach Trevor Whitman. And you see how Justin interacts with his family and his friends, and he's a very relatable guy, like you said. And like you said, Errol, the energy was all behind Patty, and Justin was kind of like of course, the American, and it was in America, but this international superstar who the UFC is trying to build, he had all the hype, all the energy going into the fight. But Justin was the everyman, the guy who you could, like you said, Jabba, sit down, have a beer with, talking, just loving sports, and your everyday best friend. And as that fight built, the respect between both fighters and the respect from the crowd, they got behind Justin Gaethje while still being behind Patty Pimblett, which was made it it's so special of a moment.
I want to give a shout out to Patty Pimblett. And after the fight, after all that stuff, and after all the craziness in that octagon, when he spoke to Joe Rogan and coming out and saying what he said, his two best friends killed themselves. And he said, "Listen, we fight, we have fun, and we're fighting, and we love what we do. There's no reason to kill each other. Every man, if you need help." It says a lot about Patty Pimblett, because after losing a fight, a championship fight, which he's been fighting all these years to get into the octagon, to have the opportunity to win that belt, to go out and lose the fight the way he did, and get pulverized the way he did, to go out there and put his, and give a shout out to his friend's father and obviously his two friends that obviously killed themselves. It says a lot about who he is as a person. I think people want to look at him as a bad guy, or he's trying to sell a product, and sometimes he could be an ass. This is not a guy that's going to go out and try to find a Russian mafia guy and try to knock him out like Conor McGregor has done after the fact. This is the kind of guy that you can go to a bar and drink with and have a little fun with and go dancing with and just have a conversation with. He is a good dude. And I want to give a shout out to Patty Pimblett. Patty the Batty. He's a very likable person. I don't care what anybody says about this guy. This guy's got the heart of gold, and it says a lot about him as a person. My heart goes out to his friends and their families to hear that story after the fact. It just says a lot about who he is, and it was a great fight. It was sensational. It was a draw, and I'm sure after that whole betting thing, that scheme fight,
with Michael Johnson.
Yeah, UFC had to take something off the card because there was some kind of information that there was some kind of betting scheme coming out of that fight. And the UFC has been very quick on this, and Dana White's been really investigating this before even the fights happen. So I got to give Dana White a little bit of credit.
Well, and he always stays. That's the one thing he said. He's like, we noticed all the trends, and that's why we do the things that we do.
Yeah,
and to notice it. But yeah, I mean, you can't take anything like, and we're talking about fight of the year in January when they have 39 weeks of this.
Mm-hmm. And then, but to Jabba, that's a crazy thing. When's the last time you can remember that there's another big fight the week after? 325 is next week. Think about that. They've got 325. I don't remember in the
We got
beginning
Diego
of the year.
Volt too.
Yeah. It's a big fight. It's a better card than this one. Next week's card's better than this card. So
Yeah.
when was the last time?
Sorry, really quick. One last thing I just want to ask you.
We'll talk
Obviously, I think because we have the interim champion Justin Gaethje now, I believe he probably will challenge Ilya Taporia at the White House.
Yes.
For you, for Patty, because obviously he needs a name, but you don't want to just crush his confidence completely yet. I would think this is what I would think. I don't want to know what you think. I would probably give him either the loser of next week's Benoit Saint Denis and Dan Hooker, or you could give him the loser of Holloway and Charles Oliveira. I'm just wondering, who would you think would be the next matchup for Patty Pimblett? Because obviously you want to keep him relevant, give him a star. But again, it's like, do you want to crush his confidence? What would you do personally?
I would go Holloway or Oliveira, whoever wins that fight. They're two.
I would agree.
They're two of the biggest names in the sport. You want to put Patty Pimblett in there. He'll probably beat both of them. He cannot get into the ring and fight Max Holloway like that either. Max Holloway is the best boxer in the UFC. You do not want to fight him like that. You got to take
and his chin. You can give him everything you got. He's going to go down in a grave like taking a punch. Like it's not going to happen.
He's got the heaviest punches.
But I think those two matchups. What you bring up, Jake, I think that's a better one because if you're promoting it and doing everything, their names first and foremost.
Right.
You don't want to kill his confidence. You don't want to kill his name. But now it's like you got two studs that have been there.
You don't also want to put him in a ring with a guy that has the experience and that could beat him again, and that really will put him down and out and make him feel like.
But we've seen plenty of guys that have gone and lost 2-3 in a row.
Yeah.
Where they still are there.
Interesting.
Yeah, the only reason I wonder was because he's kind of obviously he just beat Michael Chandler and lost to Gaethje, but he's kind of ascended past that. You can't really give him someone lower than the top 6. So I think maybe you could give him Dan Hooker or BSD, but he's almost too big of a star to where it's the point where you kind of have to give him someone like a Charles Oliveira or a Max Holloway. But the winner of that fight's probably going to be wanting to maybe fight the winner of Gaethje Ilya or even Arman Sarukian. But he's probably not ready for someone like Armin. So I'd say maybe give him the loser of that matchup or even just the winner. But
Patty does not want to fight Armin next. He doesn't want to.
No, that's what I'm saying. I don't think you want to like just brutally take because Armin, he's angry and he's ready. I mean, again, we'll see what Dana White does with him because again, you can't just let him sit and wait forever. So the winner of Oliveira and Holloway might be for the winner.
That's the crazy thing because Peter Yan forever was waiting for that fight with Merab.
That's true.
He waited a long time to get that rematch with Merab, and then he finally got it and he proved himself. And now Merab is in the driver's seat because to me, Merab can wait. I saw him the other day and he still has a broken nose. And what I mean by that, I went to the gym. I saw Merab at the gym. His nose is still broken. So he's not going to be able to fight. He might not be able to fight in the next 3 or 4 months. He needs to give time. So maybe he doesn't fight Jan at the White House. So we'll see. I think this is great. Thank you, Jake, for joining us. We'll get you on next week because 325 is on next week. Your great takes, man, and happy for you to join us on the UFC takes.
Sounds good, fellas. Good seeing you. Have a good night.
Good to see you, buddy.
Jakey boy, great personality, great guy, great intern, and I agree with him. There was a lot to be said on that fight. It was really a great job by Jake, and it was a sensational fight. And if you haven't checked my story, go check out my story. Speedy, send Jake my story. All right, I think he'll like it. I wrote a story about the Gaethje and Pimblett fight, and I put after the fight, I actually put 2 hours into it. I couldn't sleep that night, so I wasn't going to wait until the next day. The fight didn't end till like 1:30, 2 o'clock.
Oh, weird. Weird. You couldn't sleep. Shocker.
Yeah, well, whatever. You should talk, big mouth. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we call this Dial It Up.
We interrupt this regularly scheduled hot mix to bring you an important news bulletin.
We got a big broadcast to do here. We're about to dial it up.
Pass liquor. Go bar.
Let me tell you something, and it's funny about Jabba. I've got to know Jabba over the last year and a half. I know he is just like me. He is a night guy. He does not sleep. He's really like a mummy. And so he can make fun of me all he wants. He's up at 2, 3 o'clock in the morning doing whatever the hell he's doing in Nebraska. Who knows? Playing with himself or something. I don't know.
Vish, while he's not here, this is going to be a future graphic. Jabba and a mummy. Some
there you go.
version of that.
put job on a money. So
we'll think of it. We'll get it going. There's like a whole like notebook of graphics I've got to get around to making. Let's get into Dial It Up, everyone's favorite lightning round sports segment. We got a bunch of stories that Errol has not seen yet. He's going to react to them, and then one of us will comment off of his reaction. Here we go. Got a few really good ones, and one that's kind of updating as we're talking. Not this one. This one is real fascinating. Giannis down for another 4 to 6 weeks with a calf injury. It's going to take it past the trade deadline. But now that he's out, and presumably they're going to go in the tank, is this making it more likely that he'll be dealt, even if it's like 75 cents on the dollar, this season at this year's trade deadline, only in a few weeks? Errol, dial it up!
Absolutely. First of all, if a team like the Knicks or the Bulls or maybe the Thunder, we've heard stories about the Thunder, they have a tremendous amount of stock. If they think that they're missing something, and they might not be, the Thunder hasn't played well as they were, 6 weeks ago, but they're still an elite team. But if they think they're a Giannis away from winning another title, I could see them pulling the trigger 100%. This makes it a reason why he's going to be traded at the trade deadline. It doesn't matter if he's out 3 or 4 weeks. Teams will still offer the farm for him and give up whatever it takes to get him. He'll be ready for the playoffs, and that's why you need Giannis is winning a championship. So 100%, this is a slam dunk. He will be traded at the trade deadline.
Yeah, this is another one of these like phantom injuries. You're going to misdiagnose the length of the report. We may say 4 to 6 weeks. He'll be back in 2 weeks. If he just ends up on another team that he's not going to be stuck with Milwaukee, a team that's just reeling as we speak. We see this with the NFL all the time too, with a lot of these hamstring or calf injuries. This is nothing new. Giannis is inevitably gone. We'll see if it's the Knicks. If it's not the Knicks, it'll definitely be someone else, one of these younger teams.
It's not the Lakers.
No, it's not the Lakers. I said young teams.
I'm just saying it's not the Lakers.
All right. From basketball, we go to the Diamond. And this one is surely going to really grind your gears. I don't know if you guys knew this, but it came out, I think, yesterday. There's some real great investigative reporting done by a reporter named June Lee. Because the Dodgers went bankrupt under the McCourts about 15 years ago, the MLB set up a deal with the Dodgers that instead of, I think it was around 25 to 33% of television revenue, as outlined by, I believe, whatever bargaining agreement with the league, the Dodgers, because they went bankrupt, only have to pay 10% of their television revenue every year until the end of their media deal, which June Lee discovered runs through 2039. She calculated it. They save $66 million today, not to mention what it will be in the future with inflation, each season because of this grandfathered deal that's helping them be this deferred Dodgers that has been now a back-to-back champion. Errol, dial it up!
Oh my God. The fact that I'm hearing this now even makes me more sick. I didn't even know about this story. It tells me one thing. Baseball wants the Dodgers to be the Dodgers. Baseball has put their organization on the line, their name on the line to protect an organization that's been ruining the game of baseball. I don't care what anybody says. The fact that Ohtani's there, Mookie Betts is there, everybody is there, and they keep adding more and more players. And they're grandfathered in till 2039 and saving $66 or $70 million a year, and they don't have to pay it, but other teams have to. It's pathetic. It shows you how bad baseball is running, how the CBA and after this year has to go to a lockout, and that ownership needs to figure out how to put the Dodgers in the same area and connect the Dodgers in the same position they're in. It's pathetic. This is really, really bad for baseball. And the Dodgers think that they could do whatever they want. And as I said, Rob Manfred's running the league, and Rob Manfred, I think, is in cahoots with the Los Angeles Dodgers. It's pathetic. It's terrible. And again, it's typical. Not surprised. Not surprised at this point.
It's weird because like I knew a little bit back end of this. I didn't know obviously the logistics of it, but it goes back to the fact that they lost over 100 games and then sold the team for over $1 billion after they had just lost 100 games. Magic Johnson's group. Like, so if you go back that far, that was part of the deal. That was part of the deal and why they could like grow and structure it. And I was playing at the time, and we were like, "What? This kind of doesn't really make sense," you know? And it's like, well, from a business aspect, it makes a ton of sense, and that's why they did it. And now we're seeing the upside of what they're doing and how it's changing. And is it right or wrong? And I never will ever admit to you, Arrow, but I think you're right in too that they're changing the game, not in a good way, but they've done it to be allowed to do it and save the money on the back end of side of things, where we've seen it. And I kind of knew that from the get-go. I didn't know how far this would go. Didn't know it would go to this point, but they played their cards right, and that's the way they've done it. And we'll see what happens as moving forward with what 2026 is going to give us, and then what 27 is going to be.
I mean, to me, it's just a wild story. Speedy, you got anything to add on this one?
Yeah, it always looks bad when you have all these teams that are struggling with local TV deals that have gone bankrupt and had to switch networks or had to switch over to streaming services recently, and then you have all these other teams like God, you were talking about the Dodgers were bankrupt. They had to switch ownership, and so quickly they just got like the Red Sox all their like carryover bad contracts in 1 year in 2012, and then. How they made the playoffs out this year, but they were competitive with like Adrian Gonzalez and Crawford and all those guys. And then all of a sudden, since then, they haven't missed the playoffs. It's kind of odd how it happened so fast, and now you're seeing all these other big contracts. Yeah, it's going to add up over time, and it wouldn't be surprising if it's maybe like a Clipper situation. There might be some under the table money. So,
well, I mean, that's kind of like we can move on to the next one, but that's kind of happened when like with the Royals here when Valley, and then Valley went bankrupt.
Yeah, Valley was a lot of Midwest teams.
Yeah, no shit. I'm here. This is what I live. So yeah, it kind of plays on both sides, and it's just interesting that they, I guess, beat the market before it actually happened.
It's not interesting. It's absolutely not interesting. It's pathetic.
It is interesting because
it's absolutely pathetic that baseball has allowed them to get away with this.
It's interesting and corrupt, Java.
Yes. It's from the business side. Yes, it is.
This take pisses me off even deeper. It really does.
It's like it's just, this is how it's rigged. This is why they have all this extra money to play with, because they're saving $66 million every single season. It's absolutely out of control that they're allowing it, but they are. And we'll see what happens with the next labor negotiation. But I don't know. If it's grandfathered in, how are you supposed to change that? I don't think you can.
You can.
I mean, unless the rest of the league goes, well, then all of our deals need to look like that, so that we're on a level playing field. And then you take money from all of us differently, and they find a way to make it even. But it's going to be a pain in the ass to do. It sounds like, and there may be a work stoppage. There really might be. For the first time in quite a while. So let's move on to this story that I've been actually trying to buy time by keep talking about this one with you guys, because it's going on right now, right at the end of the game, and it looks like they're not going to win. BYU is coming back against Arizona, but they get blocked at the hoop just now with about 2 seconds left. You got to follow BYU basketball right now because they have the #1 pick in the draft. AJ Dabansa, he is fantastic. They, for some reason, didn't give it to him for this last play. I guess because he's a freshman. And he got swatted. The guy gets swatted 1 inch from the hoop. Nice defensive play by the guy in Arizona. But the game before, Dabansa put up a freshman record, 43 points. If you haven't watched him play, it's like, I don't know how to compare him. I would say he reminds me of like Rudy Gay if he played like Dwayne Wade. You know what I mean? Like
He's better.
he has the way that he looks is like how Rudy Gay looked in college. He's like a lanky, really long, but plays really good defense. Is just up in your face. Reminds me of Wade in that way. And offensively, this guy's putting up over 20 points every single game. He put up 43 against Utah. He had, I think, about 25 tonight. I just couldn't get the threes to drop. He's for real, man. And I think it's time we start paying attention to maybe a generational talent in Dabansa. Dial it up!
First of all, he reminds me more of an Anthony Edwards. That's the type of player that he is.
He's taller, though, by like a few inches.
Yeah, but his game is like Anthony Edwards. He's acrobatic. He can shoot. He can do all those things. He can just awe you. But I don't know if he's the number one pick. I mean, Cam Boozer has been fantastic all season long. He's been as good as him. And the kid from Kansas is pretty good,
Peterson,
too.
yeah.
Peterson, he's really good, too. All
Cam
four of those
just
guys.
had another double tonight.
Yeah, Peterson's a special player too. But I again, the kid looks great. BYU, obviously, he chose BYU because he was the go-to guy. BYU is going to get into the tournament because of this guy. He has got a great ability. I watched him 3 times so far this year. He's fun to watch. He's acrobatically fun. He can dunk. He's going to be a guy that's going to be in a dunking contest in the NBA his first or second year. He's that type of player. And wherever he goes, if it's Portland or the Nets or whoever gets that number 1 pick, or maybe number 2, because I still think Cam Boozer has been just as good, maybe even better this year all around. Cam could go number 1 this year. So they're all
Cam's not going 1.
I just think the athleticism, dude.
I'm going to tell you this right now. You mark my words, and I know basketball more than anybody on this show.
Time out. No, time out.
Who knows more about basketball on the show?
College basketball?
I know more about college basketball than you. I definitely do.
I wouldn't go that far.
You want to have a little quiz, trivia question? Let's go.
We already did that. Speedy, next time we'll do college basketball.
I will tell you this right now. You can mark this. Cam Boozer is the best player in this draft. You can mark it. Wherever he goes, he's the best player in this draft.
But
regardless.
Are you talking basketball wise or are you talking athletically wise?
All around the best basketball.
No. AJ is way more athletic than Cam Boozer.
We'll see.
So I'm going to agree with Jabba as far as the athleticism. Where he may not be in the long run a better player. Look, it kind of reminds me, you go back to the LeBron and Carmelo stuff, and Carmelo was never the athlete LeBron was when they were coming out. And LeBron obviously surpassed him in a bunch of other ways as well, as a team player, champion, and things like that. But when they came out, if you remember back in the day, it was just, LeBron was just a little bit more athletic. And they had the same size otherwise, but,
I disagree. I've watched Cam Boozer all season long. I'm a Duke fan.
So he's like a traditional power forward.
Oh, no,
though,
he can play small forward, too.
that can play back, that can play front, face up, or he can play back to the basket.
He
looks great.
He is a good defender. He can defend multiple positions. He's very long. He's
Dude.
acrobatic.
But Dabansa looks like freaking OG Anunoby out on the wing, dude.
I'm gonna
perimeter
text
defense.
his dad right now.
It's crazy what he's doing on the perimeter. Being a perimeter defender
We'll get
in
him on the
today's
show.
NBA,
Get him on the show.
dude, it's far more important to be a good perimeter defender than to be in the post today. It's just how it is. Dabansa's skill set, I'm hearing like it's a lock that he's number 1.
Well, I think whoever picks number 1 is making a mistake. That's all I'm going to say. And I'm not saying he's not good.
They're getting a great player no matter who.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Great year to be in the top 3.
Oh yeah, dude.
Great year to be in the top 3.
3, top 10.
I think there's 3 like franchise like cornerstones.
There is 10. I'm telling you, this is the most in draft history. Speedy and me have gotten people on the show before you guys were even apart. They told us 2026 is the year that stock up on draft picks. That's why the Nets have a ton of them. I'm telling you right now.
I'm sure we're going to get really into this in just a month when we get into the
There are
tournament.
10 guys in this class. 10. And
All
you're
right, let's
like 4 European players too.
Let's get into the next story because this one is really kind of sentimental. And if you loved watching explosive point guards in the NBA, you loved watching Derrick Rose play for the Chicago Bulls.
They finally got around to retiring his jersey. He's the 5th guy ever to have his jersey retired as a Bull. Obviously, that's a high honor. We remember him, unfortunately, most of his career, second half of the career, just not the same guy after the bad knee injury. Everyone watched it just blow out in the playoffs. Never was the same. Won an MVP. Many people would argue probably didn't deserve that MVP, but did win that MVP. Most people thought that was like, they just didn't want to give it to LeBron again. But Derrick Rose obviously had a crazy high peak with some of the most unbelievable hops and explosive movements that we've ever seen on a basketball court. Errol, dial it up!
First of all, Derrick Rose absolutely won the MVP that year. I disagree. LeBron is a great player, but he also played with Dwayne Wade that year, plays with Chris Bosh. Who did he play with? Who did Derrick Rose play with? Joakim Noah? All these other guys, these are secondary players on a team. This guy was the guy. He was the best point guard in the NBA for like 5 years before his knee blew out. And then he came back. He still was somewhat of an elite player, and then he blew out his knee again, and then he was done. And then he started getting moved around in his career. This guy absolutely should be respected as one of the best Chicago Bulls of all time. He's not quite the Scottie Pippen, Michael Jordan route, any of those guys, or Dennis Rodman, but he is right after them. This guy has been the face of the Bulls for a significant amount of time. A special player. Very nice guy. I know he's had his background and stuff that he's done on and off the court, maybe mental issues, but this guy's bipolar, and that's why he had those mental issues. When he goes on the basketball court, one of the best ball handlers I've ever seen, one of the best dunkers I've ever seen at his size. He's not a big man, and he almost won a national championship with Memphis. This guy's special. And very well deserved. Congratulations to Derrick Rose. I didn't even know that. I love him. I loved him on the Knicks. He wasn't a big Knick, but he was a guy that I loved to watch. Just fun to watch, playing for my team and for the Chicago Bulls. Great story. Thank you.
Yeah, it's good to see. Like, you look at all the pressure for a lot of these guys post-Jordan era, too. And obviously, none of those guys will be Michael Jordan. But, Derrick Rose was that high-end prospect, the best player we've seen since then. Really changed the explosiveness of the point guard position for a while, along with Russell Westbrook. And, again, it's a shame what happened with the knee injury. Won an MVP, though. He just didn't have enough
If
talent
he didn't blow his knee, Chicago definitely wins another title. That's one. Number two.
I'm going to tell you right now, the one that you guys forget about if he didn't have injuries, Brandon Roy. Roy would have been
I completely agree with you on that one. They
Portland
said that
Trailblazers. Yeah, we know.
They knew when he was drafted that he had no cartilage in the knee and that he was only going to last a handful of years. But when he was still going, that was a great player, but not in the same way. To me, when you watch a guy,
he didn't get the chance.
He didn't, and it wasn't fair. Sometimes it's just not fair.
Well, in 4 years, he was good. Brandon Roy was good for 4 years.
But kind of interesting. They absolutely was good. He was a 25-5 guy. He was really good. It's kind of very similar, but in opposite ways, where his athleticism was never going to last, and then you had Derrick Rose's was he pushed it to 100. Every single second that he was out there, and he just blew it out. And around the same amount of time, I would argue their peaks were. So, oh well. We got one more story. And Errol, this one is one of your favorites.
Oh, wonderful.
This is one of the guys that I wouldn't say we emulate, but it's somebody that is very instructive to us on how this business works. It's your boy, Stephen A. Did you hear the snafu Smith that he pulled this time? Oh, I bet you didn't, because who cares? But we're going to talk about it today because it's pretty embarrassing. Well, obviously, the AFC Championship game took place on Sunday, and the Patriots faced the Broncos. Well, on Friday's episode of First Take, Stephen A. tried to give credit to the defensive genius behind the efforts of the Patriots, who's a guy named Terrell Williams. There's a brother coaching that defense, Terrell Williams. We ain't mentioned him all year long. Reunited Mike Vrabel. This man has done a hell of a job with a defense that's ranked top 5 in the National Football League. Okay, so we're going to give brothers credit on this show. And that brother's doing his thing. It's a bit awkward, though, because Williams hasn't coached the team since week 2. He's been out fighting prostate cancer. After that, hasn't been with the team at all. Inside linebackers coach Zach Kerr has been calling the Patriots defensive plays.
And
Williams
should be up for a job, by the way.
Should definitely have some talk about it. But it gets better because this is Stephen A. we're talking about. When confronted with the fact that he had the snafu, Stephen A. said, "Nice try on X. First of all, we reported earlier in the year that he was out due to prostate cancer when it happened. Secondly, he still talks to coaches for game planning purposes. Thirdly, forgetting to mention all of that is different than not knowing. Plus, it really doesn't matter when I've got experts like Ryan Clark and Cam backing me up. Errol, dial it up."
First of all, Cam Newton, Ryan Clark, experts in what? All right, Cam Newton, who doesn't even know his ass from his tailbone, and Ryan Clark, that he dresses nice but says the dumbest things during the halves of any sports game I've ever seen. I remember Ryan Clark a couple of years ago. He tried to do broadcasting for basketball and how bad he was. Ryan Clark is where he is because he played in the NFL, and I don't want to hear Stephen A. Smith saying he has experts. He kisses everybody's ass but anybody that has any meaning towards the sport. How about Max Kellerman? Did he ever respect Max Kellerman, even though he calls him the man and he calls him something of a genius when it comes to the boxing world? But then he attacks him the way he did, and that's why Max Kellerman came and attacked him. Here's the facts here. If you're going to speak, actually know what you're talking about, Steve, because you're going to go out there and you're going to throw yourself out there on a big show because you made it a big show and you bring all your quote-unquote smart guys. Why wasn't your smart guys actually stepping in and giving you that information? The reason why is they're not smart. They're idiots like you. That's why. The fact here is you don't know what you're talking about. You shouldn't be watching football. Stick to basketball. Stick to only basketball. I don't want to hear your MMA take. I don't want to hear your boxing take, your baseball take, your hockey take. You don't know crap. All you do is open your mouth and crap comes out of it. And it's crappy. And you're going to try to stick up for yourself and make up an excuse? There is no excuse. You screwed up, admit you screwed up, and move on. But you're Stephen A. Smith, and you don't want to be put on that pedestal of an idiot. So what you're going to do is you're going to flapjack it, because that's who you are, and make up all the crap that comes out of your mouth. It's a lie. Just tell the truth. You screwed up, you're wrong, and that's it.
I guess no, but I just think, like, you know, in this world, it's like you don't always have to be right. It's okay to be wrong. I feel like, and I'm learning, but it's like people have more sentiment and more like, yeah, my take was wrong, but like if you always come out and say you're right and you try to, you know, have your footnote in everything that you do when we wrote papers in college and all the other stuff, like make sure you footnote all your work and who you're giving credit. Like if we're wrong, we're wrong. That's okay. Like that's okay to be wrong. And I just feel like him sometimes he thinks he's in such a high leverage, which he is. And he has earned that from the basketball side. I will agree with that, Errol. Because when he started talking about baseball, I wanted to vomit. But like if you just admit you're wrong, dog. Like it's okay. Like it's okay. Like your take was wrong or something went off kilter. There's nothing wrong with that.
It was horrible. It's horrible. I didn't even know this, but to go around in a circle and try to make an excuse just shows you how stupid you really are.
It's like ridiculous to me. And it's just kind of what we're seeing everywhere these days. These guys, he's not the same as he used to be. Like he used to cover the sport. He used to be a basketball guy. We saw him doing solitaire in the middle of the NBA Finals this year. He got caught. And guess what he did? He made a deal with some solitaire company to put his face on it to profit off of it. Instead of even like having any kind of hubris, because that's how he is. There's no apologies. Why should he apologize? It's not about the sports. It's about him. He's giving political takes on like on shows that
Like, who wants to hear his political takes? I don't even want to hear his sports takes. I definitely don't want to hear his freaking political takes. Get the heck out of here, man. I don't even want your takes on solitaire. I bet you're not even any good at that either.
Well, I have a lot of respect for Steven for all the success he's had. And you have to look up to somebody like that. And I want people to understand that I don't hate Stephen A. Smith as much as you think that I do. Just like I don't hate Steph Curry and I don't hate this guy and that guy. It's just who I am. But when somebody comes out there and can't admit it, even me as a personality, a strong personality, when I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I'll come out and say I'm wrong. I'm not going to beat around the bush and say, well, I didn't say that, or I have experts. You don't go out there and tell me that Ryan Clark and Cam Newton are experts. They're not experts. Those two guys are far from experts. The only reason why they're experts is because you brought them on your show and you say they are. They're not. And that's
Errol,
all.
if you learn from your mistakes, but you're never wrong, then you've stopped learning.
Yeah.
Right? And you can never admit that you're wrong.
Yeah.
That was kind of my point. It's like, we're okay to be wrong. Like, yeah, I mean, like as Snug says, like he has a great marketing team, but part of your marketing team is like when we fail, like own up to it, because that gives a realness in kind of what we talked about with Jake and how that like they're real people. Like everybody looks at us on TV and whatever and professional athletes. We're still human beings. We eat, sleep, and do the same thing everybody else does.
It just annoys me.
Just admit when you're wrong. It's okay.
It just annoys me. It annoys me that he doesn't have an understanding of just being a man and admitting anything that he does is wrong. It's bad. It's bad. But guess what? ESPN has everything behind him, and they're going to ride and die with him. So unfortunately, that's what they do, and that's what they're going to do moving forward. Anyways, thank you to Las Vegas Raiders running back Chris Collier for joining us. He was sensational. Thank you, Chris. We'll definitely be in touch, and I definitely, get to know you as a person. You seem like such a good kid. Thank you to all the fans on all the platforms from Spotify and Apple, TikTok, Instagram, X, YouTube, Jabba in the Mouth, and all the different platforms that we're on. We really appreciate you guys, and stay tuned for some great shows this year and great opportunities to see what we're going to be doing. And I believe sometime this year we're going to be positioned into maybe a huge announcement. So just looking forward to a great year, and I hope everybody enjoys our show. We put a lot of time and effort and work into this, and it's not you're just going to throw slop on and hopefully it sticks. It's not like that. This show is not like that. It's hard work, dedication. All the guys, Speedy and Fish, and all the guys that work on the back end to help this show really, become something of not only just I believe one of the best shows in America, but one of the shows that I think people are copycatting and trying to make their own, which is pathetic. And you know who I'm talking about. I don't even have to mention it. All you people out there that are trying to copycat us because you're just shameful enough to know that you have no creativity ability to go out there and put the time and effort into working and figuring out how you could be yourselves. So that's all I'm going to say. I almost stuttered on that, but that's it for our show. Speedy, who do we have on tomorrow?
Right.
Thursday.
Time to be determined still, but he is coming. Come on, he just converted 2 hours ago. He's good to go. Our friend Mr. Foye Luke and Jaguars linebacker.
All right, Foye is going to be joining us. We'll talk about the Jaguars, their season, obviously, Travis Hunter, the Gremlin, his quarterback that's had a pretty good second half of the season. So a lot to get into it with Foye. I'm sure he's going to laugh as he always does when he comes on the show. All right, that's it for our show, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see you Thursday. Good night.
You're listening to the Worldwide Sports Radio Network.